At 1:08 now.
Sorry, guys.
Good morning.
Yes.
Good morning. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors for April 14th, right? Today's 14th, 2015, and we're going to go in. Welcome to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting for April 14th, 2015. If you can, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So first I'd like to report out on our closed session. And the Board of Supervisors authorized its legal counsel to execute a draft settlement agreement and release dated March 12, 2015, which was provided to Ross Thornton's counsel on March 13, 2015. That's it for that. Okay. So right now, let's move to recognition.
Chair, yes. Would you let the record indicate that I was not present?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Supervisor Ponte was not present at that closed session. She recused herself for that.
Thank you.
And we can move on to recognition and acknowledgments for the District Attorney's Office. Go ahead.
Hi. Good morning, Barbara Uke, District Attorney. Also with me is Kelly Figueroa from the Crisis Center. Before I turn it over to Kelly, who's going to give you some numbers, because historically the board likes to hear numbers. And then I will talk a little bit about SART. I understand that the chair has the proclamation. We're going to be asking the chair to read that later. Okay, so Kelly.
Good morning. I'm Kelly Figueroa. I'm from the Resource Connection Calaveras Crisis Center. And we are a dual agency, which means we help victims of domestic violence and sexual assault. So April is Sexual Assault Awareness Month. So today I'm here to talk a little bit about sexual assault. Sexual assault is something that people really don't like to talk about. Victims feel humiliated. There's a lot of victim blaming that happens around sexual assault. Society as a whole tends to frown on victims based on what they dress like, what they look like, what their actions are, and what we have to remember is that no means no. Regardless of where you are, what you have been doing, what you're wearing, what you look like, what your past history has been like, if somebody makes sexual advances or wants to do something sexual and you say no, it means no. And in Calaveras County, we do have a problem with sexual assault, and historically we get about maybe 40% of victims that actually report sexual assault. So that means there's another 60% out there who aren't saying anything. And a lot of that is because of the humiliation and the stigma and the fact that it's really hard for society to kind of accept that this happened. I have some numbers for you. What we did is we broke down our sexual assault victims by district. And overwhelmingly, District 1 had 38. We had 77 total victims that we saw in the past 12 months. So District 1 was the home of 38 of those victims. District 2, there were 8. 3, there were 7. District 4, 6. And District 5, 1. We had 9 out-of-county victims. We don't just serve Calaveras County, so if somebody from out of county isn't feeling comfortable getting services where they're from, because maybe people would know them and they don't want anybody to know what happened, they can come and we can provide services for them for free. So we had 9 of those. We had 8 people who did not want to disclose where they were from. And that's a total of 77 victims of sexual assault that came to the center in the last 12 months seeking services. And the services we provide go all the way from peer counseling to professional counseling. We attend the exams if there is one. We have support groups, and we basically try to help the victim get past the notion that this was their fault, try to get past their fear. It's really difficult for victims of sexual assault to feel safe after that has happened. It's like the ultimate betrayal to them. You know, their body has been violated without their permission. So we got numbers from the Calaveras County Sheriff's Department and the Angels Camp Police Department, and altogether there were 32 reported sexual assaults in that same period of time. So that goes back to the assumption that not everybody is reporting. So if we're seeing 77 victims of sexual assault, and the law enforcement agencies are seeing, did I say 31, or it was 32, and they're seeing 32, that's a pretty big difference. So of those 77 victims, 14 of them were under the age of 18. And in all of those cases, those victims knew the person that assaulted them. 5 of those were boys. So it doesn't happen to just girls and women. It happens to men and boys as well. 22 of those victims had previous sexual assault when they were children. So you can imagine if you had that happen to you as a child and had happen again as an adult, how that's going to make you feel. So one of the things that we try to do with victims when they come to us is build up their self-esteem, build up their sense of safety, and address any issues that they have ongoing. Victims of sexual assault that have not addressed the sexual assault often have problems with depression. They have self-esteem issues. There's a lot of anxiety involved. Sometimes they stop going to work. Sometimes they become reclusive. And those are all things that we can help with. We do this for free. We do it on a confidential basis. People who are victims of sexual assault do not have to report the crime to get services from the crisis center. It's all confidential, and we have lots of services to provide. I'm going to let Barbara talk a little bit about what the DA's office does with sexual assault and the SART team.
Okay, so you'll see from the proclamation that not only are we seeking to recognize April as Sexual Assault Awareness Month, especially because of the issues we see within the county, we're also seeking to recognize our SART team. Our SART team is the Sexual Assault Response Team. It is a partnership made by the Crisis Center, the Sheriff's Office, Angels Camp Police Department, Health and Human Services, my office, Dignity Health, Mark Twain Medical Center, and 2 SAFEs. SAFE stands for Sexual Assault Forensic Examiners. They are the key to our ability to provide local services to victims. Our SAFEs right now are Jen Josies and Kathy Boyle, who work under the guidance of the medical director, Dean Kaleda. Now, what does SART do? Well, at essence, SART provides local services to victims of sexual assault. You heard Kelly mention that some of the victims do have to have sexual assault exams. That is a physical exam to see if we can collect any evidence of the sexual assault. Now, to understand why this is so significant, I want you to imagine that you are the 5-year-old sexual assault victim we had a few months ago. Without our local SART, that victim, you would have to go to Merced or UC Davis, travel all that way, perhaps in a police vehicle, sit in the ER with law enforcement and have your exam when there is time, and then travel all the way back home. With our local SART, you can go to the Mark Twain Medical Center. They donate a room exclusively for our use. It is a secure room. No one else uses it except for our forensic examiners. You can meet with a crisis center advocate who, because we are local, can be with you through the duration. And if it is something that ends up going to court, they can even accompany you to court. You don't have that travel, and you don't have to go to the ER. So when you think about the benefits to the victim, our local SART provides a very, very good service. Now, in addition to that, law enforcement by law is on the hook for the cost of the exam. So from, nickel and dime perspective, our SART also is very important to our community and deserves recognition. Out of county, each exam costs between $1,500 and $2,000. Locally, our team is able to provide them at $500. So there's a huge cost savings to the taxpayers and a benefit to our community there, just in the cost of the exams, not to mention the gas, the mileage, and potential overtime. Because if you're going to another community, urban community, you might be waiting for a very long time. From my office perspective, it's amazing to have the expertise locally when we do go to court, coordinating with our experts and our expert witnesses. It's definitely more cost-effective and efficient to have them local. They're much more accessible. Jen Josie's works locally, and we can stop by, we can meet her, and get ready for court. So just as an example. Most importantly, they are excellent witnesses, excellent experts. They've worked really hard to get the expertise needed. Between the two of them, they are on call 24/7 for our local victims, and they work really hard to keep our team going, to continue to serve victims locally. This particular team has been in place for about 8 years, so that's pretty good for us to be able to keep it going for that long. Now, you can also help keep our team going. We keep going by having an annual fundraiser. This is our 5th year. The fundraiser is this Friday at 5:30 at the San Andreas Town Hall. It is a tri-tip dinner with a raffle, dessert auction. Plan B is playing for us. What do we do with the funds raised? Primarily, they go to insurance to keep the team going. Supplies for the SART room, for instance, the technical equipment that's needed. I think a couple years ago we were able to purchase a colposcope, which is the piece of equipment that's needed for the exam. Clothes. Sometimes we have to take clothes as evidence. So we need supplies for the room and for whoever comes in. So we don't know if they're going to be big or small. So if you're interested, I know Cliff's going to come, Shirley's going to come. So if you need tickets, you can get them in my office or have them. Or Kelly's prepared; she's got tickets for you. So with that, we do ask that you please present the proclamation.
Sure.
Thank you.
Love to. So I'll read the proclamation. And then we'll ask for public comments and the board will vote on it. Okay? So whereas it's a proclamation recognizing the month of April as Sexual Assault Awareness Month in Calaveras County. Whereas the high rate of sexual violence in California must be brought to public focus, because it cannot be reduced until it is openly recognized and addressed. And whereas every citizen of Calaveras County is directly and indirectly affected and impacted by sexual violence, and whereas children are subject to sexual violence at alarming rates, including commercial sexual exploitation, and whereas emotional and physical scars resulting from sexual violence are severe and long-lasting, and whereas it is important to recognize the strength, courage, and challenges faced by victims and survivors of sexual violence and their families and friends as they struggle to cope, and whereas a sexual assault response team, SART, exists in Calaveras County that includes law enforcement, Angels Police Department, the District Attorney's Office, the Resource Connection, Calaveras Health and Human Services Agency, Dignity Health, Mark Twain Medical Center, and 2 forensic examiners to help effectively respond to and address sexual assault crimes. And now, therefore, it be proclaimed, the Board of Supervisors of Calaveras County do hereby proclaim April as Sexual Assault Awareness Month. And be it further proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors encourage all citizens to honor the important work done by the Calaveras County Law Enforcement, the District Attorney, and the advocates for Resource Connection Calaveras Crisis Center on behalf of victims in Calaveras County. So at this point, I'd like to have a motion.
I so moved.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Ponte, a second by Supervisor Olvera, and I'd like to ask for public comments.
Well, good morning. I'm Bertha Underhill from CCWD President, and I'm out of District 3. And we came down in the number of sexual assaults. So I think that's great. What I want to say this morning is the fact that I believe Shirley was the only one in the county government back in 1991 when the state of California awarded us a grant to address sexual assault. And I was hired, and I went to work for Bonnie Newman at the Women's Crisis Line. And how far you've come. It is just amazing. And so I just want to acknowledge that. Thank you. Thank you very much for what you do for the men and women of Calaveras County.
Marty Crane, Valley Springs. I'm not sure if I'll say this well. You mentioned there are several things that you said this morning that I've heard, because I know April is Sexual Assault Awareness Month. It hits me every year. You mentioned numbers of people that don't report. And I think, well, why is that? And I go, well, why didn't you report? Oh, okay. And then about a week or so ago, I found myself, unbelievably, going back, I had to write it down, 48 years, so it hasn't been recent, 48 years, and thinking, I was naive. I put myself in a position but no, this is my first date, right? I was 18 years old, maybe 19. I put myself, I went on a first date with a man that came to the door when I was living with my grandparents. He showed up with a rose. He shook their hands. He did all the things. He had their blessings. So in my naive, coming from way out in the Tuoles in Ohio, I thought, okay, this is good. He's okay. I'm safe. Well, that didn't turn out to be. And then when you said no means no, no means no. At the moment no is said. Not 5 minutes later after they've tried to convince you. Not an hour later. Not a day later. Not a week later. Not a year later after they were constantly after you. Because I know that happens. That wasn't my case, but that happens. And and it stays with you. And when things happen and things come up in society, in everyday conversations, it takes you right back there. And it's not a pleasant thing. And I don't know, I'm hoping that somehow people can come forth and tell their story and know that they are not alone and understand that we don't want you to have to go through it before you get it. You have to be able to, we have to learn from other people's experiences. And I want to say thank you to Bonnie and Bertha and all of you, but we wouldn't have a crisis center today if it hadn't been for Bonnie and her drive. And that, and then also I want to encourage everyone. You don't have to give us the details or anything, but I want to encourage everyone to step up and say, that was me, and it's impacted a lot of people around me. So anyway, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Thank you all. I found that I think we don't know, it's a tip of the iceberg. I think we only peel back a little bit of the onion when we start looking into domestic violence and sexual assault. I'd venture to guess, and I would say close to 50% of all females have been sexually abused in their lifetimes, I would guess. And I'd say a good 1/3 of all men. It's a hard thing to come up and say, but me, and I was old, but it still happens. I think that's where the drive comes from, recognizing so many of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Okay. Bonnie, I'd just like to say thank you for bringing this in Calaveras County as well, and all your involvement. It's got to start somewhere, and obviously you had a big part of that, and we appreciate that. Look what it turned into now.
I'm sorry. I got to say one more thing. When this happens, and you mentioned that maybe we look at people differently because of the way they dress. Well, when this happens, many times you pull back and you think, well, that was such a nice sweater, but you know what? I might look attractive in that. And so you start to pull back, and you become way less than. And just think and you don't participate, and you don't step out, and you're not everything you could be. And so just think, if we got rid of this, the power and the talents and the skills that would blossom. So that's all, sir. Thank you.
All right. Any other secondary thoughts out there? All right. So can I take a position from the board, please? Can I have a vote? Oh, we did, huh? First and the second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's 5-0. Okay, thank you. So Kelly's got tickets to start. It's a really great event. It's fun. All right, we'll move on to public comment. Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the board of supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately remove the consent agenda, or remove it to the consent agenda. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued at the conclusion of the regular agenda in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of the comments to be heard. So at this time, I'd like to take a poll. Who's going to talk on public comments? Anybody? Okay, so today we'll give 5 minutes. So go ahead. First up, please. There we go.
Supervisors, good morning. Adam P. with Congressman Tom McClintock's office. A few different things. First, I'm holding public office hours at Calaveras County Water District, 120 Tillamook Court, from 9:30 to 11 this morning. Second, the Congressman proposed legislation, H.R. 1668, Save Our Waters Act. As the best of my knowledge, this morning it was still in committee. We are hoping it will be on the House floor sometime this week, and we are hoping that it'll pass. Basically, what Save Our Waters Act will do, it'll amend the Endangered Species Act during times of extreme and exceptional drought conditions. The bill will suspend the water releases by federal and state agencies to adjust river water temperatures. I know that's a major issue, especially within this area right now, and then nationwide as well. So, as I said, we're hopeful for it, and it should be an exciting week or two for us. Thank you.
Good morning. Bonnie Newman from Double Springs. Another soapbox here. I'm hoping that through you folks, you 5 folks in your districts who represent 250 home care workers, probably 50 in each district, I would say, to give them a message that they have not gotten. I recently sent a letter to the editor, and I'd like to read it out loud. Attention all Calaveras County IHSS home care workers. In June 2014, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that home care workers across the nation, including Calaveras County, are no longer required to pay mandated union dues. This decision gives workers the choice to either support a union that is responsive to its members or to withhold dues from one that is not. SEIU-UHW, that's the home care union, has, under its present regime, has not informed its members of this court decision. In addition to withholding this important information from its members, this self-serving, exploitive union and its officials have set up a secretive, complicated process designed to discourage members from being able to easily opt out of paying dues. If you don't know that you can't pay dues, you don't know to opt out. The opt-out process requires a specific kind of letter sent to a specific address in care of a specific person and department and containing specific information. SEIU-UHW extracts approximately $100,000 a year out of the pockets of home care workers in Calaveras County alone, who've not seen a wage increase in 6 years. In June of 2015, each home care worker will once again be earning minimum wage and forking over almost $400 a year to a union that fails to return phone calls, fails to legally recruit a contract negotiation team, and fails to represent its members properly. Calaveras County Home Care needs to opt out completely. Besides withdrawing financial support to SEIU-UHW, the workers in Calaveras County must somehow unite, possibly decertify ourselves from this failure at labor organizing, become independent, and create a member-responsive home care council in lieu of this union boondoggle. For information on how to withhold union dues and to demand a full refund for all dues collected since the court ruling last summer, please call me at home. I'm in the phone book. My name is Bonnie Newman. My number is 772-1444. I can share a sample form letter with anyone that wishes to learn about this. And to let you all know, one person has successfully opted out of the union and recovered their dues from last July. And that's a success because someone actually returned a phone call. She got the initial information, and that's what I have for all home care workers in Calaveras County. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie.
Good morning, Chairman Edson and members of the board. My name is Joel Metzger. I'm the Community Relations Manager for the Calaveras County Water District. And I want to update you on two things today. First is the effort called Calaveras Conserves, which is a group of all the water agencies in Calaveras County, and hopefully others, including your board, coming together to work together during this time of drought and beyond. And the second is the status of Lake Tulloch. So if I may approach with a flyer, I'd like to give each of you a copy. What that is basically a draft design of what we'd like to make into a sign. This sign would be put throughout all of Calaveras County. Each district would be paying for a portion of them, and this would hopefully raise awareness of the drought in our county, and all of the logos would show that we're working together and coming together with common themes. I've taken the liberty of putting the county's logo on this sign. However, I know that we don't have formal approval at this point. So if we don't have formal approval, we certainly would take that off. We'd never put it on there without your full permission. But I am asking that the board consider this at your next meeting, and I hope that you'll join this effort. Let me tell you who's involved right now. We have the Calaveras Public Utility District, the Utica Water and Power Authority, City of Angels, Valley Springs Public Utility District, Calaveras County Water District, the Union Public Utility District, Blue Lake Springs Mutual Water. We also have the Tuolumne County Resource Conservation District, They have worked with the IRWM over there and gotten a grant for almost $3 million. Part of that is for conservation, and they wanted me to tell you guys that some of that money will go to the Highway 4 corridor and conservation efforts. That could go a long way toward meeting some of our funding challenges for some of the things that we want to do. Our basic mission, and we aren't a formal group at this point, we have met once and we're communicating via email, is just to seek mutually beneficial solutions to common challenges through communication and collaboration. We are trying to come together, and we haven't always played well as water agencies in the past. But honestly, personally, I see this as kind of a new day for a lot of different groups in this county. And I think the more that we can come together and communicate and actually make mutual grant applications, order conservation supplies in bulk and save everyone money, talk about the governor's executive order and how it will affect large water agencies and small water agencies. Things like that are just nothing but positive in my mind. So I'd like to continue the effort that I've seen where our board attends these meetings and some of your board members are attending our meetings, and then we have a Highway 4 committee. I'd like to recognize Dennis Mills, our director, for getting that effort going, and Debbie Ponte for facilitating those meetings. And also we have Alan Vallow in the back here who's come to support the Calaveras Conserves effort, and I know others would be here if they didn't have busy schedules. What are we looking to do? Let me just give you a brief rundown. We're, as I said, discussing the State Water Resources Control Board's orders. This is not just water districts. This is everybody in the state who needs to be conserving. And so we're trying to put together a website, and we've purchased this, which is calaverasconserves.com. You see that on the bottom of that sign. On that website, we're going to have every single water district's logo, and including the county if you guys want to be a part of it. And so someone can go to one spot, click on a logo, and go directly to the conservation restrictions that affect them. We're also going to have the statewide information, which affects everyone. And this is a platform that we can take beyond the drought. I don't think that this is limited to the drought in this current crisis. I think Calaveras Conserves could grow to all kinds of interesting and exciting things as we move forward. So we'd like to have you on board. And we're also going to be at the fair. We're going to have a group booth. We're going to hopefully have a countywide event where we have drought and conservation experts come in and talk about what people can do. And, the options are really endless with this. So I ask for your consideration and support. I'm working with your CAO, Shirley Ryan, to get this on the next agenda item. And I hope that we can have Calaveras County's logo on this sign with all of the water districts in a show of unity. The second thing in the time I have remaining I want to tell you about is Lake Tulloch. We are getting very far along in the process with the Department of Water Resources to get grant funding for that. We don't know exactly how much it's going to be. The project is going to be more expensive than the initial estimate of $100,000. It's going to be significantly more expensive than that. So we need to make sure we have our funding source in place, but we're actively working on it. The latest agreement with Oakdale Irrigation, South San Joaquin Irrigation, and the feds and the state folks is to keep 150,000 acre-feet of storage in New Melones by the end of the water year, which is the end of September. That also means Lake Tulloch will be operating normally, according to the latest information, until that time. That keeps our intake well under the waters of Lake Tulloch so we can continue providing reliable service. However, after September, we need to have a second option in place, and we're actively working to do that, just so you guys know what's going on. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Joel.
Al Segala, Calaveras County Taxpayer Association. We agree with Joel and CCWD, and the county should join that group. It's kind of ironic that the governor could be doing more harm than good with his regulations. These regulations relate to 10%, only 10% of the water being used. Only 10%. So if he's calling for across-the-board reduction of 25%, previously he required 20%, phased over a period of time that had no relationship to responding to a drought. So his intention may be more directed toward social transformation or changing our form of government rather than actually dealing with the drought conditions. One indication that may be the case is the fact that there's been no dams built in 40 years in California. This is an indication of poor planning. or planning for disaster. And I hope it's not the latter, because we don't need that sort of crisis to bring about social transformation. So we agree with CCWD in joining the other groups that are interested in providing water, and hopefully Amador County and other counties will do the same. Another thing that the Tax Association is interested in is the general plan update. We reviewed the 106-page letter from the Calaveras Planning Commission Coalition, and we don't have the ability, and I don't think George Soros is going to donate money to us to pay for the staff time that's needed to do such a good job as they've done. They've done an excellent job. The problem we have is the direction that they're going. The direction is towards more government, and this is not healthy for civilization. And our country was designed to avoid that sort of thing. One of the ways that the property rights advocates in our county have responded is by creation of alternate D. Alternate D was not selected by a previous board who had a different orientation, perhaps, than this board does. And so that's why we'd like to be alternate D to be reconsidered, because it looks at the general plan using American principles, using constitutional principles, and toward directing property rights. When you have an environment where property rights are respected, the bulk of the responsibility for determining land use is not the government, it's not a committee, certainly not a focus group or anything like that. It's the property owner who's responsible for the consequences of mistakes that are made. Well-intended mistakes happen, but if the decision that brings about the consequences are the property owner, it's the property owner that's responsible. How horrible it would be if property owner is required to do or not to do something, and then a tragedy occurs because of poor planning, and the consequences are borne by the property owner, not the people, not the general plan, not the planning director, not the board of supervisors, and quite often not even the taxpayer is directly responsible for the consequences of poor planning. So by encouraging a general plan that's more freedom friendly, that respects property rights and doesn't seek to carve into the future a particular way of doing things in the county, but allows the free market to have an influence, because it is only the free market that will be capitalizing and bringing about what our future may be. And so we recommend that we revisit Alternative D. In the introduction of Alternative D, I'll read what the wording is. Alternative D is to provide protection of the property owner, and by establishing flexibility in land use, we would tend to change direction of land use planning from government choice to that of the free market.
Yeah.
This would change.
Are you finished yet, Al?
Am I running out of time?
Are you close?
But it'd be another minute, but that's okay. I'll be doing it. This is not a never-ending thing for me. So, thank you very much for listening to this.
All right, thank you, Al.
Next, please.
28. Any other public comments?
Hi, my name is Megan Guthrie, and this is...
My name is Thomas Guthrie.
And we live in Calaveras County, and we are the parents of a severely disabled child. Her name is Abigail, and she is the love of our life. And this is a picture of her. I'd be glad if you would pass it around. And our story is We've been Calaveras County residents for the last 18 years, and for the last 11 years, we have been in an out-of-state placement. CUSD School District could not handle our daughter's needs, and we first went to the Bridge School in the Bay Area. They were not able to handle her educationally still, and we were sent to Philadelphia, and we've spent the last 7 years in Philadelphia. So we've been out of our home for 11 years. If we were living in this county, you would know us very well because we're very strong advocates for our daughter. So we fought very hard for her to have the right to go to public high school. We won that right, and we just recently relocated here in October. And she loves her public high school. So that's just a history on our daughter. Now, Abigail has been in hospitals about 50% of her life. She's quadriplegic, cerebral palsy, nonverbal. She has sublux tips. She has diabetes. She has cholesterol familia. She's blind. She had a spinal fusion surgery 2 years ago from T1 to pelvis here in California. When we got to Philadelphia, a deep set infection set in, and she had 5 eradication surgeries, was on a wound vac, and was septic, and almost died. Because of that, she got Make-A-Wish. So, very medically complicated child. So all the doom and gloom, she's an amazing child. She is high-spirited. She loves roller coasters. She loves dune buggy off-wheel. She's a sensory-seeking maniac. For Make-A-Wish, she got to go to New Zealand, and she went skydiving, bungee jumping, and paragliding. She is a lot she has taught so many people around her about a very big picture. So we relocate to Calaveras County, and none of the doctors know what to do with her now that we're back in the state. She's so medically complicated, we can't do anything for her, and she's in a lot of pain. So we go to Shriners Hospital, and we talk about all of these different interventions, surgeries, and medicines that'll trash her liver. How are we going to help her with her high muscle tone? We go to the chief of neurology at Sutter Hospital. How are we going to deal with her seizures? How are we going to deal with this kid with seizures that does very poorly on seizure medicine? All of the doctors across the board said CBD oil. So we are here to speak about the co-op that's going on up here. Her doctors talked about, let's fly to Canada, and how are we going to get it across Canadian state lines? How expensive it is. It's about $1,000 a month for a family to be on CBD oil. So we come back up to Calaveras County, and we find out about this town hall meeting. You probably saw us in the local paper. It's us. And through word of mouth and knowing our daughter, and she's going to therapeutic programs here in the county, they mentioned this co-op. We did not know what to expect when we went into that town hall meeting. And I can tell you, because we've been here 18 years, our house was a meth lab. When we bought it, we didn't realize that it was the centrals, before we bought it, no one knew the history. And ended up, we didn't know where we were moving when we first moved here. And there was a real element up here. So we didn't know what we were going to be encountering at this town hall meeting. And I can tell you it was the most professional group of local youth that I've ever met. They were so educated in their science, in their genetics, in their how they do things. There are people that understand, and this is medically complicated, but it's Rick Simpson recipes and things that are all CBD. And CBD, by the way, is 0 THC. It has no psychotropic effects. It has...
Is this about cannabis?
Yes.
Okay. We have that on the agenda, actually.
So this is not when we speak about it?
No, it starts at 1:30.
Well, now you get another shot.
But hey, you know what? You got like 4 minutes into it. Now you're going to get another shot at it.
Perfect. So now you know her history, and then we'll... Okay. Thank you.
Thanks for sharing.
Thanks.
Haven't seen you in a while. It's good seeing you.
Okay, any other public comments, please? Not related to the 1:30 meeting.
Good morning. My name is Sheila Russo. I'm from Paloma. I went to meeting a couple of Saturdays ago and got one of those aha moments when somebody asked how often we come to a board meeting to say thank you for all your hard work. So
Thank you. That was a rare comment indeed. I appreciate it. Except for you, Peter. You're always giving us good compliments.
Hi, I'm Tom. I just wanted to get a quick confirmation that I understand you right, Mr. Edson, that the cannabis issue is for 1:30.
1:30.
Thank you very much. See you.
It's on the agenda.
It's on the agenda.
I know. There was some confusion because the newspaper published 9 o'clock, so my phone's been ringing for 2 days, and there's a little bit of confusion. And
Okay.
some of us are confused all the time anyways.
All right. Any other public comments, please? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to our consent agenda. Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion. Do I have any items from the public that wish to remove an item? Or any people from the public, sorry.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to have number 14 removed from the consent agenda, and please accept my thanks for doing that.
They may have started something.
It's kind of sweet.
Yeah, apparently.
It's not over yet.
Apparently. All right, any other items anybody else wish to remove? Go ahead.
Number 7, please.
Number 7? All right.
Number 16.
16. Anybody else? Okay, how about the board? Anybody from the board wish to remove any item from the consent agenda? All right, so may I have a motion
to approve.
of that?
I'll second.
So we have a motion by Supervisor Wright and a second by Supervisor Ponte to accept the rest of the consent agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 5-0. Okay, item number 7, Peter.
Yes, sir.
This issue I brought up before, and I was seeking to get an answer to it. The program is great, should be done, and so on. But there's one little minor, well, a lot of things bother me, but this one kind of sticking to me. Females 11 years old and up. Now, most of you are old enough to have kids. Some of them might be old enough to have grandkids. And it does bother me, and maybe it's for no reason at all. When, let's put it this way, 11, 12, 13, 14, all the way up to consenting age, when you run into a little difficulty as a daughter or somebody with sexually related problems, I have a simple question. I'm glad health services will help the kid out, but there was 2 principles that I could not see mentioned specifically. One of them is law enforcement. Another one is the parents. I don't know how you folks, and I know most of you pretty well, I think you pretty highly think of your kids or grandkids. But if your 12-year-old gets knocked up, folks, I think the parents should get involved. And just like the recognition earlier, I think maybe law enforcement should be notified. And I'm not talking a big public fanfare about it, but should be looked at. And I would like to have a straight answer. The head of the law enforcement agency in this county, I asked her, is there any reports? Is there anything that's, behind the scene being taken care of? So I would like to have a straight answer on this. If a minor has a problem, and even as a possibility you're going to take that minor outside the county to take care of those little problems, I don't care if it's because of their family or whatever. You want to protect that kid? I think the parents and law enforcement agency should be contacted. And right now, I cannot get a straight answer from anybody in this county. I mean, I appreciate it taking care of it, and I know some of the members of this organization doesn't really too crazy about definition of family, but I know as a parent and a grandfather, if the government starts taking care of my child's complications, I would get pretty upset. Without a law enforcement involved, because I'm sure a 13-year-old doesn't have an age of consent, or the parents getting involved. And I think it's a pretty serious issue as far as a parent goes, or a grandparent. As a 71-year-old old guy, I will take care of problems without worrying too much about consequences. But nobody's going to mess with my kid or my grandma. Well, you think I'm bad sometimes. You should see my daughter. She is mean. So please, I'd like to have a straight answer. I'm not against the program. I support the program. That's great. My God, the parent and a law enforcement agency specifically and clearly should be stated in this little problem. Are you going to take? I don't care about the dentist. But if a 13-year-old or 14 or 15-year-old gets knocked off, it takes two to tango. And it's not a consenting age, folks. Child Protective Services should get directly involved, and so are the parents. Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisors. Mary Sawicki, Director of Calaveras Health and Human Services. This item has to deal with a plan submission dealing with 3 different programs. They're dealing with the program California Children's Services, which is an ongoing program that we've had for quite a few years. It deals with treating children who are medically fragile, who need treatment on an ongoing basis, who have physical disabilities. Many of the children are treated, for example, at Sonora Regional Center, etc., and it enables them to receive the rehab services that they need in order to be able to continue their education, etc. The second program is the nurse that works with foster care children that we have, and it's an ongoing so that they have someone who works between the foster care system and works on their health care issues and is their advocate with the medical community and is, the information back and forth, and that's a requirement, by the way, a federal requirement. The third one is a referral service when people come in and if they have a need when they're applying for Medi-Cal and they have a request that child, they see that a child, a lot of times when people come in to apply, they have an ongoing medical condition that they're applying for a child. This enables that service to be. So it has nothing to deal with law enforcement. It has nothing to deal with any of the issues. This is an ongoing program that we've had for many years. There's nothing different and unique.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. So, Peter, maybe, I'll tell you what, after we finish today, you and I can get together and we'll seek your answers out, okay?
Oh, yeah, we do the whole thing. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I'd like to, I have a motion to approve, item number 7 on the consent agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Wright. That's a second.
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Fonte. to authorize the board chair, director of health and human services, public health officer, and program administrators for the California Children's Services, CCS, and Child Health and Disability Prevention, CHDP, programs to sign certification statements associated with submission of the fiscal year 2014-15 plan and budgets for the Children's Medical Services programs in the amount of $265,587. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, so moved. It moves forward. All right, so number 14.
Yes, my name is Bill McManus.
Hey, Bill, let me read this real quick, okay?
Oh, sure.
So number 14 is the Public Works. Adopt a resolution accepting the construction of the Phase 3 bus stop improvement project as completed, approving the balance contract change order, authorizing final payment in the amount of $38,942.67 to George Reed Incorporated, and authorizing a notice of completion.
Okay. In looking at this, I think it was a couple meetings ago, there was on the agenda, there was supposed to be a study session or report or something from Public Works about Calaveras Transit, and it was pulled from the agenda because they weren't ready to proceed. And so I don't know, if that is starting to slip through the cracks, that perhaps this item, since it's related to the Calaveras Transit, some of the things I'd like to know. I mean, I don't have a problem paying George Reed, the money that we owe him, $38,000. But what was the total? And how many bus stops did this involve? And what are the locations of the bus stops? I mean, this is all part of a package where we see bus service in District 2, or in that area, costing $71 a head per trip. That's one way to use the bus service, and almost as high in other areas. So how much of a money pit is this becoming? It's kind of here, a little bit there, and we don't know what the amounts are. So if someone from Public Works could maybe package this all together so that we know how much money the county is spending for all the various aspects of Calaveras Transit, whether it be subsidizing, transfer of wealth from one person to another to provide a ride in one area, to, I don't know how many bus stops there might be in that area, but I think they reported that there's only like 7 people or 7 trips made. So we just like to find out how this money is being spent and if it makes sense. And I think that would be rolled into a more comprehensive review of Calaveras Transit if Public Works could bring it forward.
Okay.
Thank you.
One more little comment. I believe the last time there was supposed to be a report about public transportation that was postponed. Is that going to be coming up?
I'm sure it is.
On the 28th of
It's
April.
on the 28th, it's our next agenda.
God, you saw such an efficient, wonderful, charming staff.
It's an evening meeting with the cop.
It starts at 3 o'clock.
Mr. Chairman, make a comment regarding the comment made by the previous bill. Mr. McManus, I noticed that information, the total number just for those bus stop implementation of that contract is in part of the board packet, and I believe it is available online. You might be able to take a look at that. That might be some information.
It's also available in the binder sitting on the podium.
It gives total cost of the project. I hope I'm not stealing Mr. Kraft's thunder here, but that is available. You can take a look at it anytime. I'm sorry.
No, thank you. Jeff Kravitz, Public Works Director. I'm now well into my 4th week, so I can provide some answers. But this is a relatively routine item for notice of completion of a construction contract that was awarded and has been completed. We need to file the notice of completion. Board needs to vote on it in order for us to be reimbursed. The money itself came out of grant funds, not out of general fund funds for the bus stops, the transit stops. In Phase 3, we built, I believe, 5, 2 of them by Public Works, 3 of them by Mr. Reed. They are spread throughout the county according to need. That's Phase 3. We will be doing Phase 4 next year under grant funding. And then in terms of the state of Public Works or the state of transit, that was previously mentioned. As you were so aware, we actually have 2 sessions that will be occurring on the 28th of April, one which will be a joint meeting with this board and the City Council of Angels Camp to discuss transit and the short-range transit plan, which is the near-term operations for the next 5 years. And then in the evening, I believe that's an evening meeting we're having, we will also be going over our semi-annual budget, and I will take that opportunity to give you a state of the transit division so that we can then move ahead with some long-term planning and hopefully figure out ways to assess the effectiveness of our program, maybe ways to reduce the cost of that program, and potentially even to improve the services provided by that program. Any questions?
No, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And also on the packet, it shows you where the locations were. I can tell you real quickly.
Is the packet right there now?
Yes, it's in that binder.
Right in that binder. And it's in the binder, too. Well, he's going to tell you what page it's on. You wanted to read it.
So, that's what we go through.
Oh. Okay.
But we thank you, but we also do such a great job that we put it out to the public so that they can actually review it and come in and, and ask questions. So,
Thank you.
yeah. By the way, the new bus stops, we almost lost that actually, and thanks to Public Works and before Jeffrey got here actually, and Robert Packinger, we were able to get this going quickly enough to where we weren't going to lose the project. So one of them is in front of Treats General Store. That's a new one. Golden, huh?
Central State.
Yeah, Central State Credit Union, which is down at towards Valley Springs end of Calaveras, San Andreas. The post office here in San Andreas. State Route 4 replaced to Murphy's Suites, and then Tom Bell Road adjacent to Murphy's Sierra Shine Car Wash. There's also a new one is sitting in a parking lot where there's another one that's not even on here, is it? I can't see.
Valley Springs.
It's in Valley Springs. It's in a parking lot where Pizza Factory is, and so which is really great because there's a large number of folks down there that are actually starting to use that transit. So. Thank you, Public Works, for doing that.
Thank you. I wanted to clarify one thing, that this notice of completion for George Reed, this agenda item, does not complete the Phase 3 installation of these bus stops. We have additional work to do. We have signage work to do. We have lighting work to do, some notice work to do on these that we will be completing. This is merely the completion of the contract for the piece that was done by an outside contractor as opposed to Public Works labor itself.
So the orange bags will be coming down.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, so any public comments on this matter? Comments from the board?
Make a motion to approve.
Second that motion. I have a motion from Supervisor Pani to adopt a resolution accepting the construction of Public Works to secure federal. Adopt a resolution accepting the construction of Phase 3 bus stop improvement project is complete. Approving the balancing contract change order authorizing final payment in the amount of $38,942.67 to George Reed Incorporated and authorizing the notice of completion. May I have a second, please?
I do second.
Okay, so Supervisor Kearney, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 5-0. It moves forward. Okay, item number 16, Bonnie. So this item, approve an agreement for coroner services between Calaveras Mortuaries Incorporated and Calaveras and the County of Calaveras for the period of July 1st, 2014 through June 30th, 2017, and authorize the county coroner to sign the service agreement.
Thank you for the information outside. I did look up this agenda item, but there were some things that didn't have. It was really interesting to see the breakdown of the cost of services. I thought that was really interesting. And to learn that cremation in Calaveras County costs either less than $300 or $400 was really surprising to me, because I buried my mom, 2 or 3 years ago, and it was like almost $10,000. So I was wondering, how many deaths are recorded in Calaveras County or happen in Calaveras County, and what is the difference between how many people choose to be cremated and how many choose to be buried? And I was wondering if there's been a trend lately, I would think, towards cremation. And then I also it didn't say what the yearly cost is of the contract with the coroner and what the average is. I mean, how much did it cost last year, and is that pretty generally how much the contract is on a yearly basis? That's it. And I'm really interested in death. That's why I'm asking this. And I will find out, as we all will, but I hope to talk about that topic at some future date, because I have some thoughts that I would like to share with y'all.
28th.
Pardon?
28th, yeah.
20th?
The 28th, public comment. You can share that with us.
Oh, well, I might have something else come up. You know how I am. But anyway, if there's a way to get any of those answers about the totals, I'd be really interested. Thank you.
If I may, we do not have those statistics, Bonnie, because you're talking all of Calaveras County. The coroner is not always involved in every death in the county. These are the deaths that require the coroner to take care of it, and it's for the services. I can tell you the contracts, depending on the number of coroner cases, can run between $80,000 to $120,000 in a year.
This is the only coroner in the county, and the other deaths would be handled by. Coroners don't handle all deaths. I don't even know.
Not all deaths are coroner cases.
Oh, okay.
And the vast majority probably are private services, private arrangements. So these are for the autopsies required by the coroner, and in the case of unclaimed bodies, cremation or burial.
Okay. Oh, my goodness. Thank you.
Also, Bonnie, as I understand it, if you read through this and you get to, this says like page 16A in there, it tells you the increases over the year before. And that's one of your questions.
Thank you.
And Bonnie, if you need that information, you can go online, contact the California Funeral Directors Association, and they have some statistics that will give you information on cremation, things of that sort.
I thank you. I don't have a computer. I don't.
I think Peter would let you say.
Yeah, I like.
I used to like using save our libraries.
I just like to mention that this is one organization that there's no comebacks and no complaints, folks. That's why you never hear about it.
All right. We have any real comments? Thank you. How about, you can bring it back to the board, please?
Make a motion to approve.
I second. So I have a motion by Supervisor Ponte to approve an agreement for coroner services between Calaveras Mortuaries Incorporated and the County of Calaveras for the period of July 1st, 2014 through June 30th, 2017, and authorize the county coroner to sign the service agreement. Do I have a second?
I second.
Second by Supervisor Oliveira. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So it's 5-0. It moves forward. Okay. Just checking. I'd like to move on to our regular agenda. And item number 18 is first, Public Works. So this is approval resolution adopting traffic order number 316, establishing a no-stopping zone in front of 5 Calaveras transit bus stops in San Andreas and Murphys.
Please approve.
Yeah.
We had an earlier discussion on the 5 new transit stops that we installed. For us to make these operational and safe, we've got to eliminate parking in front of them. And in order for that to be an enforceable condition, we have to do it by ordinance resolution or traffic order.
I have a question about that.
Yeah.
It's Caltrans in many cases, right?
We have the ability, even if it's on a state highway, to control traffic for the health, safety, and public welfare of the traveling public. So even though it is a state route, we have the right to go ahead and eliminate parking, put on signage, just change the methodology under which we operate. We would need an encroachment permit to put the signage on. We'd need an encroachment permit to paint the curbs, but it's certainly within our jurisdiction.
Okay. Thank you.
These are put out for competitive bid, correct, Jeff?
What?
This work that's being done.
Some of it. On the last round, and this is kind of before my time, so I'm not sure, but my understanding is that we split it up because using public forces to do 3 of them kept the grant whole.
Right.
So
I guess I just see 5 places that need signs and red curbs, and it's $117,000. Seems like a lot of money for that work.
Well, you got to remember the encroachment permits.
I believe if you look at the board, it says that the original contract with George Reed
includes
for $117,000 included the cost of erecting the signs and the painting costs. So it was part of that overall cost of the project.
Yeah, I saw that.
So in reality, what this is a traffic order that allows us to enforce the striping and the signage.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Bring it back. Public comments, please. Bring it back to the board. Any board comments? Okay. Do I have a motion?
Move we approve.
All right. So I have a motion by Supervisor Kearney to approve. Second by Supervisor Wright. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Moves 5-0. Item number 19. Review the citizen boards, committees, and commissions to determine continued retention or disbanding of groups that are no longer functioning as originally intended.
Thank you, Chair Edson. In I think it was January, February, we brought forward to the board 2 of the commissions or committees discussed in this board packet, and the recommendation was to disband the Parks and Rec Commission and the Emergency Medical Services Oversight Committee. The first one being, and the board directed us to bring this back in April and give an update on whether or not these commissions were still viable. Parks and Rec Commission, one of the issues was that it didn't have consistent membership and couldn't meet a quorum for a number of years. We only had, at that time, 1 applicant moving forward, and that was for District 2. Since that time, we received a second applicant for District 3, and I received a phone call and a voice message, I believe it was Friday, from a person that was planning to apply from District 4. That still only leaves 3 members of the commission. We still have 2 districts that haven't provided applications of for membership. Neither has CCWD or San Andreas Recreation and Parks. Therefore, the staff recommends that the commission be disbanded. Also, they haven't brought to the board any issues over the past number of years, obviously because they've had no staff or people on the board, on the commission, and it was formed mainly to move forward and help with the Prop 40 funding for the projects in the county. The next one is the Emergency Medical Services Oversight Committee, and Pat Murphy is here, and he may want to speak on this one. But I found our last MSOC meeting rather interesting because the MSOC committee itself had quite a discussion of whether or not they should be disbanded, and there were some people who felt both ways. They felt that a lot of the hard work was done in the operational committee, that is a subcommittee of the MSOC, and that reports to Mountain Valley. I think it was, and Pat can correct me if I'm wrong, I think the majority felt that the MSOC had of itself had outlived its usefulness, but that subcommittee really was the one that was doing a lot of the work. And then the third committee that we have not discussed previously is the Library Commission. This is another committee that, though it works very hard and provides a lot of advice to the county librarian and to the library in support, they have not brought forth any reports and advised the board. Diane Severud, the board clerk, met with the Library Commission at their last meeting and expressed that, if the board decides that they do not want the commission to be advisory to the board, they can disband the commission and reconstitute it as a committee advisory to the county librarian, pretty much the role that they currently have. And what that would do would be to eliminate any annual reports to the board. They would not have to abide by the Brown Act. They would not have to file the Form 700s, and they could decide what the makeup of that committee would look like. The commission, from what Diane told me, the commission felt strongly they wanted to remain as advisory to the board. But like the Domestic Animal Advisory Committee, it is our recommendation to disband the commission and reconstitute it as an advisory committee to the library.
Is there a rationale behind that?
It just gives them a lot more flexibility.
Well, I mean, but they're saying they don't want that flexibility.
Right.
So why are you recommending that? I mean, it seems like they're functioning perfectly fine except for coming back and giving us a recommendation. I just don't understand why you would recommend them being disbanded besides their flexibility. I mean, is there something that somehow benefits your office?
It does. We with the Form 700s, tracking the applications, advertising for it. So it's the cost and involved in making sure that the agendas are posted, that like I said, when a committee membership is up, running those ads, taking those applications, making sure the Form 700s are formed. As an advisory committee to the county librarian, that doesn't take away their ability to come to the board and seek the board's advice or comment on any issue, whether it's library budget or something else that's happening. It just gives them a lot more flexibility in what
all
they
the
can
other
do.
commissions, though.
We're continuing to look at those.
I mean, it just seems like, I just find it, like the Parks and Rec Commission, I completely understand, even though I would still vote to keep it. because I think that with a little bit more legwork, we're starting to get the word out there. We can actually get this committee formed and functioning. I think it's a vital role for the county government, especially one that has 0 staff. Even though there is some staff time, and thanks for clarifying that. I was wondering, there must be some, money organizational component here. Otherwise, you wouldn't be recommending it. And so I understand that aspect of it. But from an actual representative of the people, I just find it going backwards. I think we need to do a better job of getting these committees functioning fully, because there's a vital role they can play in making our government and our county a much better place to exist. And so I would recommend keeping all of these and just making them better and more functioning. And yes, it's going to be a little bit of cost to our county, very minimal in the long run. It will be more beneficial to have these active people out there doing stuff. Because they're also, the great thing is that they're commissions that, all of us have sat on one or another committees or commissions out there. And it's good training ground, really, for people that can take our place when we keel over or we decide we no longer want to be supervisors. So I think it's not me. At the end of the speech. So I mean, I think it's just it plays a vital role. These are important commissions, and so I don't think we should disband any of them.
I wonder, Chris, if I can feel your passion over this, and I also have some things to say on it. If we could go ahead and let Shirley finish her presentation, and maybe get a public comment on it. And did he cut you off?
Did I cut you off? I thought you were.
I just want to say, because of the number of committees, commissions, and the issues filling those spots, it was the direction of the board for us to look at each of those committee and commissions and to see if they were still viable, that they were conforming to their bylaws, that they had sufficient membership to meet and hold the quorum, have the quorum to meet and make those decisions. And based on what we were finding, to bring that recommendation back to the board. So it is because of the board's direction that we've undertaken this.
And that's good with me because, as time goes on, things change. And a commission made 20 years ago might not work today. It may have to turn into something else. But that doesn't mean that some of the commissions aren't working still. And even if they are having a little bit of a lapse of time in many cases, it still is an important function for the county. And so, I agree with going through and finding out if there's still interest, number one, in a commission. But also, if it's functioning, if it's not, is there interest in there? And if there is, then let's fix it. Is it important to the county? Then I say that, I'm in agreement with Chris that we need to continue on with it. But then, if it's just a dead issue or it's not functioning at all and there's no interest in it, then we really need to change it, to move on and make those changes to maybe something else if it comes up, but at least get rid of things that are on the books that just are no longer working for us.
Can I make a suggestion? And when we crossed this bridge before, and I certainly wasn't trying to stop Chris from speaking either.
You're trying to save me from killing over.
Well, I don't want that to happen. Could we open this up for public comment? Because I believe what happened when we made these decisions last time, some people weren't there to comment, and there may be people here this time that could give us some thoughts on it before we make our decision.
Yeah, I'd like to do that with public comment, but I'd like to take each one of these separately and have public comment on each one of them, because otherwise it gets too convoluted. I already know the library is here in Forest. Parks and Rec isn't here in Forest, but I have some thoughts, and there may be others out there that have some thoughts about Parks and Rec. So If that's okay with staff, I'd like to do it that way. Okay. Is it okay with the board to do it that way?
Sure.
All right. So why don't we start with what's first on the agenda? And that would be Parks and Rec. How about that?
Marty Crane. I'd just like to remind us that while there is no real job description for supervisor, it was noted by a couple of our supervisors when this first came back a month or two ago that, oh, well, I haven't paid any attention to that for 2 years. I've been busy. And I reminded everybody that the success or failure of these advisory boards and commissions has something to do with how involved our supervisors are. It is part of your job to find people to sit and serve on these commissions. And if you don't do that, then it makes it more difficult to bring voice to it, to get people involved, and therefore have a quorum. And so the success or failure of these boards and commissions has something to do with you as well. And they are advisory to you, to advise you so that you can make better, more fully informed decisions. And thank you, Chris, singing our song. What a guy. So I see that we have, I understand it was a former board that said, please bring these back and let's look at them. It kind of took on the tone of, let's dump the ones that aren't showing up and giving us a report. That, to my understanding, is inappropriate. It's like saying we don't need your advice. We got it all. So I like that we're going to look at each one, and I know that we took the Domestic Animal Advisory Committee and put that in with, I believe, Animal Services. That was a good thing. So where we can find ways to make them work better, we should. But I am not at all in favor of just, if they didn't show up, that means there's no interest. Get rid of them. You need to, do what you can as well to put people on these commissions. And there was one other thing, and I forgot what it was. But anyway, so thank you.
Yes, Bill McManus. I remember the meeting when all this came up, when Mrs. Severug reported out that there were like 50 committees that she had gone through. There was numbers similar to that. And what she did was bring before the board for the four worst of the worst of the worst that seemingly were beyond resuscitation. And we now have this discussion going back in circles again that, well, if we wait until it gets better, then it'll get better. Well, how are we going to make that get better? I think the point that Mrs. Ryan brings up is an excellent one, and it's one that was made at that meeting, that if you emancipate some of these committees from the requirement of a Brown Act, you may get more people who feel comfortable about volunteering. When you need worker bees, you don't need to have government oversight scaring those people away, because there's some real downside if you don't do it right when you're so closely connected to the government. So maybe what you do is say, okay, let's get you out of this quandary. Let's move off in a direction, whether it's the right direction or the wrong direction, but free them from the responsibilities to Brown Act and other things, and then see if those committees can rejuvenate themselves. See if the worker bees come back. And at some point, if they can put together a strong committee, like so many, Feeney Park, the list goes on and on. If they can show that they can function and get people there and do something, you can always go back and say, would you like to be associated with the government? Now, Ronald Reagan once said the words that scared him most are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. So I don't know if that's something you want to do, but at least you give them the option if they want that connection. But they would always have their reports. They would always have the results of their work to bring before the board and report on. And I don't know whether having that government connection diminishes their credibility when they show up and report to you. The idea is to get it done. Maybe we need to not worry so much about how it gets done. Thank you.
My name is Peter Race from Gentleman. I'm glad this was brought up. And if you can identify those different groups, it would be nice to educate everybody else what they do and why they do it and so on. And you can also put a little minor details in there, cost, benefit analysis. I mean, does it cost anything or just encouraging people to take care of a baseball field or whatever? Also, I would hopefully that maybe you consider doing the same thing about cost-benefit analysis from all the little parties that you folks attend, because I looked into your eyes. If you have to drive all the way to Sacramento to learn about the Brown Act, that's silly. I believe there's a committee taking care of the law library, right? Has any of the five of you ever went down to the dungeon over there where the law books are?
I did, yeah.
Isn't that wonderful? It's well organized. Why, did they send you down there and lock you up?
No, it was on that committee.
Yeah. Okay. The point I'm trying to make is I noticed some of the committees that you folks had to travel all over to Timbuktu, and you were really happy about it because you almost felt like you were kind of conned into some of those committees and groups that you have to travel and visit. But you have a chance. Let's review it. What's it cost? What's benefit? Who's the membership? What they try to accomplish? Identify it so they can get the proper recognition of the folks that do it. I don't know if you know, I'm glad it's coming up, CSA 1. It's one of the largest county service area, but the most money. For all these months, when you do all the Brown Act and all the other nice hoopla, they never mention. I feel so neglected, unloved. CSA 1, it's over $1 million. Has a lot of activities.
You're going to mention that again when we come to CSA 1?
Oh, well, the right time, the right thing. Yes, I will. But no, let's take a look at it because yes, a lot of people. There's a whole bunch of clubs and social and economical interest. Then, if you take a look at the social Facebooks, there's an economy goes out there, folks. The whole county is missing out on sales tax, for instance. You know how much money is getting traded, goods and services going on through this county and all the counties around us? Rancho Safety Council, the group of people that exchange, for instance, safety.
Chair, are we talking about the Park and Recreation Commission?
I heard him say park.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Because there's a recreation area in this, District 5 also, folks. But, yeah, let's take a look at them all, please. I'm not saying disbanded, but what does it cost and what benefit you're getting? Because I know it's not general fund, but, this idiots back here on this side of the aisle, they're still taxpayers' money. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Bob Dean. I came here this morning primarily to talk about the Library Commission, but when I found out that the Parks and Rec Commission was up for the chopping block, I felt that maybe it would be appropriate for me to say a few words. And the reason for that is because I was here when that was established. It was at my request that CCWD received a position on that board. And Shirley's absolutely right that the time this commission was formed, it was to address the issues of the division of money from Prop 40. But the fact of the matter nonetheless remains that we don't, with the exception of San Andreas Parks and Rec, don't have any county-supported parks that I'm aware of. And that was the primary concern that was addressed back when we formed the commission. The fact that it maintained itself up until last year, because I do know that we had an active participant from the CCWD board with Scott Ratterman. And I know there was a very active commissioner on the part of Pat McGreevy from District 2. But the fact nonetheless remains that as a commission, it probably is one of the more important commissions that should be addressed by the county. And I think that the fact that it may be comatose right now may be less the fault of the commission and more the fault of the county. And that goes to the issue of why don't we have parks? Well, I know one of the reasons since 2008 is because we don't have any money. But aside from that, I think that we need to plan and address those issues that go to the very, very core of what we're all about, and that's presumably the quality of life of the citizens in Calaveras County. And that's applicable to all commissions and all boards. But one of the most important things, if I might digress a little bit and go off in some glittering generality here, one of the things that commissions and boards provide, those that are established by the county board of supervisors, is transparency. It's so critically important for the people of Calaveras County, particularly the configuration of our county, that the citizens have an opportunity to participate in commissions such as the Parks and Rec, such as the Library Commission, if for no other reason that they represent, to a certain extent, the voice of the people from each district and each region. And that voice is an opportunity to have some expression and some commitment on the part of the people who can go to the commissioners if they're aware of them, and the commissioners can indeed go to the members of the boards of supervisors and share with them some of the concerns that are being expressed. Now, getting back to the Parks and Recreation Committee, I would dearly love to see you as supervisors go out there and start shaking the tree to get people to sit on that committee, because it's absolutely critical. I don't think we could have a well-defined quality of life in this county without something that addresses the issue of Parks and Recreation. And whether or not this is just a formation committee that begins the process of eventually developing a county Parks and Recs department, I don't know. But those questions need to be asked. And there has to be some mechanisms in place to be able to address that. I'm not sure if you're aware of this or not, but county water districts can be park and rec districts. Part of the reason for that, of course, is the fact that they require land for, discharge from waste streams and things like that. And given Title 22 and the requirements for higher quality wastewater, the issues that once existed with regard to discharge aren't really those significant as they might have once been. So I think that a county Parks and Recs district can begin to address those issues and begin to carry this process forward. I mean, if there are commissions that aren't doing anything and there's no interest and they have no import or importance in today's world, by all means, get rid of them. And I think it's appropriate that you're reviewing these now, because I think it's time that we revise it. When I come back and talk about the Library Commission, I'll show you the ordinance that created us in 1961. The Brown Act didn't exist. We didn't have a formal county librarian at that time. That is a professional. And so we provided a function that was at that time very appropriate. We advised the Board of Supervisors. Now, I don't mean to go off in the Library Commission, because I just wound up repeating myself. But the fact nonetheless remains is that the review that you're going through now is appropriate, and if it's a necessary function for the county, I think it would be very appropriate for you to revise some of the rules and regulations that created these commissions in the first place, review the bylaws, and bring them up to date, and make them functional, and make them critically important for today's needs in Calaveras County. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob.
Terry Strange from Woolseyville, also the Director of CCWD. I hadn't intended to speak today about the Parks and Rec Commission, but I appreciate Chairman Edson's inquiry for public input. I have not been very involved with that group, although sports and parks and recreation has always been a very important part of my life, as well as my children. I'd hate to see that impacted in any way personally. At the same time, I'm very proud of what Pat McGreevy's been able to do up in Division II. And Pat is so busy with so many other activities that he's got going on. I'm sure that if he knew that the Parks and Rec Commission was on the cutting block today, or at least that discussion, that he would be here. Having said that, and looking at the work he's done with trails, the work he's done with CPUD and Shad's Reservoir, and looking at specific regional park there in the Woolseyville West Point area, I really commend him for the time and effort he's put into that. As a director of CCWD, I do want to say one thing that Mr. Dean had just spoke about, and that is that as we move forward with the more recent governor's emergency water drought stuff, that's one of the things that we're going to really be faced with is more appropriate or efficient disposal of our treated wastewater. Currently, we have a number of communities that spray it in fields, spray it in the air to make it go away. And in my opinion, and it is just my opinion, that water should be used much more efficiently for beneficial use to the communities and the public. And one way that we do that is the opportunity to irrigate these recreational fields. With that will come management responsibilities, but also at the same time, I would hope that the Parks and Rec Commission is one of the leading groups or bodies that we can communicate with in really setting up some better, more efficient irrigation methods using that water. Thank you.
Thanks, Terry.
Good morning again, Bertha Underhill. And I'm speaking to the issue of Parks and Rec from a District 3 standpoint or point of view. We have beautiful White Pines Park. And how many years we have said if we could get county support to maintain White Pines Park. They do a wonderful job doing fundraisers, taking donations. Everybody loves it. If we could have county intervention, or not county intervention, but some county help, that would just be wonderful. I've sat on the CCWD board when Director Dean started talking about the Parks and Rec, and it was so promising in those days, and that was a few years ago. But I'm happy to vouch for let's keep the commission on Parks and Rec. It's vital. It's absolutely vital. One of the things I might also add is that at the time that we were looking, or the board was looking at the commissions, they also were looking at the Commission on Aging. And we had to justify our existence. And that is, again, you look at Commission on Aging, look at your audience. Are any of us, in that category? It's a very necessary thing. And we had to prove our existence. Ask Cliff Edson. He voted for keeping Commission on Aging. So again, take heed and seriously consider Parks and Rec. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alice Gallon, Taxpayer Association, and we agree that our county CAO should really be making a recommendation along these lines. There's so many details involved with it that the public's not really aware of, and you're probably not aware of either. And so it's only in studying these issues to see if a commission needs to be continued or not. So the only thing we could suggest from a little bit of distance in Parks and Recreation, can you drive a worm by pushing it? It's real hard to do that. It's kind of like herding cats. Can you herd cats? Well, maybe government is a little bit different than other organizations. And perhaps the difference is it has force behind it. It's a creature of force. It's backed up. They can put people in jails and kill people. They can take money from people without their permission. Government is an entity of force. Okay. Well, that requires a certain sense of responsibility from our elected representatives to become fully aware of that and realize that there can be unintended consequences. The Parks and Recreation people that I know from Calaveras are great people, and they were doing wonderful things. But they were doing it not from the force of government. They were doing it because of volunteers who were working toward local goals. Same thing with Feeney Park, and I understand also in the Mountain Ranch, there's also efforts made by people working with other people without government force, without taxes. Can you believe that? Now, I understand there has been some taxes added to Feeney, but that's not the main point. The main point is people can bring about things without county government, good things. Bringing county government involved with it can be good once in a while, like perhaps the service districts for road improvements on the different subdivisions. That's going to be discussed. That seems to be logical, seems to work okay. But in the case of Parks and Rec, why not encourage people that are interested in Parks and Rec to work on it? And they may be different forms that they create. It may be based in a particular area, and it may be funded by volunteer methods or donations. But it'd be better, unless you're really sure that what you're doing is going to do more good than harm, don't touch it. Our doctor friends say, above all else, do no harm. Hey, that's a good rule. Do that, you stay out of trouble and you don't hurt people. Thank you.
Any other comments on Parks and Rec?
George Fry. I believe that we should have a Parks and Recreation Commission. I think it's healthy to have people in the community that can provide information and feedback to you as members of the Board of Supervisors of yours particular districts. And they could be the eyes and ears to share that information with you. There's lots that they can do in terms of having that. I do agree with some of the folks in the audience who think that you as supervisors need to go out there and find people to serve on the Parks and Recreation Commission. I totally agree with that. And the reason why we have a Brown Act is because there wasn't transparency. And it started out many years ago for the Brown Act because more than 3 people or more were getting together and they were conducting business that they shouldn't have been conducting. And so that's how the Brown Act became. And since then, it's gotten more and more complicated, as I've learned recently. And I just think that we should hold on to these commissions. And I'm on the Commission on Aging. But as I sat out here and listened to the comments, and I looked at the people up here in the front, and there's some of you folks that are not boomers like myself, people from 1946 to 1958 that were born during that period of time. And I don't say that condescendingly. What I'm saying is that there's 175 million boomers in the United States. And after that time, there aren't that many births of that amount. And so there aren't as many people stepping up. And if you look around at service clubs, people aren't joining service clubs like they did in, quote, our day. It's hard to find people even to belong to the American Legion, even though we were all veterans. You see Lions clubs dying alongside the road because the younger generation is really hooked up to their cell phones and their computers, and they're just not joiners. So we have to go out there and find the people who want to support our county and be a part of a commission and make things happen. So I'm not in support of doing away with any of the commissions. And I'm really thankful that Commissioner Ponte and Commissioner Kearney came to the in-home supportive services meeting, and they got to see firsthand the challenges we have. And we developed a plan at that meeting and we're going to go forward with that plan. And they realize what the challenges are for us as a committee. And I also am fortunate to serve on the Commission on Aging, and we've come a long way on that commission, and we're doing some really good things. And I would hope that we could get some of these other commissions to come back and get some strong people on those commissions. I understand the cost. I mean, I'm as physically conservative as the next person, and we need to watch the cost, but by the same token, we need the constituents in our different districts being involved in our county government. Thank you.
Any other comments on Parks and Recreation? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Comments?
Yeah, Chair, I have a comment. I was very fortunate to find a member for the Parks and Recreation Committee for my district. But then I also did some more research and tried to find out exactly what the Parks and Recreation Commission is responsible for now. I know historically we had Prop 40, and those were funds available to develop our parks and recreation areas. It's my understanding that those funds are depleted and no longer available. And then we're talking with our parks in existence, especially in District 3, Murphy's Park, Feedy Park, White Pines Park. They're all operating by themselves. Some are 501c3s. They're all self-sufficient, and they're very proud of what they've done. So what authority would our Parks and Recreation Commission have over those folks? You realize what we're asking those folks to do? Give up what they've worked so hard for and turn it over to a government agency of Parks and Recreation? I'll be right there. And I'm not saying that I'm against the Park and Recreation. I'm bringing these issues up so we realize what we're doing. And maybe we do have to refigure what our commission does when it comes to Parks and Recreation. If we could get that plan where everybody buys into it, I think our Parks and Recreation would be far more effective than sitting as a named committee that wasn't able to conjure up a form since 2013. I'm for Parks and Recreation Commissions, but I'm also for reality. Thank you.
I have I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I have something to kind of put out there, and this would have to, I'm assuming, and correct me if I'm wrong, go to a forward agenda, but I would like to see this pulled till the next meeting. And in addition, as I did with a recommendation for CSA1, take a look at the membership. This membership has 7 members, 1 from each district, plus 1 from CCWD and 1 from San Andreas Parks. To me, that might be, because I did try to find somebody for this, and there was no one that I could locate in my area who had an interest in parks that I could get to send in an app. Could we, or would the suits consider going forward at the next meeting, reviewing this and taking it down to from 7 to a 5-member committee, which would have 3 at-large from the county and 1 from CCWD, because there was a significant comment from CCWD here today, and 1 from the San Andreas Parks and Rec. I believe we'd have to re-agendize that for the next one, if I'm correct, because it's not on this one. But it would give that, because I think parks do have somewhat of a regional approach, and for lack of any other reason, I couldn't get a lot of excitement in District 5 about it. At least it would give this commission survival. It would give them a chance to to not have to press forward for such a high quorum, and still put the onus on us to get that. There's two people listed online now. For as being members of the commission. So there's still an onus on us to get one more person to come up out of the county. And CCWD will have that also to bring a member forward, as well as the San Andreas Parks and Rec.
Can I add on to that? I think that's a good idea. I would support that. Maybe we could take a look at the, what the commission is formed, for the bylaws and all of the organization components of it. That way we could deal with, if there is a worry out there. I know Mountain Ranch has the same concern. The government's going to come in and take our parks. And that's not at all what the commission is going to do. So it'd be good to flush out so we all know, what it does and doesn't do at that point too.
Thank you. So commissions and committees and such, and their purpose has been something that I've looked at over the last 2.5 years and continue to do so. This particular commission was established to deal with Prop 40. It had a specific purpose. That purpose has been accomplished, and it's believed to be one commission that needs to be disbanded. It has not had an opportunity to meet. There has been no membership. Those that are on the membership aren't aware of the Brown Act and the Form 700, and I could go on and on and on. But basically, this commission was formed to deal with Prop 40. That is gone. If we as a board want to resurrect some form of park and recreation, whether it's an advisory to the board, a committee with a specific purpose, reduce membership, encourage membership, whatever it might be, I'm okay with that. But for now, this commission had a specific purpose, and that is gone. If we come back, we need to take a look at things a little bit differently and how we want to structure this particular purpose, whether it's establishing a county-wide district, whether it's supporting folks like White Pines. Most people I talk to in regards to this commission have no idea what this commission did with Prop 40. Do you folks know what we did with Prop 40 funds?
Yeah, we do.
So, that's you represent what the community, 2-3 of us know and 2-3 of us don't. But for this particular commission, the Prop 40 funds have been taken care of, and that was its purpose.
Well, are you in support of bringing it back to another a meeting and discussion?
I would like
to see.
You
support.
I do.
We all support Parks and Rec, and I think that's. The thing is, we all have that in common, even with you guys up here.
But
I don't really care about the government doing it. I just want to make sure it gets done. And this is a mechanism that we as a board have in place to get things done.
We would have to resurrect it from everything, and then we have to take a look at
let's take a look at
the staff time and everything else involved with it.
But we could also bring it back to the board, and then we could, possibly get a report for you guys, and to remind me of all the details of where the money was spent on Prop 40. But I think that would be really educational for the community to realize the wide diversity where that money went all around the county, all these parks. And getting back to what Terry Strange mentioned, Pat McGreevy's work on helping do that as a volunteer, complete volunteer, and surely Ryan's help, I would add, as
But
staff.
we don't have a functioning commission.
Well, no, what I'm saying is that we can have, because Shirley probably knows this off the top of her head, because she worked it herself, to bring it back and give a report on that Prop 40 as part of the discussion of Parks and Rec Commission in general, and Parks and Rec. Because my goal is not to have a commission. I don't give a damn about the commission. What I care about is Parks and Rec, and I think that's what we all care about. And so how do we get more Parks and Rec available to more of our constituents? That's what I think we're all concerned about. So let's have that discussion around the Parks and Rec Commission. That's what I'm really driving at. Because I don't.
So there's actually more to it. I know, I was on the Parks and Rec Commission myself. And when we were distributing Prop 40 funds, we got a third baseball field up here because of Parks and Rec, because of that commission. So Feeney Park, White Pines.
Yeah, we had.
There's what was it, $4 million that we were able to get for support of the park system in the county. The commission never considered taking over for any one park, but to grow as a support for the park system through countywide, because there is only one Parks and Rec district in the county, and that would be San Andreas. San Andreas has its own Parks and Rec district, and yet the commission even supported them, because that was the idea, is of the commission to be able to support our parks. They also, beyond Prop 40, they also started developing a countywide Parks and Recreation plan, and what that could look like. And so, and that includes every district and every park in every district, and what parks could be, where we're going with it, and to plan ahead to be able to figure out where in Calaveras County, what Parks and Recreation could look like in Calaveras County. I thought it was a great idea. That parks plan is still there, but it's not quite finished, but it's almost finished, which eventually would probably be a candidate to be entered into the general plan. So, or work alongside with it. And if we don't, then if we aren't able to do planning like that, then I can tell you that this is nothing against anybody that's volunteering for parks, because I think it's wonderful that they do. I've done it a lot myself, and I know that there are people out there that are just totally dedicated to it. But none of us are getting any younger. And the average age for the volunteerism in most of these parks, like White Pines, is right around 65 years old. We're going to have support eventually. That's what a commission does, is figure out a way to get that support eventually. And that was one of their goals to do. So I see this commission in particular very important, because 10 years from now, our parks are going to look different than they do right now. We don't have any mechanism for succession planning. And CCWD needs to be a part of this, because they also have land and uses for land that could be parks related. San Andreas needs to be a part of it, because they are the only other district in the county, and so they need to be in that commission. I think that it can be brought to life again. I think it's not going to be easy, but I think it's necessary. And the idea of getting people to join in and do things nowadays is getting a little bit harder, largely because in some cases it's because of their busy lives. A lot of it may be because they don't feel like they can contribute like they used to be able to, for many reasons. But we should not just drop it like that when it has given so much. And I think we need to build on it. Even if you mothball it for a while, it'd be a good idea to do that and position it to be able to build on it. So that McGreevy has spent more hours than anybody I know on the trails and parks and recreation in his county. And if it weren't for his effort and the effort of many volunteers who worked with him, there wouldn't be the system that we have here. And we can go almost anywhere and have great recreation. It can fall apart real easily. So the commission for Parks and Recreation to me is just extremely important.
Can I add something before?
Go ahead.
And I appreciate the Prop 40 history, because I wasn't completely aware of how the ball field got funded, and I can appreciate what you're saying. There was some concern about what the commission does, and I think it does lay it out. It said the commission shall advise the Board of Supervisors and assist the county administrative office in the formation of policy, planning, development, and operations of the county's park and recreation system. As much as I appreciate the Prop 40 history, what they truly do is already laid out. And going forward, I don't see that changing that much. just the tough part is getting a membership that wants to get in there. And with 7 members, I've already dealt with this with the CSA1 committee where it was very difficult to get that kind of a membership. And especially if, like with me, when I try to recruit people, I try not to put the same person on multiple committees in my recommendation before the board, because I think everybody needs to get involved, and it makes it a better situation. So with their duties being the same as they are listed already, I think we have a good floor plan for them. And if we were to just bring back the membership with 3 at large and 2 from the associated groups that you brought up, I think we'd be in good shape.
But the idea was to represent each district as well. So you have 5 districts plus 2, 7 members. I'd be willing to bring it back and talk about it. And so, however that is.
Yeah, let's bring it back.
Jeff? Sorry.
I need the exercise. Jeff Krovitz, Public Works Director. In my previous career for Sierra County, which is a very rural, small county, population of about 5,000 people, I spent about $250,000 in Prop 40 funds on projects for them. I also did another $200,000 for Sacramento County, where I was replacing and installing bathrooms, restrooms. I was given the name of the Toilet King in my consulting firm. I wore it proudly. I've heard a lot of discussion and presentation on this board that kind of humbles me. Very well thought out, well presented things. But one thing that I'll tell you that I discovered in Sacramento County when I was doing work along the American River Parkway, which is one of the jewels of California, is that parks and recreation people who maintain parks and recreation and community members that support their parks have a lot of passion and not a lot of background. And what that means to me, for example, there was a restroom that took the sewage, using a sewage pump, and pumped it across the American River in a galvanized pipe across a bridge. Underneath that was another galvanized pipe where fresh water was being piped to the bathroom. That single installation represents 10 or 12 potential violations that could have cost the county a lot of money, in excess of $4,000 to $10,000 per day in violations. You don't put water below sewer. You don't put sewer in a galvanized pipe. Beyond. Every time I found situations like this, I tried to correct them to reduce the liability on the county. In a vacuum, this work will happen regardless, meaning that because of the passion of the people and the need to have recreational facilities, these things will happen. In this position, I have responsibility for facilities. I'm still trying to determine and verify that county parks fall under facilities. I do believe that they do. And I've been told of a mine vent shaft collapse up at the ball fields behind us that we dealt with and repaired. So I would encourage you to think this through. I think you guys are definitely on the right path. Please don't take Public Works out of it, especially if we're going to do things like use reclaimed water to water lawns in the ball fields in our park. That introduces Title 22, and we want to make sure if we're going to do that, we're going to do that right. We do not need cross connections. And so that would be my perspective on this issue. Thanks.
Thank you for your support. So let's pull the board. Should we bring this, we'll table this and bring it up at the next meeting? Or another meeting? Or another meeting? Sorry.
A future meeting. Thank you.
I'm always in a hurry.
Chair Edson?
Yes.
I would like to just put it out there for the board to also consider when we bring this item back for consideration for reducing the amount of members on the commission potentially. one of the other things that the board will likely have to consider, considering at this present time the commission does not have a quorum, is not functioning for all intents and purposes, we have to consider the bylaws. Typically, the bylaws have to be approved by the commission before the bylaws come to the board for final approval. Since they don't have a quorum in order to approve the bylaws, that is obviously problematic. So if the board were to reduce the size of the commission, that will be something that we will have to work with the new commission on doing, is updating the bylaws to be consistent with that, and then bringing that forward to the board at a future date also. So just consider that in your deliberations as far as what impact these commissions have.
So can we keep the commission now as is, and then let them work on their bylaws and decide if they want to reduce their board membership?
They don't have a quorum.
Well, not right now, they don't, but,
Cliff's going to go out and pound on doors, and he's going to recruit.
If there's a quorum, certainly that can be done.
Okay.
Can we abolish this commission altogether and then have some sort of advisory committee of sorts to look at this issue, come back? Make an advisory committee to where there's no, per se, quorum and Brown Act and those kinds of things?
It would have to be an ad hoc committee for the limited purpose of looking at the extent of what a Parks and Rec commission would do, the size, all of those. It would have to be a very limited scope of what they were doing to be an ad hoc committee, to not be required to comply with the Brown Act requirements.
Question, if we abolished the standing committee now, and we did our ad hoc committee to research the scope of what the committee or commission is supposed to be accomplishing, would we have to institute a new set of bylaws for that new committee, or how would that work?
Not for the ad hoc committee. That would only apply for any future committee that the board would put in place.
Okay, so if they did advise that to establish a new Parks and Recreation committee, they would have to establish their bylaws once again as a new committee.
Right. Correct.
I suggest we table it, bring it back, keep the existing commission as is, see if you don't mind, I can recruit in your district.
I don't mind what I've been trying to have different people involved, Chris. You're just pulling somebody else off.
No, I agree with you, Steve.
That doesn't help.
I got to tell you that when you look around at this, at the county and the functions that are happening in the county, it's usually the same 10 people doing all of it.
That's why I recruited.
Well, then why have any commission? Just have a super committee that does everything.
Well, I recruited somebody
It's almost like that.
from my district. He's completely new, and he's young. I mean, so he doesn't sit on the other committees in the county.
I think if if you and I join forces, I think we could find our two people.
I think you guys could. I know you could.
I'd like to give that
I
a
have
try.
full confidence.
I mean, we're ready to.
You're assuming that I haven't looked already, and I have.
I know you have. I know you have. I know how hard it is.
I do too. I just got to.
That's what happened.
I have somebody for your district. I'm scared to talk to you about it.
I actually did have a voice message from a person in District 4 that said he would be submitting an application. So that would provide 3. If CCWD or San Andreas Park and Rec also appointed, then you would have a commission barring appointments from Districts 1 and 5.
I know, you know what? I know how hard it is, Steve, because I've been looking too. I actually have somebody. They just haven't come forward to fill up
District
that.
5?
No.
Oh, Mr. Chair, are we looking at this point for a motion or to table?
Yeah, this one here, I would like to. I mean, we can always abolish or take away this commission, but I'd like to keep it and move forward with it. Try to get them back on their feet and give it maybe another quarter to find out what the possibilities are.
Let's do that then. I'll go back to the well and try to find somebody, since Chris has confidence in me.
Second issue.
I'm willing to help. But you guys,
Chair, second issue. Are we looking also for a motion to develop an ad hoc committee to define the function?
No.
Not this time.
we don't even need a motion right
The function is there already. I mean,
He just read it. It was very.
it's like a car that's idling. Somebody needs to get in and
We
drive
just
it.
need a committee to carry those things out. We don't have a committee. We haven't had the committee now.
The rule book don't have a team.
No, it's been less than 3 years.
Let's just table this and bring it back.
Okay. We'll table this one, bring it back.
In 3 months, is that what I heard?
4 months.
No, we could beat that.
Don't wait that long now. If I start shaking the tree, I want it to be fairly quick.
I know. I hope my guy doesn't leave me.
All right, so let's move on to the next one, please. Next one is MSOC. And we have people here to talk about it. It's the Emergency Medical Services Oversight Committee. Pat, go ahead, stand up. Don't be shy.
He's Irish, he's not shy.
Good morning. I'm Pat Murphy from Mountain Valley EMS Agency, and I'm here to just give a little history on the MSOC Committee, Emergency Services Oversight Committee. It was formed about 12 years ago to look at some issues that were in the county regarding the ambulance service. It did a very good job of doing what it was supposed to do at that time, and over the years that have transpired, the issues became fewer and fewer for it to look at. Not that there can't be an issue tomorrow that could crop up that they need to look at, and I have an answer for that in a moment. But over the years, the committee has suffered with participation, and they went well over a year with no quorum. They did not meet for well over a year. Part of the problem is it's 11-member committee that's made up of 5 are from the public, 1 from each supervisory district. For quite a long time, there was only 2 of the districts that had representatives. Recently, I was able to obtain a 3rd, but 2 still remain without representatives. Of the 3 that have representatives, only 1 has an alternate. Because of being frustrated with the makeup and the meeting of the MSOC, the Calaveras County Fire Chiefs sent a letter to the Board of Supervisors regarding the makeup of the committee. And they wanted to see a change in the makeup to facilitate having meetings, being more productive, etc. The county council reviewed their proposal and pointed out quite correctly that the way the committee is formed right now, Title 22 says that anybody that provides first aid services cannot serve on that committee, which is just kind of in direct conflict with what the committee does. So people that don't know the EMS system make decisions for the EMS system. So the Calaveras County Fire Chief said, well, we need to get somebody that knows the EMS system on the committee. The way it's formed right now, it cannot do that. It's tied. Their hands are tied because of Title 22. And that's irregardless of the Brown Act. There's some things that they're not complying with currently because of the Brown Act because it can't get a quorum. But that being said, Mountain Valley supports the disbanding of that committee, and so does Calaveras County Fire Chiefs. But understand that the disbanding of that committee does not mean that committee goes away. It'll just be reconfigured under Mountain Valley that you form in JPA would to do your EMS oversight, and that committee will continue to exist, and we will include, we plan on including the people that provide the EMS service on that committee so they can look at more intelligently issues that do come up.
To make that job easy for us on this one, Pat. Okay, do I have any public comments about this one? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. I've spoken with Pat earlier on this. He made it very clear that they're willing to disband this commission or committee, and they'll take care of it themselves after that point. So I feel that that we can disband this.
So, want a motion? Is there any other comment?
Do we have to vote on this, or? Yes. So can I have a motion, please?
I move that we disband MSOC.
All right.
I second.
So I have a motion by Supervisor Kearney and second by Supervisor Calaveras. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
So we have 4 in favor, and Supervisor Wright opposes. And it moves forward. Okay. And we'll move forward. Library Commission. So this is a commission that staff has brought forward to consider disbanding, and I'd like to hear from the folks that are representing the Library Commission.
Hi, I'm Jack Kuhn. I'm the recently elected chairman of the Library Commission. And I don't know how many of the commissioners are here, but if they'd stand up.
One just had to leave because she had to go back to work. She had been here the whole entire time. Five minutes ago.
Nice to hear.
As you can see, we do exist. We have been meeting. We have no problem with the Brown Act. And what's been missing from our meetings is you. We have no person that's responsible for the Library Commission. Someone may be responsible for the law library, but those are two different things. And we haven't had a representative from the board at our meetings. We exist somewhat like the library in a state of benign neglect. We don't think you intentionally mean to ignore us, but with so much on your plate, we're easy to overlook. We haven't been a squeaky wheel. With so many relatively new members on the board, you lack institutional history. And the Library Commission can provide that for you. Give you some idea of what's going on. I'd like to thank Michael Oliveira for coming to our Arnold chapter, Friends of the Library. I think he found out some things I know I did about the Library Commission. And that kind of communication is very important. You have an independent board that can advise you, not just county employees, but independent commission that's your conduit, not just to the public, but to the volunteers that keep the libraries open. As an advisory board, we no longer have an official standing before this board. Certainly we could come and speak as individual voters, taxpayers, whatever. But I think the board needs the interaction with the Library Commission, which, as you can see, we're here. We haven't gone away. We've been meeting. The Library Commission is vital to transparency in government. We ensure that no one person can make decisions regarding what is or is not available in the library. We're your conduits to the library patron. We can report what services library patrons want or need, And we can also report what libraries need. Without a representative from the board attending our meetings, you may have the impression that we have not been meeting, but we have. The cost of the Library Commission is virtually nothing, and I take issue with the idea that maintaining the Library Commission requires countless hours. It costs $65 for a posting when a commission vacancy occurs. We have a new commission. You just appointed us all within the last couple of months. The cost of the libraries is 0.5% of the county budget. That represents just 59% of the cost of running our libraries. The remaining 41% is made up by volunteer efforts. The Library Commission also represents the interests of the volunteers without whom the libraries could not function at the level they are now, which is very minimal. The county cannot balance its budgets by defunding the libraries or the Library Commission. Our county libraries need to be represented to the Board of Supervisors. They were built with much volunteer effort and donations from generous donors. The buildings in San Andreas, Murphys, and Arnold were donated to the county with the assumption that the county would maintain them. Due to the county's financial crisis, the county has reduced their contribution to the upkeep and maintenance of these facilities. To make up that deficit, volunteers from across the county toil to raise funds. These funds make up 41% of the county library budget. That 41% does not include the things that the county no longer includes in the library budget, like buying books or clearing snow. We come up with those funds on our own and give them to the county, in addition to what we contribute to keep the libraries open and things like that. The County Board of Supervisors owe the citizens of our county someone to protect these valuable assets. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Sally Tuttle, and I've been involved with libraries ever since I moved here in 1960. The first meeting I went to, AAUW, American Association of University Women, I had to say, what's wrong with your library? We had the oldest library in California. We had the funkiest library in California. We even had a librarian that told me she didn't like children in the library, and I had a 3-year-old. So I'm just here to tell you how important the commission is. After being closely involved with the Friends of the Library, it's now been going on for 51 years. And my husband incorporated it that long ago. When we had an opportunity to get the beautiful library that we have now, it is really outstanding. And but I was chair of the Friends of the Library. I don't think I would have even known that we had the opportunity. The bond issue had been passed. It was the commission that came to us and told us what to do. We were supposed to get information and do all sorts of things. And we didn't know about it. It was the commission that kept track of everything that had to be involved in getting our new library, and it is really a wonderful library. So thanks.
Thank you, Sarah.
Hi, Bob Dean, member of the Library Commission. This is the main reason I came today, but I'm glad I had an opportunity to talk on behalf of the Parks and Rec. I'm honored to be a member of the Library Commission. It's a group, a commission I've been part of for almost 10 years. I was appointed as commissioner when Steve Walensky was first elected as supervisor. And I think it's important to realize that in that entire period of time, we're talking now about 10 years, I could probably count on one hand the number of times we didn't have a quorum. The people who are involved in the Library Commission are very, very dedicated. I think the term was used earlier, passionate and committed people who believe in the library system not only as a service for the people of Calaveras County. And by the way, when the commission was incorporated, the statement itself was the Calaveras County Free Library, which I think is a critical and important consideration. The services we provide at no charge. That is, of course, there is support from the county, but the fact of the matter is it doesn't cost the people of Calaveras County beyond their percentage of property tax what comes to the library to provide these services. When we were made a reality by ordinance number 254 on the 7th of November 1961, as I mentioned earlier, there was no Brown Act. There was no professional library director as we have now. And our role at that time was to advise the board on library matters. And to the extent that we do that now, I know I've had conversations with different supervisors at different points in time regarding issues with the library, but rarely have we come before the board because we now have a professional librarian. And I would say that she does an exemplary job. When you have the resources that she has to work with to provide library services at our county at a level where populations 3 times our size do not get, I would say that's commitment and an ability to do things above and beyond the call. And to the extent that the Library Commission advises and talks and supports her efforts, I think that we play a vital role. Now, when Diane came to our commission and said, well, you don't make annual reports and you don't come before the board like we're doing right now, at the time, I don't think we saw that as our role. I mentioned earlier when we were talking about Parks and Rec that perhaps maybe we should go back and revise with county administration or supervisor advising some of the processes by which we function as a commission. We're more than happy to do that because we are now in the 21st century. I'll give everybody a compliment. The Library Commission's existed longer than all of you. I mean, we began a long time ago, and I think we're still a vital organization. We do play an important role, and I would hope that in recognizing that, you move with us to address library issues in the 21st century. The library is the fabric of the community. There are people who are supporters of us that don't use the library because they believe that the library provides a function that goes above and beyond the services that we provide. But we do provide services. We make computers available. We support the literacy program. There are so many different kinds of programs that we're involved with that really basically are under the radar. You don't know about them because they just happen. And one of the reasons they happen is because our librarian sits back and discusses with the commission the kinds of things that we need to provide services. One of the things I think we're going to be doing very shortly, something we haven't been able to do because of funding issues, but we're going to get the money anyhow, and that is e-books. And that was something that came up with the commission in conversation, and it's been an ongoing conversation, frankly, for at least 6 months to a year, and now we're going to do it. And we're going to do it because of the efforts of our county librarian, the commission in concert with the Friends of the Library, and a genuine belief that we provide a service that nobody else can have, or can get, rather. Well, I'm done anyhow. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob.
Hi, I'm Connie Bowser, and I'll make this short. I started out as a member of the Friends of the Angels Camp Library when Debbie was part of that. And I have become very involved in all of these things. I've been very proud to have been on this library commission for, I'm not sure how long, but a long time. And I feel like we have provided a very valuable service to the library, to Maury, to the community. And again, I'm sorry that we didn't know that we were supposed to come and give you reports and everything. I would have been more than happy to stand up here. You put a microphone in front of me, and I'm a real happy person. So I will be very saddened if you make this commission go away. Thank you.
Morning. Maury Hoekstra, Library Director. We all want to reduce the cost of county government operations and to lessen staff workloads. But I believe that disbanding the Library Commission benefits one person and admin only. And there may be ways to actually take on the $65 cost to advertise. There may be ways that we could actually round up the Form 700s. There may be ways that we could help in that aspect. Disbanding the commission takes away open public participation in matters related to the libraries. I do not want or need a private group to advise me. I want a board-appointed body that follows the Brown Act. A board-appointed body that posts an agenda prior to a meeting, keeps minutes, and allows any member of the public to attend, participate, and make comments. Cumbersome? Perhaps. Transparent and open? Very desirable. Now more than ever, we need a library commission. The commission is a group of dedicated people who are very knowledgeable about the library system, are aware of library issues, and can make connections. They connect the community to the library to the community. They convey issues and needs to the Board of Supervisors. They are not just a straight line to the county librarian. Keeping the commission is a cost-effective investment that shows that you do care about our library system. Please do not vote to disband.
Any other public comments on libraries?
If you haven't seen today's Calaveras Enterprise, the chairman of the County Library Commission who spoke has a letter to the editor in there that I thought was well worth reading. My name is George Fry. I'm going to share a little story with you. Until age 14, I grew up in a little town called Gig Harbor in Washington State. There was less than 1,000 people that lived in that little town. Every Tuesday afternoon, the bookmobile came by my street. And every Tuesday afternoon, I would get to pick out new books to read. And my mom always reminded me, you could be anywhere in the world in a book. And I became an insatiable reader of books. Right now, I probably have 3 books going at one time. I love to read. But that's not the end of the story. My mom never got past the 8th grade in terms of education until she was 40 years old. and then she got a college education, and then she got a master's degree in library science. So now you know why I believe libraries are so important, and I don't need to say anything more.
All right, any other public comments on the library issue? Okay, bring it back to the board. Comments? Debbie?
Thank you. So my intent here with the Library Commission was kind of twofold. Never did I doubt the service of the volunteers to the library and what the library does for the county. In fact, I think it's probably one of the more neglected services here in our county. But the commission itself, as I looked at it, and this is where, I think maybe a stronger connection is needed, is I look to the commission now that I sit here as an elected position, and I've been in the volunteer aspect of the libraries in my district for many years. My mother-in-law is the one who started the Friends of the Library for Angels Camp, so I think I go back at least 30 years with that. But the commission itself, I look for it to be the voice to the Board of Supervisors and what the needs are. We never hear of that until it's budget time, and then it's crisis mode, my perspective. So when I looked at the commission and what their duties and responsibilities are, one of those is advisory to the board, and we, in my 2.5 years, have never seen that until it is budget time and it's at crisis mode. It's not talking about the wonderful services that they are doing to keep our libraries afloat, the things that they are recommending to the library and how the librarian is trying to manage, pennies and trying to provide a service to our community. So that's one of the things I see. So, and the makeup of the commission, that's one of the responsibilities that I see, and I could be wrong, but we don't do that. And that's one of the reasons I look at these commissions, is that they're established as the board to be advisory in nature. It's almost impossible as a board member to attend all the various meetings and the work that gets done in our districts. And that's one of the reasons for these advisory committees and commissions and such, is to come before the board and let us know how things are going in this particular area. I think it's also important that while you're reporting to the board, that this is public, and it's another avenue for the public. As I'm in my district, I can almost tell you that most people in my district don't know where the libraries are located, don't know the hours of the library, and don't hear of the crisis that our libraries are in when there's no money to buy books. And so I think if the commission was bringing that kind of information forward in a public arena, the Board of Supervisors, where it's taped, most times the reporters and such are here, it's another avenue for the commission to broaden the community awareness of our libraries and the conditions that they're in. And that's what I'm looking for in the commission work, as this board and other boards have set up commissions. Granted, when you have a commission, there are all sorts of things in regards to the Brown Act and to the Form 700. I heard today, and I just want to clarify, that our board clerk was assigned and tasked with going to these different commissions and such. And so it's not her idea one way or the other as to what to do. She's carrying the message of the board to these commissions. And I'm sorry, it sounds like sometimes the message that's getting delivered is coming across in not the way that it was intended. But that's why I'm here looking at all of these boards and commissions to take a look at its purpose and what the information is coming back to this board in order to help the board as we look at budgets and other kinds of requests that come forward, how we can better support these things. So I thank you for your service. I thank you for being here today. And I just would like to see the commission strengthen its role to the board. I probably would come to a meeting if I really kind of knew when the meetings were at and when they were at. So it's getting information out to us. I don't see anything in the local papers about these meetings. And so, again, it's an avenue to communicate with me as a board member, and I know my counterparts, to know when these meetings are being held, so that possibly we could attend, and vice versa. So I thank you for being here today, and I do support the continuation of this particular commission. I would just like to see it strengthening in regards to the advisory nature and coming back to the board on what's affecting our libraries.
Let me let the board speak, and then I'll come back to you.
I just wanted to mention when the next board meeting is. The Library Commission is 9 o'clock, April 27th, at the San Andreas Public Library.
Thank you.
I learned a lot when I got my first invitation to come to the Arnold Library when I was a deputy sheriff back in those old days. Since then, that's been a normal stopping ground for me, both as a supervisor per their invitation several times, and also a meeting place. I'm going to keep this very short. I totally support the commission and its endeavors, and I will continue to do so.
Last Saturday morning, I had a very nice cup of coffee with 3 supporters of the commission, and we have given a lot to it and had a long conversation with them. I think, as I have found with a couple other committees and commissions that I've been involved in, there's been a little bit of disconnect between the board, and I won't reiterate what Supervisor Bonnie said, but it is important that we hear from you regularly, and it's also important that we go out there to see a meeting now and then. I appreciate Mr. Green telling us when the meeting was. It's already on the calendar, though, so I will be there. As I say, God willing, the river doesn't rise too high, but the river. I'll take the other part off if I'm supposed to say that. But it's an old Southern saying. Okay? I do appreciate what the commission does. There's a very active group, and they've been very involved. I think we need to bridge the gap between them and them bridge the gap to us also, and keep that going that way. I support the commission. You have my vote. I certainly do not want to see it disbanded.
I'm 100% behind the commission and the libraries in general. I am excited about the e-book purchase. I think that's a really an important step forward. I'd just really like to commend all the people who work for the commission, volunteer for the commission. I think it's a really very valuable piece of keeping the libraries open and active, as well as all the friends of the library out there too. We just have to figure out a way to do a marketing campaign so we can get people to not only get library cards but go use them. I was thinking of one idea. Every event, that all these fundraisers that go on throughout the county, you could offer at that table a sign up for library cards, and if you did that, then you would get, I don't know, $5 off the ticket. Something like that is an idea that I keep floating out there, hoping somebody will pick up. I'm 100% behind the commission. I always love to hear more about what you're doing here, but I don't even need that from you. As long as the libraries stay open, that is my main concern. So thank you.
So as we go through this process of commissions and committees, I didn't ever think that it was to put anybody on a chopping block. It was just to identify the ones that just aren't functioning like they were in the past, or maybe as efficient as they should have been in the past or were in the past. Now things change over time. Obviously, the Library Commission has not changed. If it did, it's gotten stronger and seems to be more aggressive than ever. It's not a bad thing. And so, coming into these, this board here is actually looking for efficiencies in government, and we're looking for things that don't work and try to fix that. One of the things that I noticed everybody was talking about was community awareness. And I think that everybody here can agree that libraries need more community awareness. Not just so that people know the condition of the economic condition of it, but also so that people could take advantage of the wonderful things that happen there. And so that's why, why I think that it would be a really great idea if the commission would come and get on the agenda once a year at least and do an update. And so that here we get filmed, and you'd be surprised how many folks watch this on the closed circuit TV. It's outreach, and it's very effective. So if you want to get the word out, then get involved with your Board of Supervisors. I know that you want us to be involved with you, and we are in many ways. We can't come to every board meeting, just like Debbie said. If you watch my Facebook, you will see that there's not enough hours in the day for already what's going on. So, but I appreciate the efforts from everybody. I listened to Bob for at least a half an hour, maybe 45 minutes on Saturday, and he pretty much convinced me then, but I didn't need convincing, but I was letting him speak. So I am in support of the commission. It's important, and we need to just find more ways of capitalizing on what is good. You guys are good. We appreciate it, and we appreciate your efforts. So I guess I could take a poll. Can I take a motion? Yeah, I need a motion.
I move that we maintain the Library Commission as is.
All right. I have a second on that?
I'll second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Kearney, a second by Supervisor Calaveras. All in favor?
Aye.
It moves forward 5-0. So keep up the good work.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate it, and you will be hearing from us. We will not let this connection go away.
I think that's really going to happen.
I think it is. And
April 28th.
And I also want you to know we spent a couple of days last week working on public awareness too. So it's all in the books. So we'll just keep working on it. So
we'd like to hear about that. So
but
thank you very much.
I just thank you.
And the location of the library meeting, the commission is in the meeting room of the library, correct?
Well, it's in one of the smaller meeting rooms.
Okay, but it's at the main library.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, I was in there.
Can I just share that on the county's website, the list of Board of Supervisors 2015 committee assignments, the library is not even listed on here. So I'm just wondering, why isn't
Not a committee assignment.
Yeah,
So
that's why I wouldn't use it.
Commission.
it's a board,
There are some that are not.
Yeah.
maybe we need to do, I don't know.
All right, so can we move on to the next agenda item, please? Because we got a midnight appointment here.
Yeah.
By the looks of things. Let's see. 21. 20. Adopt a resolution amending membership of county service area CSA 1 from 7 representatives to 5 representatives. Shouldn't take that.
We brought this forward to the Supervisor Kearney to reduce the membership in CSA 1 from 7 to 5 to facilitate meetings, having enough to meet the quorum for those meetings.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Any public comments?
Quick. Come on, second. Hurry up.
Want a public comment on number 20?
Yes.
We almost had it.
You almost, you got it. The penicillin will take care of it. But,
he's speechless, so.
It's the CSA one.
You want me to read it again?
No, it's going down to 5.
Yes.
Should be. And I think it's about time, since you all, 5 of you volunteered to be in charge of it, take a look at their bylaws. Because that's the only one district. Take a look at how much money you're looking at has been going through it. Do you have any idea how much money goes through CSA 1? How much money you had CSA 1 go through? What's the bylaw says for those folks at CSA 1? That's bigger than, I think it's all the rest of the service district put together. And it's something that's a stepchild that nobody wants to claim. Just, yes, get it down to 5. It's going to be helpful. And I just want you to know what a nice day it is. I went out there and talked to the pet honchos out there about my bishop, about the library system, not in public. There's no library in the 5th district, and I'm fully aware how much they pay for rent in Copperopolis. So that 5th district is paying 20%.
Right. So we'd like to stick to
yes,
20.
Service districts, yes.
Thank you.
Please, get it down to 5, show them what laws they have to follow, etc.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Any other public comments? Any comments from the board?
I'll follow the lead of the supervisor.
No comment.
Okay. Anybody would like to make a motion?
I so move that we approve the changes in the committee.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Supervisor Kearney to adopt a resolution amending membership of County Service Area CSA 1 from 7 representatives to 5 representatives. Second by Supervisor Wright. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So it moves forward 5-0. Number 21.
This is similar. This is adopting a resolution amending membership of County Service Area 8 from 5 representatives to 3, again to facilitate meetings with enough members to form a quorum. And this is in District 2.
Okay. Any public comment? Okay. Bring it back to the board.
Make a motion to approve.
Board comments? Oh,
Yes, I
oh
don't-
wait, we got one.
No, he's done. We closed it already. He's leaving.
Oh, okay.
He's
Sorry, Bill. Sorry to put you on the spot there, Bill.
He can't.
Have a great day.
I'll be back.
Thanks, Bill.
So I was making a motion to approve.
Let Debbie,
have a
Debbie
comment.
wants to speak.
Megan, I have a question. When these are developed, why is it 5 or 7, or is there any consistency that's with CSAs? Is it?
Typically, it has to be an odd number, and
Right.
And 7 has been historically what has been used. It doesn't have to be 7, but it can be a reduced amount. The resolutions that have been typically put in place creating them, at least reviewing the ones that for this item and the previous item, if the language of the resolution say that it's up to the supervisor of the district that the CSA is in to bring a recommendation on any changes to
So it's
the
not-
level of committee members,
Okay.
as long as it is an odd number.
So it's not based on number of miles in that district or anything along those lines? Okay.
Any other board comments?
I make a motion again.
Okay.
second that motion.
So Supervisor Wright makes a motion to adopt a resolution amending membership of County Service Area CSA 8 from 5 representatives to 3 representatives, and Supervisor Kearney seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 5-0 moves forward. Number 22, Administrative Office.
This is appointment of applicants to serve on various committees, commissions, advisory boards, and county service areas. Staff has reviewed the requirements for each committee commission and found that the applicants meet the minimum requirements for appointment. The first one is the Air Pollution Control Hearing Board, a vacancy for an engineer for a term expiring 12/31/17, and the incumbent Weber has applied. The Central Sierra Economic Development District, a vacancy for a citizen representative and an alternate serving a term length at the pleasure of the board, and Eric Landville has applied. Community Service Area CSA 1, Reggio Calaveras. There are 4 vacancies for terms. The first one is a term expiring 12/31/18, and that is Sharon Booz. The remaining, the next 2 are for terms expiring 12/31/15. That's Phil Booz and Maria West. And finally, one for a term expiring 12/31/18, and that is John Rain. Community Service Area CSA 2, Bar 20. 1 vacancy for a representative for a term expiring 12/31/16, and the applicant is Ralph Odium. 1 vacancy for a representative for a term expiring 12/31/18, and that's Michael Hayes. The Hardwood Advisory Committee is 1 vacancy for a woodcutter for a term expiring 12/31/18, and that is Nicholas Valenti, who is an incumbent. In the Library Board of Trustees, 1 vacancy for an attorney for a term expiring 12/31/15, and that's Kenneth Arola, and also an incumbent.
All right, do I have public comments? Bring it back to the board. Board comments? I'd just like to say that I've seen in my district 3 or 4, and none of them know how to fill out that application correctly. I'm going to have to go talk to them about that. So,
I'll make a motion to approve. I'll second.
Okay, so I have a motion to approve item number 22, appointment of applicants to serve on various commissions, advisory boards, and county service areas. Second, a motion by Supervisor Wright and a second by Supervisor Calaveras. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, 5-0. 23.
Okay, the next one also is an appointment of applicants to committees, commissions, advisory boards, and county service areas. Again, staff verified that the applicants met the minimum requirements for the appointment. Commission on Aging, 1 vacancy for a term expiring 12/31/17, Bertha Underhill, incumbent. 1 District 2 vacancy for term expiring 12/31/15, Ann Geyer. Law Library Board of Trustees, 1 vacancy for a term expiring 12/31/15, Thomas Meyer. CSA 2, Bar 20, 1 vacancy with a term expiring 12/31/18, Mike Jones, who is incumbent. CSA 4, Diamond 20, 1 vacancy with a term expiring 12/31/18, Janet Sterling, who is incumbent. Fish and Game Commission, 1 District 3 vacancy for a term expiring 12/31/15, Mark Oswald. And the Air Pollution Control Hearing Board, 1 vacancy with a term expiring 12/31/15, James Jones.
Okay. Public comments, please, on this item. Okay, seeing none, I bring it back to the board. Board comments?
Make a motion to approve.
All right.
Lunchtime, you guys go.
Supervisor Wright. Supervisor Wright made a motion to approve the appointment of applicants to serve on various committees, commissions, advisory boards, and county service areas. Do I have a second?
Second.
So Supervisor Oliveira seconded the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so it moves forward 5-0. Number 24, Administrative Office, approve the attached allowable expenditure policy.
The attached policy was developed in response to department requests for purchasing such items as honorary plaques when people are retiring, or honoring volunteers that provide a lot of services for the county. A question came up whether those purchases really constitute a gift of public funds, or whether there was a public benefit based on what the volunteers, for instance, meant to the county and their efforts on behalf of the county. County Council researched the issue. They determined the appropriation of county resources under this policy serves a public purpose, and therefore the appropriation is not a gift, as it serves consideration for a benefit conferred. This policy went out to all the department heads. We discussed it at the department head meeting. County Council reviewed it. The Auditor's Office reviewed it. And it's put forth because by the board adopting this policy, it then allows for departments to make those purchases without having to come back to the board for approval of each of those purchases. And so we recommend, as a stopgap measure, we are reviewing the purchasing policy overall, but as a stopgap measure until we can bring a revised purchasing policy to the board and include this in it. This will allow departments to move forward with those certain types of expenditures.
Jack? Any public comments on this?
I just get very suspicious that no number is put up to here. If you mentioned $200, it'd be fine, okay? But I get very suspicious when unelected officials even elected officials got a blank check for whatever good deed they might seem is appropriate. So think about that.
In the policy, the cost.
I noticed it's $200 normal. That's fine. $200 so often, okay? I don't think it's going to upgrade the general fund, but it's still taxpayers' money would be. Put a limit on there or something. I say $500 a year or whatever, for whatever purpose. Recognition is wonderful. They deserve it. Spend, each one of those groups, put a maximum on that. That's usually $200. That's great. It's not come out of your pocket. It's come out of these folks' pockets. So put some kind of conditions on it.
If I may, there is oversight by...
You may, yes. Go ahead, please.
The county administrative officer. So it is up to our office to review and approve those.
So there's a limit on the top number or numbers? Because it's not in here.
Are you talking about per year?
Whatever you guys think is right, okay?
I thought under 5.4 section it says $200 or less.
$200 or less for each apartment or each occasion or what? How many occasions do you have a year? It gets up to a couple of grand, folks. Thank you.
Can I bring it back to the board? Any other public comments first? Bring it back to the board. Any comments by the board? Go ahead, Dick.
Shirley, within the budgetary process, is there a line item that departments work with on this, or? Because I would imagine some departments, like i.e. sheriff with volunteers and such, has more than, say, the admin office.
And we will work with the Auditor Controller's Office to create a separate object code for this, but first we needed the policy approved.
Okay.
Question also. Are these stated in the expenditure policy? Cost of these items should be restricted to $200 or less. Is that per item or per group? I know it's a little vague.
It's a little vague because most times when you're doing plaques, the plaques are like $20, and if you're honoring, 10 volunteers, you would have $200.
Okay.
There really are minimal expenses involved.
Ernie? Okay, good. Okay. So I actually agree with Peter on this because I just don't want it to get out of balance. And I know that it's up to you. I'm pretty sure that it won't get out of balance when it's up to you. But it'd be nice that if this is going to be like budgeted or the department heads know about that, they can actually use this for their benefit and the benefit of their folks, then I think it would be very nice to know what the restrictions are, over a year's time, to allow them to consider that in their budget process. So maybe when you bring it forward again, then that could be in there.
And we can note that in the budget hearings of how much each department has budgeted for this item.
Yes, which will quickly be forgotten when it gets to budget. because it's a tiny, tiny little line item. But that's okay.
Well, it is, but if you take, 10 departments, I mean, it's not tiny at the end of the year.
I'm just saying, when you're looking at, the millions of dollars in the budget,
Every little bit.
Yeah, it all adds up.
So can I, any other board comments? Deb?
Just another, I can see the $200 when we're talking about a plaque or pin or whatever, but under section 5.1, when we get into training and meetings, is there another policy that addresses this in regards to travel and education? And
There is that, and I think I could be mistaken, but it's referenced in here, but we do have a travel reimbursement policy that very specifically states what's allowed under the travel policy for those things.
Yeah, I know we had a little bit of an issue this last year, or some challenges, I might say. And it would be really neat to be able, when you do have those certain challenges like that, to be able to make them more clear for people so that they can manage accordingly. So this is great. I'm glad you're doing this. And, I'll ask for the board to move on this. Any volunteers?
I'm the fastest.
All right. Supervisor Wright, motions to approve the attached allowable expenditure policy.
I second the motion.
And Supervisor Kearney seconds the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Moves forward 5-0. Number 25, adopt a resolution authorizing changes in the position control list for fiscal year 2014-15, effective April 18, 2015.
Thank you. Obviously, the admin office was a little busy with this board agenda. This is a resolution authorizing changes to the position control list for human resources. As you're aware, the assistant CAO HR risk management position became vacant in December. Fortunately, we were able to hire an interim assistant CAO HR risk management person, but as it's a retired annuitant, there is a limited time with which she can work at the county. One of the things that I asked her to do when she came on board was to assess that position and see if it met the needs and was comparable with surrounding counties and overall needs of the Human Resources Office. After reviewing that and a lot of discussion between us, the recommendation is to reclassify the assistant CAO HR position down to a deputy CAO HR, and with a changed job description which was attached to the board packet. This will reduce the salary range for about 5%, and with an estimated first-year savings of just over $6,000. Additionally, in human resources, there was a position of business administrator, and the job duties that were described in that job classification really didn't meet what that position did in the past and needs to do going forward. So we're asking to reclassify that position to a human resources analyst with a new job description that really aligns the duties of that position with what's actually being done and what's required. Again, it will be a reduction in salary with an estimated first full year savings of about $5,800. Normally we would bring this forward at budget time and as part of budget, but with our time limits on the interim being with us, we need the board to act on this so that we can begin the recruitment for the deputy, hopefully deputy CAO HR risk management position.
Okay. Any questions from the public?
What's wrong with you folks? You actually cross it to pass.
We did it for you, Peter.
Oh, yeah, sure. Still will do it.
Any public comments? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Any board comments?
Is this reviewed by the union at all? Or is this because
It's a non-represented position.
for both of them?
Mr. Chair, seeing this as a reclassification position for assistant director, is the board going to be involved in candidate selection on this?
No, this is not an appointed position. This is one that would be normally recruited for. It is considered a deputy CAO, so it's not a department head.
She does.
That's why she gets paid to
Hey, stop pointing that stuff, thanks.
So, could I have a motion on this, please?
So moved.
Okay, Supervisor Ponte moved on to adopt a resolution authorizing changes to the position controller for fiscal year 2014 and 15, effective April 18th, 2015. I have a second, please.
I'll second that motion.
So Supervisor Kearney seconded the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So it's approved 5-0.
Thank you.
All right, and that brings us to item 26. Approve the amended and restated joint exercise of powers agreement and adopt a resolution approving proposed revisions to the California Finance Authority, formerly named changed to Golden State Financial Authority, pending joint powers agreement.
Again, this is, and it seems like we just brought this to the board for amendments to this joint exercise of powers agreement not too long ago, but they've met on March 18th and voted to approve revisions to the joint powers authority agreement, and the revisions have to be approved by the board. It's basically the formal name change, some amended and restated dates, changing the number of members of the executive committee from 9 to no fewer than 9 and no more than 11, and require the chair and the vice chair of the authority will serve on the executive committee, and changing the word such to other in section 7H for clarification.
Okay. Any public comments?
Got any questions? How many of this board know what they're doing, how much it costs, what benefit, what's the cost-benefit ratio for us? I mean, it's a nice group. I read up on it. It's a committee. It's representation. What benefit me as a taxpayer getting out of that joint? I don't trust them personally, but I'm suspicious of everything coming out of Sacramento, especially out of Sacramento. But what's the cost? What is the benefit? What are we getting? Are we getting loans from them? I mean, how much it costing you to be members? How much time you have to put in there? What's us, the schmucks out on the street, to pay for this garbage? What benefit are we getting? Thank you.
There is no cost to the county. And, I mean, basically, the Joint Exercise Powers Agreement explains what the JPA does and what authority it has. Again, there is no county cost.
I appreciate it, but you're ready to vote. Do you guys know what you're voting on?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
a question. Is the joint power agreement public online anywhere?
It is. This is under RCRC.
Okay. Okay. Then any member of the public can obtain that information by going to that website.
Yes, they can.
Thank you.
Any other public comments? Bring back to the board. Any board comments?
Motion approved.
Okay. So we have a motion by Supervisor Wright to approve the amended and restated joint exercise power agreement and adopt a resolution approving proposed revisions to the California Finance Authority, formerly named the Golden State Finance Authority, pending joint powers agreement. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
So we have a second by Supervisor Oliveira. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Moves forward 5-0. Okay, so we're going to take a lunch break until 1:30 p.m. They are, though. Look at it. Good afternoon. That was nice. So, welcome to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors for draft medical marijuana cultivation ordinance study session. But you want me to speak louder?
Please.
I really can't. This is about it for me. Let me see if I can get this closer, okay? So anyhow, we're going to start off by having a presentation by our county council. And I want to lay down some rules for the meeting. There's, I could probably ask, how many of you do want to speak today? Oh, that's less than I thought. Anybody out there?
Anybody want to speak out here?
Okay. So I'm going to limit it to 3 minutes per person, okay? Otherwise, we'll be here until tomorrow morning. And
Serve breakfast?
that's an idea. So we will have a public speaking portion of this meeting where you can get up to the podium and you can speak what you want to come here to speak about. But I want to ask you something. There's a lot of people here that are going to speak. If you hear somebody else that's going to say exactly the same thing that you want to say, try to change it up a little bit, okay? Because it gets redundant after a while. It's important that you're passionate about this subject. I know that. We all know it. It's important that you get an opportunity to express yourself, and that's part of our public process here. We actually encourage that. But it comes a time when you heard it like the 12th time, and then everybody, if you look around, everybody's kind of rolling their eyes and shaking their head. You know that probably that was enough. So be cognizant of the folks around you. Please respect the people that are with you and their views. There are probably opposing views in here, although I would say that one group is outnumbered quite a bit. So, and that's okay. But please respect each other's views. That's what America's all about, right? And so we're going to start with a quick presentation of what this is actually about. We've taken on this amazingly difficult task of trying to figure out what a draft cultivation ordinance will look like. It's about a law that's actually changes all the time, so it's like hitting a moving target. And our intention is to do what's right for Calaveras County and the people that live here. So that's the direction that we're going. And I'm going to turn it over to our county counsel, Megan.
Good afternoon. I'm Megan Stedfeld, County Counsel for Calaveras County. I wanted to piggyback on what Supervisor Edson said. As you can see, there is a large group of people here, and there is a lot of passion in this room. So on both sides of the aisle, on both sides of the issue. So I just want to reiterate the importance of being respectful today and respectful of other people's views. I wanted to start by going through the role of county council in this process. There have been a lot of opinions out there as far as what our role is and what we do. And Typically, what our office does is we draft ordinances, or we work with staff to draft ordinances that are brought forward to the board. Our office does not create policy, and we do not advocate for policy. We merely look at the policy directions of the board and of staff and advise on whether it's legally defensible or not. Currently, we do not have an ordinance on the books regarding marijuana cultivation. We have an ordinance regarding dispensaries, but nothing on cultivation. So we have been looking at, obviously, this topic today of an ordinance specific to cultivation in the county. Also, when I previously said that we advise on the legality of it, typically it's not our office that brings forward ordinances for the board to consider. We advise staff and we work with a specific department that is typically the most affected department by the ordinance. We will help draft language and advise on the legality of it, but ultimately it is a department head or a sponsoring department that brings the ordinance forward. So this occasion is actually fairly rare, where you will see our office bringing forward a proposed ordinance to the board, and that's why it is a study session today, because we are really merely looking for guidance on policy and how the board wants us to go, what directions you want us to go in. So why are we here today? The prior board, or a prior board, directed our office to draft or to work with all of the affected departments to come up with a cultivation ordinance based on multiple complaints that we were receiving. We informally gathered all of the affected departments, whether it was the planning department, code compliance, environmental health, the DA, the sheriff, and public health, as well as our office, to come together and try and at least establish a base ordinance, kind of the bones, the structure of the ordinance. It's taken multiple months. It's taken a lot longer than we anticipated, but eventually we did reach consensus on kind of the structure of it. So there are many aspects of the ordinance that we will not necessarily be going into today. We have a very select few areas of the ordinance, specific policy decisions that we need direction on, and then we will go from there. So where are we in the process? Today, as you know, today is the study session. At today's hearing, we would like to get specific direction from the board on specific questions that our office is going to ask and what policy directions the board wants to go in. From that point, we will take those policy decisions. We will finish drafting the language of the ordinance based on those policy directives, and then we will, at that point, move on to the public outreach and public workshops. We have every intention of involving the public, allowing the public to have an opportunity to be heard, to give input, and at this point we anticipate at least 2 public workshops. It's been brought to my attention that it's important for the public to have an opportunity to be heard in the evening for those who work during the day and aren't free and available to participate in the public process when we only hold daytime meetings. So to accommodate the needs of the public as a whole, we will definitely be opening up workshops to both a daytime session and an evening session. Once we have obtained all of the public comment on the ordinance, we will consider the public comments. We will work with staff based on the public comments of the public in general. We will either modify the ordinance or bring it onto the next process, which is bringing a draft to the Planning Commission. When we bring the draft to the Planning Commission, all of the public comments will be identified. So even if they don't necessarily change the draft, the Planning Commission will be informed of all of the issues that the public has brought up, as well as the policy directives that we got from the board today. Once the ordinance goes to the Planning Commission is an advisory commission to the board for zoning amendments. This is a zoning amendment. So the Planning Commission would be essentially providing an advisory opinion to the board on what it should or shouldn't do. Once it goes through the Planning Commission, it will come to the board for final adoption. So at all of these, the whole process, the public workshops, the Planning Commission, and back to the board, all of those hearings will give the public an opportunity to come and be heard at each step of the process. Once it gets to the board, and if and when the board adopts an ordinance, whatever that ordinance may look like at the time, it does not become effective until 30 days after the adoption. So we are definitely still on the front end of this. There's still going to be some time between now and implementation of an ordinance. And there will definitely be opportunities for the public to be involved in the process. So that's where we are today. I have my Deputy County Counsel, Julie Moss-Lewis, who has been very active in the drafting of the ordinance, who is going to be taking the slideshow from here. So, Julie.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Megan. I just want to piggyback a little bit on what Ms. Stedfeld said. The questions that our office are asking the board today are very much policy questions. They are not so much legal questions. A lot of the more complicated, in our view, legal issues to do with due process, to do with whether or not registration will happen, how that might happen, to do with enforcement and abatement. Some of the meat and bones of the ordinance, I believe that staff anyway has come to a consensus, at least on draft language. And obviously all of these things will be open for public comment at a later date. They will be open for public input. Nothing is finalized, but what we need right now are a few policy questions that are important to a lot of people in the room today to be answered, at least for now, so that we can finalize a draft ordinance that is legally coherent, so that we know if we insert something in a certain blank to do with policy, that we'll be able to then go back and make sure that the legal language that goes along with that policy is coherently drafted. I wanted to be very clear to the public and the board that nothing that is said by the board today is final. We're simply going to ask for policy direction. The board will have every opportunity to change its mind after receiving public input during our different outreach events and certainly before finalization. So, for example, today we might ask the question, does the board wish to allow indoor cultivation? If the answer from the board, from the majority, seems to be yes, we would ask the board to then answer a series of follow-up questions related to the regulation of indoor cultivation, for example, design restrictions, plant limits, etc. And this meeting will be most useful to our office if it remains focused on the specific policy questions presented in this slideshow. There will, again, be plenty of opportunities to broaden the discussion into other aspects of the ordinance once the final draft is brought forward for public consideration. Okay, so again, relax, nothing is final, nothing is binding. The board can be influenced later on after the public input process. Okay, and one more thing, County Council will not be answering legal questions during the study session, whether they be from the public or from the board. Obviously, the board could make its own vote on that, but we would recommend against waiving attorney-client privilege. Our office's advice to the board is protected by attorney-client privilege, which means it is kept confidential. This does not mean that we are ignoring any legal issues that might arise from public input or from board discussion. We just aren't going to be discussing the legal issues in a public study session. We will be listening to whatever is brought to our attention. Okay, so we'd like to start by addressing the unanswered policy questions regarding indoor cultivation. So the policy questions that we'll be asking the board related to the regulation of indoor medical marijuana cultivation. And starting with the first question would be, would the board want to allow for indoor cultivation? If the board seems to, the majority of the board seems to want to allow for indoor cultivation, we have questions regarding locational restrictions that the board might want to see imposed. For example, does the board want to restrict indoor cultivation to parcels that are zoned for residential uses or other similar zone restrictions? If so, would the board want to restrict the cultivation to parcels actually containing a legal permanent dwelling? Would the board want to restrict indoor cultivation to parcels where the legal permanent dwelling is actually occupied? Should cultivation be allowed in the dwelling place where people are living? Or should it be allowed in a permitted accessory structure, or both? And if, with respect to greenhouses, would there be any additional requirements regarding greenhouses, perhaps to do with whether the windows need to be opaque or screened or what have you? Some questions to do with structure, size, or environmental restrictions with regarding indoor cultivation. Should there be any design requirements for the structure where the plants would be grown or kept? If so, what would those be? Should there be just one structure allowed for indoor cultivation or multiple structures? Should there be screening requirements for indoor cultivation? If so, what screening requirements? Odor control, filtration, and ventilation, should there be any requirements for those? Electricity and water, any requirements with respect to electricity and water for indoor cultivation? And fencing requirements, what should those be? And finally, but certainly not least, I'm sure in the minds of many, should there be indoor cultivation plant limits, and if so, approximately how many? With respect to outdoor cultivation, these are policy questions related to the regulation of outdoor medical marijuana cultivation. Does the board want to allow for outdoor cultivation? And if so, again, locational restrictions. Should it be restricted to parcels zoned for residential uses? Should it be restricted to parcels actually containing a legal permanent dwelling? Should that dwelling be actually occupied? Should there be any sensitive use distance restrictions? And by sensitive use, we mean things like the distance between the grow site and schools, school bus stops, churches, etc. Should there be any size or area restrictions on outdoor cultivation? Contiguity restrictions, in other words, should all of the growing areas be in one location on the parcel, or could there be a distance between them? Should there be screening, fencing, or security requirements? Odor control requirements, water requirements, and finally, again, what, if any, plant limits on outdoor cultivation would the board want to see? And again, alternatives, we always bring alternatives to the board. If the board did not want to make a decision on those specific questions, two other alternatives could be banning cultivation until the state itself provides its own regulatory scheme, or maintaining the status quo until the state provides its own regulatory scheme. And those are things the board can also provide direction on. So that is the end of our presentation. It's a series of questions for the board. We ask the board to keep the PowerPoint presentations before them to help guide the discussion on the different items. It would be helpful for us if the board could go through them one by one. I know that that might not be entirely possible. And we will take notes throughout this proceeding and then use the direction provided by the board to finalize our draft of the ordinance.
Okay, so what part of this did you include public comments?
So at this point, because we were done with our presentation, it would be open to public comment. The public would have an opportunity to say what they would like to. Once the chair brings it back to the board for deliberation, then at that point you would be able to deliberate question by question. The public has heard the questions that we would like direction on, so they can tailor their comments to those specific areas or not, as long as it's related to the topic at hand.
All right, so And you'll be there leaving that up there so that people can ask you to move to a slide.
Certainly.
All right. You guys understand that? So you'll be allowed to have public comment. Come up to the podium. Speak to the board. Don't speak to the audience in the back. You speak to the board. And then you can speak on anything that's up here. On any of the questions that we're going to get today. That's what we want to stick to, because we can rabbit trail and just go for hours and hours and hours on that rabbit trail. What we want to do is get closer to an ordinance that works. Okay, you're being part of this process right now, and I think that's I think it's wonderful that you can do that. So I hope you feel the same way. So you have an opportunity to speak on everything that we're going to be asked. That's what we're going to answer, is that stuff up there right now. I'm going to call orderly. Please be be cognizant of your neighbors and the people around you. If they say something you don't like, everybody has their opinion. That's the way it is. So don't get upset about it. Just let's move on, and we'll come up with something that works. Okay. So who's going to be first on public comment? So you want to put it on the first one? Is that the first questions? First set of questions?
Yes.
Okay, so there's the first set of questions.
I didn't come here to ask questions. My name is Dale Standard. I am known as Defense Man in Amador and Calaveras, and I've been fortunate to have a business for 14 years up here, successful. And I do a lot of work for a variety of all people, and I've done work for CPR people and everything, and I'm just saying the economy that it has brought for my business and people who help me and all around is a positive thing. It's not a negative thing. These are honest, trustworthy, good-hearted people that do good things for people. And I just want people to be aware of that and know that this is a positive thing, and to move forward on it, everybody would prosper. Thank you.
My name's Ray Goodpastor, and I live here in the county. I listened to county council, and they did a great job. Mentioned two things right in a row. We're here because of multiple complaints, and also that they talked to and they addressed the needs and issues of the multiple departments affected. And then enumerated said departments, actually named them. My question would be, a county as sophisticated as ours, I'm sure we know how many complaints there have been out of 45,000 plus citizens. How many complaints was that?
Is that your...
That's my question for the board and for county council. How many complaints out of 45,000 people in the last year have there been that led us to this place right here today?
So you're asking me, because I can tell you I get about a dozen a day.
A dozen a day?
Yeah.
Out of 45. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Sometimes they're the same people, though, There's two sides to every story, right? So just be aware that we know that there are folks out there totally against this. Then we know that there are folks that are out there that would like only this. But somewhere in the middle is where we're going to have to land. You can't, I don't care who you are in life. It seems unfair, but you just can't have it all. And so we have to figure out a way to work. There's a lot of issues here. There's issues with safety. There's issues with health, with the environment. There's issues with water, which is becoming a really big issue, actually. So, I mean, let's not make too light of this subject. We aren't here because, 1,000 people are complaining. We're here because we got to figure out a way to make this thing work. Right? So let's move forward with that in mind. Maybe we can get something productive done. And we're trying to set up a process where we can do that. I don't think anybody here disputes the fact that marijuana does not help some people. We all have experience with that. That's not the issue. We all know that. It helps people, some people, right? We also know that it doesn't help people very well, okay? It's like with everything else, alcohol or anything else. So, but what we're trying to do here is we're trying to go through a process and include you in it, in this process, so that we can come up with a sensible way to move forward. There are also other things that you don't know about where real estate companies are complaining because the land values are declining. Land values are declining in some areas.
But Cliff, the district.
I said, don't start. I said in some areas, okay? But there are also areas where the land values are going up. So you guys are ready to jump on that one, but you're not ready to jump on that one, right? So let's just move forward and try to stick with this process so that we can get something accomplished. Otherwise, it'll be a moot point. Next speaker, please.
I'm Tom Liberty. I've been working with Collective Patient Resources for the last 6 years. It's a medical cannabis community service organization. I've spent the last 20 years in Calaveras County, 30 years working within the juvenile justice system. Prior to that, I honorably served in the Air Force. We're here today talking about the direction that the county should take, directional vote. And I feel that it's almost impossible to move in the right direction if we don't understand the direction that we have been moving in. And so it may not be exactly on topic. I would ask for a little bit of latitude because I think that the information about what has happened in Calaveras County in the last 20 years is completely important to understand with what's going on up here. Cannabis in our community has been treated completely uniquely in Calaveras County, more so than in any other county in the state for ever since legalization. As early as 1999, which was only 3 years after Prohibition ended, there was a task force that was formed in 2000 in Calaveras County. That was only 4 years after 215 passed. There was a task force that was formed in order to try to develop a policy just like you're doing here today. I've talked to 3 people who were on that task force, and this is some of the information they shared with me. The group consisted of some of the board members. There were 3 pharmacists. There were 2 doctors. There were cannabis activists, cannabis cultivators, 1 grower who operated the first known collective garden in the county and was also an ordained minister, then Sheriff Downham, and then ACPD Chief Bill Nuttall. The group met several times, and they came up with a policy that I guess the plan was to come up with a draft to be submitted to county council and then at some point come back before the board. At that point, their finished draft at their last vote was calling for 48 plants per parcel. At that point, the sheriff who had been participating kind of decided to take his ball and go home. And it was felt at the time that even though all this work had been put in, that ordinance wasn't going, excuse me? I'll have somebody come up and continue reading for me unless somebody can cede their time. They decided they couldn't get the ordinance through without the support of law enforcement, but the point was that the board, even though the panel was scrapped, the community felt very supported by the Board of Supervisors and county government at that time, that they were so forward-thinking and so cutting edge. Brian? May he cede his time, or should he just continue to read?
Well, actually, we've got people in back of you that are... Okay.
My name is Brian Miller. Where do you want me to start?
Why don't you start? Right here.
Despite the non-cooperation of the Sheriff's Department at that time, citizens continued to work on the board in order to establish some guidelines. In 2004, a woman named Kim Q approached the board about an opening storefront in Calaveras County. The idea was staunchly opposed by some elements of local law enforcement. However, in 2005, after months of discussion with the community members, Calaveras County approved the plan to begin opening storefront dispensaries. The significance of this decision cannot be emphasized enough. You need to understand that in every single other county in California, storefront regulation has come in response to storefronts already being opened. In contrast, Calaveras County chose to develop a policy for storefronts even before there was a single store in existence. As far as I've been able to find, this never happened anywhere else in the state, either before or since. Another strong message has been sent to the county residents of Calaveras who was going to be a strong supporter of state law.
Skip that.
The message to the community was consistent and clear. We have the support of county government, but we do not yet have the support of law enforcement. The community began to consider the idea of electing a sheriff who supported the law. 2010 was a very interesting year. Cannabis patients and cultivators generally supported Gary Kuntz for sheriff, who during an interview with the Pine Tree went on record saying that law enforcement needed to be willing to enforce state law on cannabis, whether they liked the laws or not. Gary Kuntz won the election, but the old regime tried one more time before leaving to bypass the law. In a move that proved to be prescient, the sheriff's office tried to get the Board of Supervisors to ban all outdoor cultivation through manipulation of the municipal code. Scores of community members came to the hearings with the overwhelming majority in favor of state law. The board firmly rejected the state's proposal. One board member went so far as to state that the municipal code and land use issues were not the purview of the Sheriff's Department, and there was no reason for them to even have a representative present. Again, the community felt violated. Felt validated. More importantly, they once again felt supported and protected by county officials. Collective Patient Resources, which has been founded the year before, decided to start a program that would ensure that the terminally ill would receive free medicine for as long as they needed it. Representatives from both the Sheriff's and the District Attorney's Office said they had no problem with the program as long as it was implemented responsibly and did not provide cannabis recreationally.
You're good.
Sorry.
You're right.
Hello, my name's Carla Miller. This was a significant development for Calaveras County. Going into 2011, we finally had a united local government. After 15 years of recalcitrance about cannabis law on the part of law enforcement, we finally had a sheriff who was on the same page as the rest of the county government, and on the record as considering cannabis patients and cultivators to be an important part of the community. What's more, Sheriff Kuntz has stayed true to his position on cannabis, always treating patients and collective growers with the same respect and dignity as other members of the community. As a result, relations between patients and law enforcement have improved exponentially over the past 5 years. To summarize here, there are main points I intend to convey this afternoon. The cannabis activity that is occurring in Calaveras County is not an accident. It is a beneficial infrastructure that is the result of law-abiding citizens and elected officials working together for almost 20 years. While responsible regulation is reasonable, those regulations should be targeted at the minority of irresponsible cultivators, not the vast majority of dedicated and responsible community growers who have been working in cooperation with county government for 20 years. Calaveras County has been at the forefront of this movement since it began. No other county in the state made an attempt to proactively regulate cannabis like Calaveras did in 2000. No other county established guidelines for storefronts before they even existed. No other county has a program place like CPR's provider program, which ensures that no terminally ill patient ever has to go out of pocket for their medicine. No other county has supported and protected state law, patients, and providers like Calaveras County. We are unlike any other county in the state, and we deserve a cannabis policy that reflects this fact. Please do not cut and paste an ordinance from another county just because it's easy. This issue is important enough. It deserves a thoughtful policy that honors our past and protects our future. What direction should this board take? One that honors our past and maximizes our potential for the future. One that recognizes all of the hard work and sacrifices of those that came before and preserves and passes on those benefits to our children. Perhaps most importantly, take your time. The cannabis issue is not a problem. It is a huge opportunity, and reactive policies developed in response to a perceived problem look significantly different than proactive policies developed in response to an opportunity. Reactive policies come from a place of fear, proactive policies from a place of wisdom. There is a cannabis economy. It has existed for over 50 years and is only getting bigger. That economy will continue to exist regardless of this board's decision. The question is this: who will benefit from the cannabis economy? Right now, everyone in the community is benefiting: retailers, contractors, community government offices, local schools, community nonprofits, you name it.
You got 2 sentences.
Pass a prohibitive ordinance and all that disappears. All of the economic benefits move back to the cartels and a very small section of law enforcement. Think about it. Which economy do you want? Thank you.
God bless you guys. Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, County Board of Supervisors. My name is Jennifer Brunel. I'm a Calaveras County resident. I've worked 30 years in state government. I'm now semi-retired and work part-time for the state of California as a retired annuitant, as an organizational development consultant and instructor. I donate my time to the community, and I buy locally. So I just wanted to talk, add a little bit to the cannabis economy. We've heard from a business who has benefited, and I know personally many businesses that have benefited, and I just want to talk about Collective Patients Resources, also known as CPR, and the donations that they have made within the community of Calaveras. So this is over the past 5 years, CPR has donated to the Calaveras Senior Center, the Calaveras County Animal Shelter, Cooper's Corral Restoration Project, Harmony Ranch, Mountain Ranch Food Pantry, the Mountain Ranch Town Hall, the Friends of the Calaveras County Sheriff, Calaveras County Veterans Court Program, Blue Mountain Coalition for Youth and Families, KQBM, West Point Community Radio, Mountain Ranch Youth Center, the Calaveras High School Scholarship Fund, the Bret Hart High School Scholarship Fund, Friends of Railroad Flat School, and the Valley Springs Youth Center. One of the people that is with the Youth Center that got some flack for accepting a contribution from Collective Patients Resources said that, where'd it go? Sorry about that. She said, you can say what you want, but nobody else in the community has shown any interest in helping us. So we are helping not only the local businesses in the economy, but also the community as well. And just on a personal note, my things that I wanted to make point is that what I expect from the board and hope from the board is that that you uphold patients' rights, people who have been legally able to use cannabis medicinally, protect our patients' rights. I also ask that you maintain the right to grow outdoors. As a patient, indoor cannabis, for me personally, has a negative effect on me physically, and so I require, for my needs, outdoors. So I hope that you maintain the right to grow outdoors. I ask that you protect state law and our rights as citizens. For law enforcement, I ask that law enforcement enforce the laws that are already in place and not the ones that they wish were in place. This has been a law that's been in effect since 1999, going on 20 years now. So just protect the laws that are in place. And I trust that the Board of Supervisors will make a wise and fair decision and, like Cliff, what you said, do what's right for Calaveras County. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Megan Guthrie. We met this morning, so you have a little bit of a background on my daughter, Abigail. And for those of you who haven't heard the story this morning, my daughter is quadriplegic cerebral palsy, nonverbal, very medically fragile. And over the course of the last 90 days, we have been having many team meetings with her physicians up at UC Davis and Sutter Health. The chief of neurology at Sutter, Dr. Ches, Shriners Hospital, PM&R, and orthopedics. And we're at a crossroads, and we can't treat her without doing harm. So I asked them about CBD oil, and they all in unison said, please start her yesterday. I am so lucky to be in Calaveras County. Outside of Calaveras County, they're charging the average parent $1,000 a month to get the medication. They told me to fly to Canada to try and get Sativex from GW Pharmaceuticals that is already approved in 21 countries. How am I going to get it across the country legally? We are so fortunate that we have CPR up here. They immediately found out about our story, and they are donating my daughter all of the medicine. She is off of, out of 14 medications, she's been on 14 medications. She is off of steroids. She is off of seizure medicine. She is off of reflux medicine. She is off of 6 medicines. Her tone is completely different. She has functioning tone now that will always impede her because she has cerebral palsy, but it gives her a quality of life. And I will say, without an outdoor collective grow, my daughter will not receive these medicines because what they're making and how they're processing this medicine is very scientific. These people are very educated, and I'm so impressed with what they're doing and how they're doing it and how they're taking the model and giving back to the community and to hospice patients and chronically ill is unheard of. And all I could just beg of you to listen to is take this county and be proud of it and make yourselves a cookie cutter for the rest of the state, because it is what we need. And Colorado just put the first medicinal marijuana warehouse in Mendocino County for pharmaceuticals to take over. So let it be the local grower. Let it prop up your economy. Let it be for what is right. And I have faith that you can regulate and enforce the law and do it correctly for responsible growers and to keep it legitimate. So I really hope that you will really consider the outdoor grow.
Hello. My name is Michael O'Leary, and I'm going to just take a couple of seconds. I would like to first ask that you please don't wait for Sacramento. Sacramento talks a really good game when it comes to medical marijuana and then hides in the shadows when it's time to do the vote. So I really honestly don't see them kicking out anything until 2016 when the people vote on it. They talk a really good game, but it never happens. After the debacle of SB 420, they haven't been able to do anything with it. I would ask again that you don't ban outdoor cultivation, and real quick I would say that when counties do ban outdoor cultivation, the environmental impact is huge, moving it all indoors. Whether you want it indoors or not, it moves indoors. And if it's okay, I would like to email you an environmental impact report done by Dr. Evan Mills, PhD, confirming that actual point. And the last thing I would say is it's not very often that you get this many people in the same place that are willing to pay a registration fee and taxes on a product. So thank you very much.
My name is Kara Tucker. I'd like to give my 3 minutes to Caslin, if that's all right. He speaks for me.
Hi, everybody. My name is Caslin Tomaszewski. I'm a cultivator and a new resident here in Calaveras. I also have 9 years' experience in corporate business, which I quit on moral grounds to cultivate cannabis, if you can believe that. I have only been here 2 months. It would be presumptuous of me to argue on behalf of the people here. What I would like to do is give sort of an outsider perspective and answer some of the technical questions that it sounds like you guys are asking, such as what happens to the water, what happens to the taxes. I started in Humboldt, and I hated it. I thought that the impact of decades of black market activity had left a place full of greed and suspicion and anti-law enforcement sentiment and a lack of respect for resources. I searched all over Northern California before I decided to settle here. I did that because the first time I came here and came to a CPR meeting, there were people donating and participating and volunteering, discussing their place in the community, not just what the community could do for them, but how they were perceiving the community, what they could do for the community. It seemed like a good place to start something new from a moral standpoint. I have to move through some of this here because I'm not going to have enough time. I was immediately sold, and I resolved to make the move. And during the first 2 months of my time here, I began with integrating with other members of the community, where I discovered that my story is not unique. As it turns out, Calaveras is home to many Humboldt refugees like me, people who have moved here not to replicate the regrettable social and economic climates of other counties, but to build something which stands in stark contrast to these broken models. Motivated by moral concerns and attracted by the well-organized and highly positive efforts of the community here, it is my firm belief that despite a few bad apples, Calaveras County now harbors the highest concentration of community-conscious cannabis industry immigrants in the entire state, and I'm absolutely proud to be one of them. Since I came here, I have employed 4 local contractors, spent $30,000 at local businesses. I have donated $2,000 to CPR. I have volunteered at neighbors' gardens who are too sick to tend their own garden. This is the kind of the grower that is being attracted here. I am not alone. I am part of a community, and for the first time in a long time, I am not alone. The question is, what happens to the water? What happens to all these resources? Right now, you have a burgeoning community that wants to step into the light, wants to pay the taxes, wants to buy the permits. We need to be incentivized to keep doing that. We need to keep attracting this kind of person here. We want to be taxed. We want to help establish good neighbor practices. If you pass any type of ban or something that is effectively prohibitive, which de-incentivizes that, you are handing the economy back over to the black market, people that will move on to public lands, destroy them, who specialize in stealing water and power, who will hire labor and buy materials outside of the county so that they don't have a paper trail. The county will cut off its own economic nose and won't have the benefit of that economic income to fight the real enemies, which are the cartels, the illegal growers, and those other people. You have here something very special. I came here for this. And if you give us a chance, we will surprise you. I will surprise you. I will give you the skin off my back to make this work, because it's becoming a place where it's safe to be legitimate, and it is a positive thing in the community.
Hello, my name is Mark Bolger. Good afternoon. First off, I would like to thank the board for this opportunity to speak. And forgive me, I've had to cut out quite a bit of my speech to fit the time limit. I've lived in Calaveras my entire adult life, moving here at 19 years of age, and my family and I have owned property here for almost a decade. I've been surrounded by farming my whole life, and I can assure you that medical cannabis cultivation is the same as any other form of agriculture. The transformation from clandestine guerrilla grows on public lands to legal cultivation on agriculturally designated properties was not an immediate change, but has transpired. Calaveras Zoning Code 17-18-015 preserves the right to farm in this community, and both the current and proposed general plan coincide with this. The hard work the board has done on this general plan continues to uphold the agricultural backbone of this county, allowing for small-scale agriculture, orchards, gardens, and other similar and compatible uses on parcels where the majority of medical cannabis is produced in Calaveras. The cannabis industry is thriving in the state of California despite what many other counties and cities have done in an attempt to thwart state law through municipal code. The state government has not attempted to downsize or curtail medical cannabis production. Only in city and county governments is this happening, with lawsuits almost always following. These lawsuits benefit neither side, and the taxpayer is always the losing party. To quote Sheriff Gary Kuntz from a recent Calaveras Enterprise article on the probability of cannabis legalization in 2016, quote, I firmly believe by the end of 2016 we will have marijuana be legal in the state of California. I have no doubt in my mind." End quote. The Board of Supervisors in our neighboring county of Tuolumne considered it a likely enough possibility that they tabled an ordinance brought before them, allowing first for the people of California to cast their votes. Attempting to stop an industry in the 11th hour is in no one's best interest. Instead, let's create a dialogue for the mutual benefit for this industry and the county's coffers. Adequately addressing this issue prior to inevitable legalization will position this county to utilize our natural resources to the fullest extent possible. Much of our county's economy has stagnated with very little industry over the years. The cattle, timber, and wine grape industries have been our leading producers on paper. The medical cannabis industry is equally as valuable to this county's economy, but as a consequence of the gray area in which it resides, there are few to no statistics. Local businesses are prospering vigorously in conjunction with this industry. As each year goes by, more and more Calaveras dollars are staying in Calaveras. The county itself is being infused with capital from increasing land values, property taxes, as well as building and land improvement permit fees. The medical cannabis industry will prevail in this county and state because it is highly sustainable. Medical cannabis farmers are stewards of the land just as any other farmer, tasked with the sustainable utilization of our available natural resources. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Paul Nyer. I'm a resident of both Mountain Ranch and San Andreas. Like the old Tsar of Russia, I have a winter palace and a summer palace. Working on the Mountain Ranch one. And I've just got a couple of quick points because the high points of what I wanted to address have already been said very eloquently by two speakers ago, for example, about the illegal growers who come up here and pollute and leave nothing behind but pollution and crime. And I worked for Gary Kuntz's election. I think he's doing a very good job, but he has very limited resources. I know that he comes before you guys a lot. Because he's working with a tight budget. And I would like to see him be able to concentrate his resources, perhaps in a joint task force with CAL FIRE and Fish and Game to get these people out of our water supply and to keep the polluters out here, as he said, the cartel growers. And I think we should be concentrating Sheriff Kuntz's resources in that direction. I also think that there's possibly at the risk of alienating some of my friends and neighbors, there might be a cause for concern when people are growing in residential areas. That can be annoying to your neighbors. And I don't know what you're going to do about that, but I think that there's a clear line between that and the larger rural, residential, agricultural properties which don't seem to be annoying anybody and largely use their own water supplies. Also, I'd just like to take a second to thank some of the local gardeners. I've been in 3 hospitals in the last month with flirting with mortality. I lost 30 pounds in a month. I had 2 blood transfusions, and I lost my appetite. And some people have been providing me, I'm legally entitled, to a little bit to ease to help with my appetite. And it has helped somewhat to restore that. And so thank you for that. These are good people and good neighbors.
I
Hi, my name is Brad Wolfman. I just want to say that I'm a proud resident of Calaveras County. I'm very proud to be part of this process today. I'd like to thank the Board of Supervisors very much for letting us be a part of this process. I'm going to keep it short and sweet. I think collective growing should be allowed in this county. I think we should be able to grow outdoors, and I think we should be allowed to grow 99 plants. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Larry Bridges. I've been a resident in Calaveras County for 27 years. I further am the owner and operator of Self-Help Legal Aid Attorneys Paralegal Services and have been so for 23 years here in San Andreas. I do want to clarify that I personally do not cultivate marijuana, sell marijuana, nor use marijuana at this time, although I do have severe chronic medical conditions that justify and authorize me to do so. Even though I personally do not choose to medicate with medical marijuana at this time, I see the causes and effects of alcohol and prescription opiate abuse every day in my office, and the harm that it causes to husbands and wives and mothers and dads and children, as well as our community. I do want to thank the board for taking the time to investigate this issue before you and to allow the board to receive feedback prior to just ramrodding a new ordinance through that would have not only dire effects upon those who need our help and support the most, but will absolutely have severe financial consequences on our county in the form of litigation costs, potential civil damages, and the cost of enforcement. Apparently, the purpose of this meeting is to focus the board's attention upon the resistance of a small group of people who are attempting to not only circumvent California law, but deny the medical needs of those in our community by banning collective and cooperative growing, both of which are specifically authorized by statute and approved by the voters of this state. It is said that we're in nations of laws. I say no more. We have a bureaucratic group, elected officials, who ignore our laws, enforcing only those that they like, who ignore the Constitution and trample on our Bill of Rights to the point that we now have a president who believes that he can do whatever he chooses with a phone call and a pen. The law on this issue before you is very clear, and I have to believe that every one of you are aware of that fact. Yes, there is one recent case that is currently on appeal that states otherwise. However, I'd suggest that you investigate the costs spent to date by those who have chosen to attempt to circumvent the will of the people and the clear and precise, I'm sorry? Okay. All right, well, the bottom line is that do we have abuses? Yes, we do. There's no question about it. We have out-of-towners coming in here, planting hundreds of crops, and raping the land and leaving. I don't believe that regardless of the ordinance that you put in effect, that is going to continue to happen. What I would ask is that we do the right thing. We understand that collective and cooperative growing is a benefit to the people that need it most. It allows for those like CPR to be able to donate medicine to those that need it. It helps those that are elderly, that cannot travel, that can't grow a garden, to enable them to use other alternatives other than opiate drugs.
You finished, sir?
I'd ask you to do the right thing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. Thank you, Board. Thank you, County Council. My name is Elizabeth Miller. I'm a Calaveras Mountain Ranch resident, and I support medical marijuana. I support the growing of it outdoors. And though, Cliff, you did mention that we all know the benefits of marijuana as well as the obstacles that come along with marijuana, I think it's important, though, to reiterate and for people to hear that most growers that I'm aware of are very normal people. They pay their taxes, they take their children to school, they fix up their homes. I mean, I think there's a feeling that growers, they are stigmatized in very negative ways. And I feel like, yes, the cartels should be stigmatized. Absolutely. They are ruining land and taking water. However, for the most part, I believe our county has a wonderful group of people using medical marijuana. And I myself am a recipient of medical marijuana for a medical condition that this has allowed me to sleep, which I think is somewhat important. Also, my daughter has epilepsy, which she developed at age 29. And without medical marijuana, she has too many seizures. And it is very dangerous for her. She's a mother alone with 2 children. She has a seizure. She's unconscious. So with medical marijuana, she's able to live a life, a normal life. And so I just appreciate that you're raising this question and you're allowing us, though I know we're not directing all of our talk to each specific question that you've raised. I feel like some of this, though maybe redundant, maybe you'll hear it in a little different way. It's very important that we stay open as a county to letting growers produce a medicine. Thank you.
My name is Richard Hallbeck. I live in District 1, and I'm here kind of at a different end. I don't grow it. I don't know much about it, but I'm president of our little board at the Valley Springs Youth Center, and last July, we weren't going to open. We don't get any money from the county, although we've tried. We need about $30,000 a year just to exist. And Tom and his people saw our article in the newspaper and saved us. He donated, and his group donated $6,000 that kept us open another 4 months, along with the other programs that we try to raise money with. Everybody's hit very hard, commercial and retail businesses, by many of us needing money to keep our organization open. These people make some pretty good money, not only for themselves, but the county, and they take care of people like us. And I don't know how many of you even know where the youth center is. It's right next to the elementary school. It's actually on the school grounds. 10 years ago, they donated a metal building to us, and we've been desperately trying to keep it going. We finally got the roof to stop leaking. Anyway, I just wanted to say that briefly. I'm sure I forgot what I wanted to say more, but thank you.
Good afternoon, board, and I want to thank you for your service. I want to agree with Mr. Edson about it's awesome that we're able to participate in this process. And I just want to point out, short and sweet also, that if you look out here, this is the future of this county. We all care about this. We're all here showing our faces in a responsible manner because we want to participate. We want to support you guys and in turn be supported as well. I don't want to go over and over again all the good points. You guys know the bottom line is we're here, we're a majority, and we want to do the right thing for our community, for each other. And we're serious. We're here, and we want to know what we can do to help. Thanks a lot.
Hi, my name's Janice Bassett, and I'm the director at the Valley Springs Youth Center. I just want to build a little bit on what Richard just said. This past summer, we were not able to open our doors to our families and our children because we didn't have funds. Within days of the story hitting the newspapers about us not being able to open, CPR contacted us and asked what we needed. And they came through for us, and we were able to operate this whole entire school year. And during that year, the children started producing their own newsletter. Imagine what that does for a child when their newsletter gets distributed to their classrooms, and their classmates get to read their article or their poem or see their drawing and comment on that. And the collaboration and the thought and the work that the kids do to produce this newsletter is really quite amazing, and that would not have happened if it had not been for Collective Patients Resources helping us. Also, just last week, the children formed their own 4-H club. They elected their officers, they adopted their constitution and their bylaws. It took them 2 hours to get through that meeting, but they got through it, and I'm real proud of them. But that also would not have been possible if we had not been able to open our doors. So I just want to say that without Collective Patients Resources and other people like them, but mostly they were the ones that came through big. And they're also coming through big to assist us with our building. Our building has serious issues. CPR is stepping up and helping us. And, that's really something fundamental that we actually really need. And we really have very little for our youth in Valley Springs. The youth center is one of the few places where they can go after school and participate in enriching activities. And so it is our mission at the youth center to protect our children from all inherent dangers, and we're grateful for their support. We continue to empower our young people to be lifelong critical thinkers, law-abiding, civic-minded, and engaged citizens. The conversations continuing today are of the utmost importance. We thank you all in advance for your concern and commitment as we formulate a plan for the medical needs and economic future of Calaveras County. Thank you.
Anybody else like to speak?
Hello, my name is Philip Gray, and a lot of what was said kind of covered what I wanted to say. I did want to bring up to you guys the whole collective gardening thing, collective gardens. That's basically, since not everybody who can benefit from marijuana can grow it. So people collectively grow in an area where it can't be grown. That is one of the most important things about medical marijuana, and that is how it gets to people who need it without going down to a marijuana store and buying it for the same price it was before 1996. This is, in my mind, the most important thing that can be affected here with what ordinance may or may not be passed, is to limit numbers, like other counties have, to such a small amount, if any at all, outdoor, under the sunshine. People who benefit from marijuana, that the doctor says benefits from marijuana, are not going to get it for free or for cheap. Then what's going to happen after that, we could all see and imagine. So thanks for letting me speak, and I'll see you guys next time.
My name is Reed Larson. I'm a property owner and resident of Calaveras County, and I wanted to share with you my voice of support for collective cultivation and share some information in regards to other California counties' collective cultivation bans. In Yuba County, an ordinance was recently passed banning outdoor cultivation and limiting patients to 12 plants inside a heavily regulated accessory structure. When asked about the cost of implementation, County Administrator Robert Bendorf told supervisors an estimated $1 million would be needed to boost enforcement. In Tehama County, a similar ordinance was passed. In response to questions about hiring additional deputies in enforcement, Dave Hinrat, sheriff, told the local ABC News affiliate, "We don't have the money in the general fund to do that." In Butte County, California, Chief Administrative Officer Paul Hahn said enforcement of their outdoor cultivation ban would cost the county $750,000 to $1 million. Similarly, in Shasta County, Sheriff Tom Benseco claimed it would take 6 full-time deputies and 3 or 4 full-time code inspectors to effectively implement the restrictive ordinance. I'm sure we could agree that these estimates are far outside the parameters of what Calaveras County can afford to do. In addition to the estimated enforcement costs, Tehama, Butte, Fresno, and Yuba counties and the city of Clear Lake are all facing lawsuits stemming from their cultivation restrictions. Some of the suits address the inherent conflict with state law that explicitly allows for patients to grow collectively, while other lawsuits are in response to warrantless searches and abatement of otherwise completely legal grows. One suit of specific interest to myself charges that Fresno County violated the California Environmental Quality Act
when its cannabis cultivation ban was enacted by the Board of Supervisors in early 2014. The lawsuit argues that cultivation will be driven indoors by the ordinance, creating a larger impact on the environment through inefficient supplemental lighting. Additionally, patients, once obtain medicine from a local collective, are forced to drive their cars long distances. It seems one can argue we clearly have both an environmental and financial obligation to move in a direction that will allow for collective cultivation. One more piece of information I would like to share is a peer-reviewed study from the University of Virginia Department of Economics entitled How Marijuana Affects Crime Rates. In this study, published in September 2014, researchers looked at how crime rates interacted with differing cannabis legislation. The results show retail stores were associated with increased overall state property crime and robberies, while, I quote, on the other hand, allowing for home cultivation of marijuana has no statistically significant effect on the property crime rates and decreases the robbery rate by 10% in their study. The study states these results also suggest that in states that allow for dispensaries, policymakers may be able to offset the increase in robberies by amending the law to additionally allow for home cultivation. So as a responsible citizen and tax-paying citizen at Calaveras, thank you for listening, and I implore you to move in a safe, compassionate, economically viable, and environmentally friendly direction by supporting cultivation in our county. Thank you.
Hi, Justin Catalano, resident of West Point. Cannabis provides humans with all the basic essential needs for survival: food, fuel, clothing, housing material, and medicine. Any individuals who prevent the safe access to this plant is doing the world a disservice. There has never been a reported death from cannabis in the history of mankind. I encourage the council to do what is in the best interest of the patients who use medical cannabis. A doctor recommended the use of cannabis to their patient. They should be allowed to use that in a safe way, and if they need to, grow that for themselves. Calaveras County is an agricultural community. Cannabis is an agricultural crop which should be utilized for the benefit of the people in the community. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing us to have some time with you all today to get input into this incredible process and this incredible issue. My name is Dr. Prapana Randall Smith. I hold a doctorate in educational leadership from UCSD. In my 25-year career in both private and public education, I founded 3 schools, and I and my family and the teams I put together touched the lives of well over 1,000 families during that time. What I'd like to do real quick in the next 30 minutes is just give you a real quick crash course in what this industry can look like. We're talking about a $2.1 billion a year industry that is projected to increase 5-fold. By 2019, we expect it to be about a $10 or $11 billion a year industry. Now, there's a lot of discussion going on across the state of how to regulate, tax, and legalize cannabis. And so what I've shared with you, just as a real quick template to walk you through some things, this is a proposed initiative that is in process. And what I'm sharing with you out of this, it's called the Marijuana Control Legalization and Revenue Act 2014, soon it'll be 2016. And there's a section in there on business regulation. And what I'm sharing this with you so you get an idea of what a cannabis industry can look like, and actually where it is, and it's emerging, and it's going to become legitimate, and it's going to look something like this. Take a look at business regulation on the second page. It has the types of registered businesses. The first section is on cannabis manufacture, and they have numerous categories there. The first one, which has really got me on board with this particular initiative, is the artisan cultivator. 100 or fewer plants. You want to be an artisan cultivator, pay $1,000 to the state, and you're good. You want to be a commercial cultivator, you got to cough up $10,000. You can grow over 1,000 plants. In this model here, you're separating indoor versus outdoor. And the model I'm showing you here, it's artisan versus cultivator, either of which could be indoor or outdoor. Going on down, you see other types of businesses. You have edible processor, topical processor, makers of concentrates. You have distributors. Oh, okay, and you have the concentrate. So right there, that first section covers all those areas of manufacturing.
Then it goes into another level of distribution and retailing. So you have the cannabis distributor and the cannabis retailer. That structure reflects what already exists in other industries. Many years ago, I worked in the natural products industry, and the structure is you have manufacturers, distributors, and stores. That's what's going to emerge here in California very soon. Then take a look at here other businesses. Laboratories, analytical laboratories. And then you have the medical cannabis retailer, and you finally have the compassionate use provider, and we have our very own right here in CPR in Calaveras County. And then finally you have your on-site consumption provider. My point about sharing this with all of you is that this is a huge industry, and these types of businesses, if you can find ways to attract them here, we're talking about huge economic benefit to the citizens of the state and this county. This is a tremendous economic opportunity set before you. And I think the case has been made for the local context. I think hopefully I just share with you a little bit about the larger state context. If you can anticipate it, get out in front of it, you'll be true leaders, not just in the county, but in the state as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Jed Richardson, owner of Cave City Vineyards and Farms in Mountain Ranch, and I'm a producer of premium wine grapes, and I also serve as the vice president of the Calaveras Wine Grape Alliance, representing the growers and wineries in the county. I'm also representing Stu Mask, owner of Bryce Station Winery, who asked me to speak here for him, and Brian Rolleri, owner of Rolleri Construction. My first point is to build upon the comments of Mr. Bolger regarding agriculture. Agriculture remains an economic driver for this county, and the agricultural community has fought long and hard for the recognition in this county that agriculture deserves. As evidenced by the county right to farm ordinance, modification of zoning definitions to better address agriculture, and the recent inclusion of the agriculture element in the general plan. In general, the agriculture community opposes special restrictions on specific agricultural commodities, in this case cannabis. Often these restrictions are based on concerns coming from anecdotal evidence, not based in fact, or based on items which fall under the perceived nuisance categories such as odors, which are addressed in the right to farm ordinance as being acceptable. The singling out of a specific commodity for ordinances is a slippery slope. Since today it might be cannabis, tomorrow grapes or sheep. Either we are a right to farm county or we are not, and we support our fellow farmers in their pursuit to retain their rights. The movement in farming today is towards sustainable practices which maintain yield and quality while reducing inputs such as fertilizers and pesticides. Sustainable irrigation and energy consumption practices are also employed, as are methods to improve the quality of the soil through natural methods and prevent erosion and runoff. While many cannabis growers already use some or all of these practices, there's always room for additional outreach and education, and this could be accomplished through monthly voluntary educational meetings such as the ones grape growers attend. However, what is not acceptable is forcing cannabis strictly indoors. A locked building merely provides a false sense of security while contributing to a huge environmental impact regarding energy usage, and often requires use of aggressive pesticides to control rampant disease outbreak in a confined space. It has also the potential to cause extensive building damage and mold contamination, and this would certainly have to be addressed in an environmental impact report through the CEQA process, which might have to be done anyway. So, although I have a number of other comments regarding economic benefits, and I could also comment on real estate values as an expert, since I'm a real estate agent with Mountain Ranch Realty, I don't have time to do that. I would like to say that the state is currently addressing many of these concerns through its Blue Ribbon Policy Report issued by Lieutenant Governor Gavin Newsom, and I encourage you to look at that and other reports and come to a educated and considered conclusion as far as whether you actually want to have a cannabis restriction or not. Thank you.
Any more public comments?
My name is Bill McManus. Before my time starts, I'd like to raise a point of order with the chairman of this board. I wasn't aware that attendees would dictate the rules of the discussion here. I can only assume that in the many more discussions and hearings that we're going to have, the same rules will apply, so that if my 3 minutes has to compete against someone else's giving up their 3 minutes, that's fine, as long as we all know what the rules are. So I'm not faulting you for doing that. I'm just asking, are those rules going to apply going forward? And I was looking for an answer from you, Mr. Supervisor, not from the audience.
How many minutes do you need, Bill?
I'm sorry?
How many minutes do you need?
No, I'm just going to stick with the 3 minutes. We've got a long ways to go in this thing.
Thank you.
A very long ways. You know, maybe if I run over a little bit, you can cut me some slack, but I'm not going to ask anyone else to give me their time. What I find interesting in this discussion are so many comments about law, about following state law and being law-abiding and upstanding citizens and all that. I don't want to cast aspersions upon anyone, but I wonder why they so vigorously want to follow state law and they so vigorously want to violate federal law. And federal law still makes marijuana and all of its representations illegal. So I just want to get that out of the way. Move through it real quickly here. Of course, there was some information about Yuba and Fresno counties being sued and all that nonsense. I do have a quick update. March 24th, Supreme Court upholds pot dispensary ban in Fresno County with the text of their law. Additional information from Yuba County. This was dated, dated 4/13 of this year. I'll just read briefly a small part of it. This morning at approximately 10:40 at the Yuba County Superior Court in Marysville, the Honorable Judge Ben Wertschafter denied a temporary restraining order that would have stopped Yuba County from enforcing the new marijuana cultivation ordinance and would have allowed marijuana growers to collect signatures for a referendum on the ordinance. Fast forward 3 days later, April 7th, 2015. The same judge, Superior Court Ben Wertschafter, denied a request by the marijuana growers to be allowed to turn in signatures they had gathered for a referendum. He also said he would make a ruling later this week on the request for a temporary injunction. So they're trying lots of legal crowbars to get this thing open. So we'll put that off. Fast forward 3 days later. Today, this would be March 10th, or April 10th. Today, Superior Court Judge Wertschafter denied the marijuana growers' requested injunction to stop enforcement of the newly adopted marijuana cultivation ordinance. The judge found there was sufficient reasons for the Board of Supervisors to pass the urgency ordinance. That is where the ordinance doesn't go into a 30-day period. It becomes effective at the end of the vote. It requires a 4/5 vote, and for county council and some others up here perhaps, it would be the same as a judge on the bench issuing a non-pro-tunc order. It's like it's right now. It's going on. So those are the facts about Yuba County and Fresno County. I'm afraid I don't have any emotional testimonies from myself about the benefits of marijuana. I could go on for hours about many of the tragedies I've seen, but let's get back to the questions of what we're here for, not debating marijuana, but getting to your questions you need to answer to move on. And that's why are we here today? We can go back to that part. I don't know how that type can get any smaller, but what we're wondering about is why not use the Yuba County ordinance as a model? It's thoughtful, it's complete, it hits most of the high notes, It has everything that a county could want in a complete ordinance. From my perspective, it's still deficient because it doesn't address hash oil. But that's a discussion for a different day. So I would ask you to look at the Yuba County ordinance when it comes to things that I didn't see on this list, like fees, permits, inspections, enforcement, public nuisance, funding controls, so forth and so on. You'll find in the Yuba County ordinance that all of the fees to support law enforcement and code compliance are rolled up in their fee structure. They actually guarantee that the money will reside in an account, and they call it account 254, where the costs for code enforcement and the sheriff's office, which they create a joint task force to handle the enforcement of their ordinance, that money is a permanent set-aside for law enforcement and code enforcement. I think it was the last meeting you had the probation guy here asking for permission to get guns for the probation officers.
I think you're on your, 6 minute now, Bill.
I'm sorry, I waited an hour and a half for my 6 minutes.
I mean, maybe somebody would be able to yield some time to you.
Would someone care to yield time? Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, before I was so appropriately interrupted, we were talking about the funding stream, the revenue stream for enforcement and all that. The Yuba County ordinance addresses that. When we get to the indoor versus outdoor, the Yuba County ordinance specifies a 12-plant maximum with no, you all know this stuff. If you read your blue folders or purple folders that I gave you not too long ago, it's a 12-plant minimum or a maximum. But when you start thinking about big pot in the same category as big tobacco or big alcohol, when you start talking 99 plant grows, you are talking hundreds of thousands of joints. Well, I'm glad I got a laugh. I can take this act on the road, But if the average plant, we've heard as high as 5 pounds per plant. We'll go with 4, maybe 3. And all you got to do is get out your calculator and do the math. 453 grams per pound. How much goes in a joint? I don't know. I've been told that somewhere around 700 joints can be processed out of a pound of marijuana. Do the math. This is not about big pot.
Hang on.
Mr. Chairman, could you get the chamber in order, please?
Well, it's outside the chamber, actually, so.
Well, and maybe someone close the door.
All right. So can you wrap it up in 1 minute, Bill?
I'll try.
All right, thanks.
I'll try. All I'm telling you is that this ordinance is not about attacking marijuana and its use for people who want to use it. What it is to control the volume of it here. If people are making millions of dollars off of it, they're making it on the lives and souls of our children, and that's the most vulnerable element in our society. It's leaking out everywhere. There's no control. There's way too much for what this county can support. You have the authority to do this, as I'm sure you know. There's 3 state Supreme Court cases that yield and support jurisdiction to the county for its land use. So we look forward to a lot more discussion, Mr. Chairman. Could go on for quite a while, as you know. I'll just leave it at this, that I wish you luck in getting this ordinance done. I hope you don't try to recreate the wheel and come up with something, like the FEMA schemes and other things, and try something that's true, tried, and tested, which is the Yuba County ordinance. Not word for word, but as a good guide. They've hit all the high points. So I hope in fact, most of the questions there seem to come right out of the Yuba County ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill.
I'll say the other words.
I guess Mike learns what it's like to be to be alone. Well, he's not completely alone. My name is Al Segala, and I'm not representing any group. And these are my own opinions. I've become an expert in economics, and also a little bit of history. Nobody here recalls the Great Depression in the 1930s. That's because we're all too young. Oh, you remember that, Chris? What happened was people saw that people were abusing alcohol, and as a consequence, it wasn't very good for society. So they passed a law where the government would solve the problem by prohibiting people from having alcohol. What happened over the period of time when that was imposed was a steadily rising crime rate. The murder rate was going out of sight, and it continued to rise. And it got worse and worse. Huge crime organizations were created, mafia, and I don't know, millions of people were murdered in this process. No one really thought about what causes the black market. The black market is not caused by people producing alcohol or buying alcohol. It's produced by government not knowing what it's doing and not knowing the consequences of what it does. Not knowing the consequences. Okay, we have a situation now where we had a black market. The price of drugs, not just marijuana, but other drugs, had gone extremely high because it's a risky business. You don't have protection of the police. You don't have protection of the courts. You've got to defend yourself with guns or Uzis or something. Otherwise, you're out of business. So you have a black market functioning. Here again, our elected leaders still didn't get a clue what's causing all that crap. What happened is a good thing. Now, thanks to the state referendum process, we're starting to get back to a regular market process in case of marijuana. What that means is that as more becomes available, the price of it goes down. With the price going down, the crime eliminates. You don't have to. It's not a risky business anymore. It's really a weed. It's cheap to grow. And so we have a direction and a good direction. Also, I want to compliment our county council. She put some thought into that, and there's a lot of clarity. And what I recommend doing is to be as most liberal in that, unless there's concerns about children, and I think those are points well raised by the former speaker, and with neighbors. If you follow basic law of property rights, you can do as you choose with your property as long as you don't harm others or the public. And that's the basic ground rules. If we follow that, we're acting in a responsible manner. And by doing it that way, we're not going to increase crime in our county, we're going to increase our economy. And 3 minutes?
Yeah, past that actually.
Oh, okay. Anyway,
so I hate to break it up. You were getting so,
my main point is to follow the process that the county council has put before you. And
thank you. We'd like to get to that. So I've been asked to have a 5-minute break, so we're going to have a 5-minute break, okay? Thank you. That's good. Thanks. All right. Hey, first of all, I just want to thank you all for your orderly conduct. It's actually been a pleasure, to not get mobbed. So we appreciate that. You guys have been a really great group of folks to go through this process with. Thank you. Secondly, I would like to say that I would like to get down to business now. Okay. All right. So we are going to answer these questions. We need to give our county council and our teams a direction, and so that we can start this process, which I think that we all agree is something that needs to happen. So,
Chair Edson?
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify that there was no other public comments that wanted to participate.
Yes. Well, we're just continuing that.
Just wanted to make sure before we moved on.
All right. So I'll take more public comments if there are people that want to speak, or what I'd like to do is, I'll leave it up to you. What I'd like to do is get on this so we can get it going, and then we can receive some public comment as we discuss these questions. Is that all right with you? Everybody okay with that?
Yes. People that have already spoken, comment again on your...
Yeah, we'll let you do that.
Okay, thanks, sir.
All right. Okay, indoor cultivation. Locational restrictions. Does the board want to allow for indoor cultivation, yes or no? And here the questions are: restricted to parcel zone for residential uses, other zone restrictions. Restricted to parcels actually containing a legal permanent dwelling. Restricted to parcels where legal permanent dwelling is actually occupied. Cultivation allowed in dwelling place. Cultivation allowed in permitted accessory structure, greenhouses. So first let's hear from the folks on this one, and then the board will answer the question. Okay? All right. Okay. There we go.
Mark Bolger, thank you for the time again. I think the interesting thing about this question is that most people in this room, I'm sure, are outdoor cultivators.
Okay.
But very rarely does someone take a seed and plant it instantly outside, and then it spends its whole life out there. Most marijuana nowadays is cultivated from clones, which same as the grape industry, many other forms of agriculture, where a mother plant is kept and cuttings are taken inside, propagated, and then put outdoors. So I think they go hand in hand. If you're going to allow outdoor cultivation, you can't just ban indoor because it has to be started somewhere. So I think the question on zoning, I don't have a lot to comment on that as much as just, you can't preclude the indoor and allow outdoor, even if the majority of the collective gardens are finished outside. Indoor cultivation still needs to be allowed. Thank you.
Okay.
Vicki Ranke, Angels Camp. I just need clarification. I feel like we're talking about something we haven't even decided whether we're going to allow in our county. Am I missing something? I don't know. Because I thought you talked about whether or not there was a screen at the end that said whether you even want to do this or not do that. Seems like that's the first step, because we're talking about something that what if in the end you say we don't even want to go there. I just have...
You're right.
Yeah, she brings up a good point. It's
You're right.
Question 3, alternatives. Banning cultivation until state provides own regulatory schemes, what she's discussing. I would go with the second one, maintain status quo until state provides its own regulatory scheme. So that's how I would say it.
Okay, then we'll just follow through with the board on that one since you started it, Mr. Wright.
Are we still public comment?
No.
No?
Just hang on a second, Tom. Hang on. Hang on a second, Tom.
Can we go to that slide?
Yes,
Can we
please.
go to that slide?
What was... There was something else, Mr. Mayor. Special banning.
So my thought process behind that is that right now we're in a dicey situation on a local level because this is actually marijuana is a global part of the global trade, and it's definitely part of the national economy and national federal law certainly, and the state has weighed in. Now they've passed it all the way down to us to decide. And so, thanks a lot, guys. And really, I think Congress has to weigh in here, and they have to end prohibition. Prohibition is still in effect. We know it's not working. Everybody in the entire nation knows it's not working, and yet, because of our politics, as they are in D.C., that's probably not going to happen too soon. But it will happen within the next decade or so. I mean, it's heading in that direction. We see it happening state by state right now. There's various court cases working through. Eventually, Congress will act, and it will become end of prohibition will happen, and it will happen fairly soon, I think. So here we are trying to deal with this problem, and more immediate, the state is going to be coming in here within a year and a half, less than 20 months. We will have that on the ballot. It will be in 19 months. So I don't see how us doing anything at this point is, by the time 19 months rolls around, we're going to be right back here with a different cast of supervisors, possibly. Maybe 21 months with a different cast of supervisors. But we're going to have, we're going to be dealing with the same issues. So to save us all a lot of grief and a lot of time, let's just put it aside, work with the Sheriff's Department, like the one suggestion that a task force with a CAL FIRE, Fish and Game, and others, citizens, working with the Sheriff's Department, we can really eliminate the folks that are the bad guys, the people that are really the guys we want to go after. And I think the sheriff's actually doing a very good job of dealing with those guys already. So I think that I just think that there's too much constraint here. If we do move forward, and it might be wise to move forward with developing an ordinance, but we need to keep in mind, and that's the problem, is we don't know what the state is going to pass at the ballot measure, and there's a chance it fails. But there's a good chance it succeeds, so we don't really know what's going to happen. So it's hard to develop any type of ordinance moving forward right now, but we could start to work, with the parameters of the state, what the state's going to do in the future. So we develop one, but I just don't want to. I just think we keep things the way they are now. Work with involving the public, and then see what the state does. Hopefully, the state will pass clear guidelines so we can, as a county, enforce them on a state level and move forward. So let's not waste any more time, because what's going to happen is if we do pass something like UVA, it is going to be litigated, and it looks like it's being upheld by the courts, but you never know what can happen. It just seems like the wrong time to be implementing any ordinance, and so that's my pitch for me.
So what I heard was we could start an ordinance, but now's the wrong time to do any ordinance. So which one is it?
Well, I don't mind having discussions about it, like what we're doing. But what I'm saying is, I don't want the timeline that we had up there. I think that's the wrong timeline. I think the timeline should actually go into 2016, when then we know what we're going to be dealing with at the state level. Because I just feel like we're just going to be spending a lot of money, hundreds of thousands of dollars possibly, on various lawsuits, and it's just going to be a big battle for us to be nowhere at the end of those 2 years, except for right where we are. So let's extend that timeline down to 2016.
So you're for maintain status quo until state provides its own regulatory scheme?
Yes.
Okay.
I have a question for council. We can go ahead and discuss this issue on that basis. After we find out parameters where the state will take some action on this, we'll be able to modify any draft we have to meet those standards. Is that correct?
Just so I'm clear with what the question is, you're asking whether if we have an ordinance in place, if we would have to amend it, or if during the process the state puts regulations in place that we would update it at that point. Which of the two?
The question was, our discussion today to provide guidance in establishing an ordinance. We can go ahead and have that discussion, but not finalize that ordinance to where we come to the final draft, which will probably be in 2016. Where's our timeline on this, actually?
One would hope that it would have been done before 2016. With this type of direction, our hope was that we'd be able to turn around, submit the draft to the public, and go through the process fairly quickly. However, if that's the direction of the board, is to say, continue with the process, but not bring it forward for planning commission or board consideration until we know what happens at the state. So we have something, if we have a draft in place that has gone to the public, has been vetted, essentially, but not brought forward until we know what the state does. That is something that we can do, and then have something in place to move forward with at the planning commission level once we know what the state does. My concern with that would be the time and effort and resources it would take to essentially draft an ordinance based on what the board directs us today, not knowing what the state is going to do. Getting state direction in 2016, which it may be something that requires minor changes to the draft, or it may require some significant changes. We just don't know. If the board's direction would be to wait and find out what the state is and modify accordingly, I would imagine, as far as our office's resources are concerned, it would be more beneficial to know what we're dealing with first before going through the process of having a draft addressing the board's direction and getting public comment, and then having to redo it again or modify it based on the state's comments.
I see. We're spinning our wheels if we take the other option.
Okay, so I guess the first question I'm going to ask then to the board is banning cultivation until state provides its own regulatory scheme. How do you feel about that?
No.
How's that? It's a 5-0. Thank you.
That was a poll, correct?
Yeah, that's a poll. Yeah,
Okay.
It's all a poll. All these questions are.
Now, it's my understanding that if we take that position, all other laws apply until we have direction and adopt an ordinance. As far as cultivation, possession for transportation, possession for sales illegally, things of that sort. Okay.
Just to clarify what Supervisor Oliveira is asking, any
existing laws, even if we adopted an ordinance, our ordinance could not override any state laws. So what we're talking about is whether we want to include any additional land use regulations that are separate from what's existing in state law and in addition to them, pending getting direction from the state.
So that fits into our general plan review timeline then, for land use, or is that effective?
Say that again?
Would the ordinance affect any land use issues that we're reviewing with our general plan? Pending the state making a decision on what to do with this issue.
Peter Maurer, Planning Director. No, it would not. This would go ahead independently if we chose to do so.
I just want to clarify that, make sure everybody's on the same page on that.
So the next question is should we maintain status quo until the state provides its own regulatory scheme?
Was this paper that was handed out by Dr. Smith, I believe, from UCSD, I don't know if he's still doing that, is this the proposed initiative that might go on the ballot?
That was one of the several competing proposed initiatives, and they just recently updated it a couple of days ago, incorporating some other initiatives, and they're making an effort to provide a unified front. I presented that to the board just as an example, as a snapshot of what the industry looks like, or it really looked like when it fully emerges and is fully regulated.
We don't have to, they can't determine the language for the 2016 ballot.
They're currently doing an open source document on that, so anyone in the public can get online and participate in that process of developing that particular issue.
Thank you. Well, to me, this was a chance to start legitimizing what's going on here. But when I read this as fast as I could, obviously I can't be tested on it because it's multi-pages and I haven't had that much time with it, but a lot of what I see needs to be done is in this initiative proposal, be it what it may, okay, like a registration fee. We need to provide for code enforcement and law enforcement. There was another man that commented that, and I'm trying to remember exactly who that was, but because right now that's not being done, and but I can't see investing, a lot of time from our county council, or even our own time going forward, if there's a likelihood that this is going to be passed in a year and a half. It seems like we would be investing their time unwisely. And I know they're overwhelmed because I keep giving them stuff to do that keeps them busy.
Times 5.
And that, if the state does enact it, that would be a state law, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so basically, common sense would dictate that we can't proceed until we find out what the state's going to do to us.
I did want to clarify, a lot of the state laws do allow for local jurisdictions to regulate on a land use level, land use and zoning. So it would not surprise me if there were some flexibilities for local jurisdictions, no matter what is put into place in 2016. But again, until we know, one, what the language is, and two, if it passes, it's all speculation.
Well, to me, we need to identify legitimate medical marijuana producers and identify, the differences in what they are as opposed to somebody who does this illegally. And just like when I opened my business in Valley Springs, there should be a charge for them to do that so that it can provide for law enforcement and code enforcement. But would we have to redo all of that with the passing of an initiative? Most likely.
Again, it depends. I'm sorry, I can't give you a real clear answer to that because it depends on, one, what the board were to adopt in our regulation, and then it would also depend on what was approved at the state level and how different they were, and if there were any inconsistencies that would need to be corrected. So there is a possibility that there would be very minimal changes, and then there is a possibility that it would have to be a complete rewrite. It's, you know, I know that those are far ends of the spectrum, but that it's a likelihood. We just don't know.
And I can appreciate that. I just have a hard time supporting giving you a directive to get busy on this, knowing that a year and a half goes real quick in what we're doing, and we would probably be back at the drawing board in a year and a half.
Okay. Public concur. Debbie?
Well, I just want to thank everybody for their information today. I received a lot of information too via phone. I have a lot of folks who don't want to speak in a public forum. So, you know, as I look overall at this process, is that, you know, we've been in it for about a year or 2 or 3 or 4. And as we look forward, you know, the process is going to be changing in the next year or 2, 3 or 4. I don't think when the state votes it one way or the other that there's going to be the instant rules that will be, you know, in effect at that time. So I can see state, if voters approve something, it'll take state time to trickle down to us, like we find almost everything that we are faced with as a board. So with that said, I'm basically for kind of maintaining the status flow, because I feel at this point, the more work that goes into this, we will probably be doing work in a year or so when this gets approved one way or the other by the voters. But I am concerned as we move forward and take a look. I really like the gentleman that spoke about the right to farm. It's either we're going to be a right to farm kind of county or not, and kind of following those kinds of regulations. I am concerned about the illegal grows that are out there. I think that's quite damaging to the folks who are trying to do it the right way. And I don't know what the answer is to that as well, because our resources are still limited in this county with law enforcement, and, you know, just trickles on down the line. But, you know, I do take a look at that, because what I hear most about are probably the illegal grows and how it infringes upon, you know, another person's property rights and rights in general, and that's an overall concern. This, to me, doesn't deal with that. This is dealing with folks who are, you know, using it for, you know, the medical purposes. Find the one thing that we did here within the last year or so was with the dispensaries, so those who can't grow, don't want to grow, be involved in a grow, at least have an access to be able to purchase it for medical purposes without fear of their life, you might say, or it's that safe environment for the medical purposes. Because I, like many who spoke here today, have lots of stories I could share about how it's been helpful for people on the medical ends of things. So I look for people having that opportunity to get something like this safely and be able to use it for their own health. So my take on it right now is to maintain the status quo, because I think a lot of time and energy will go into this, and if state law gets passed in some fashion, we'll be doing this again in 2, 3, 4 years. But I don't hold my breath that if this should get passed, that the state is going to have, you know, fast and ready rules saying, okay, here, follow this. That too will take some time, as I'm learning just with the water. You know, governor comes out with a water statement, and you think because of that statement everybody knows what to do. And serving on various water agencies, we're all sitting there in a quandary trying to figure out what to do, because the state hasn't come down with those rules just yet. So, you know, I look at this in some comparison in that regards.
Okay. Chris, you already said yours? Okay, so the way I feel about it is, no matter what I say, I'm outvoted, or I go along with everybody. I have issues and concerns about illegal grows, and a problem I have is the sheriff has a really hard time figuring out who that is. And so, you know, it gets kind of dangerous when, because a lot of folks that are out there aren't good people like you. They're carrying weapons, and they're going to shoot somebody when they come up near them. And so that is the other side of this that we haven't discussed here today. And so therefore, in my mind, we at least need to figure out some basic rules around registration and things like that, because that'll give at least the sheriff's department some tools to be able to identify what's illegal, what's not illegal, as far as the grows go. Anyhow, I agree. We're going to sit here and spend meetings like this. We could probably do 10 meetings like this, and we'll probably be in the same place as we are right now. The state really should have been taking this by the horns a long time ago. They did it with alcohol. They have ABC that does that, and they have regulations and rules around ABC, around alcohol. My restaurant has rules and regulations. I have to register and get inspected every year. So, and to make sure that it doesn't, there's no harmful things happening, and make sure that there's public safety. So I'm concerned about our sheriff's department safety and the deputies when they go out and they try to enforce the law because of some kind of a complaint, or even go out and talk to somebody. They have to go out there in full battle gear because they don't know who they're talking to. They don't know what's going on. That's not a good position to be in. For us, who's out there hiking in the woods somewhere, or just taking a hike somewhere, you got to kind of be careful where you're hiking nowadays. And that's not a good thing for our county either. So I don't know how to move forward on that, or identify how we can fix some of those issues. But I'm with the board about doing at least doing as little as we need to until the state comes down, because we're going to spin our wheels here, and it's going to all be changed possibly by 2016. So I think we still have some work to do, but I don't think it needs to be as ordinanced as we might have thought it would be. We got some issues. I think there's some people out here that would like to help out and make it a sensible thing. So that's where I stand. I'm for holding off until the state actually comes in and tells us what to do, like they do with so many things. We have our county council spending quite a bit of time on this, and we could spend the next year and a half on it through county council. That's just going to cost us a bunch of money. So that's how I feel about it. So where does that leave us? Wow, it's done.
I heard 4 or 5 poll to just maintain the status quo, no further activities from my office as far as this is concerned until we know what the state does.
Well, my poll actually said that I think we need some work around registration process. That's how I feel about it. Sure.
Wait a minute. Time out.
Chair,
hang on, please.
What the state comes down with dictated registration procedures?
I just need to make sure that I know what the direction is. Does the board want our office to bring forward an ordinance to minimally restrict it as far as permitting or registration, or not to do anything until we know what the state is going to require?
Well, I already gave my feelings on it, so that's my poll. The rest of the board can stay, they can stay where they stand. But I have real concerns about the safety of our officers, figuring out how to identify what is legal as of right now and illegal, and how to be able to handle that. It's a dangerous situation, and so that's how I feel about it.
Can I make a suggestion? How about voluntary registration with a guarantee of no retaliation?
Yes.
So we have, we have a poll from the board. You guys staying with your poll?
I'd like to hear from the public on how they feel about registration.
All right, go ahead.
I'm Tom. I just want to say that.
Actually, I was just kidding. All right, now here's the deal.
Can I tell you something?
I'm going to limit this to 3 minutes. And there's not going to be like any substitutions or anything like that.
I only need one.
All right.
1 minute. And I'll cede the rest of my time to Mr. McManus. I just wanted to say that I think there's a middle ground here, and I think that everyone here is doing a fantastic job, but there is still an element of we have a problem that we need to deal with, rather than we've got this incredible opportunity that we can build a policy around. And I think that we can table this, and I don't think that that means we have to sit and do nothing. I think that we can continue to talk to one another and continue to communicate and come together on a reasonable, sensible policy that we can agree with, so that's going to work for everybody, so that when it does come time and we can do something, we've done something that's proactive, that we're excited about, and that we feel good about, and we're not coming back here in 2016 and going, here we are again. You get my point? We can still move forward, and we can treat this thing with conversation, and we can come up with a proactive thing. I don't think stuff just has to stop. I guess I'm just saying, let's keep up the dialogue, because you guys have impressed the hell out of everybody in this room, and I think we need to keep going.
Bill McManus, of course we can wait a couple years and, the tragedies continue to unfold with our young people, but don't let that bother you. That's kind of the easy way of doing it. If you would refer back, if you have in your purple folders that I gave you, I'm going to start a little further back in this with the state constitution. Article 11, Section 1, Paragraph A. The state is divided into counties, which are legal subdivisions of the state. When you move on to Article 11, Section 7, Section A, a county or city may make and enforce within its limits all local, police, sanitary, and other ordinances and regulations not in conflict with general laws. What that means is the same thing is going to happen in California that happened in Colorado. Colorado, they went with the pot shops for a while, and then they went out to full legalization. 77% of the counties and cities in Colorado do not allow marijuana to be sold in their jurisdictions. If you give up your right as a board to make determinations on land use that has been given to you and substantiated over and over again by the Supreme Court, that is dereliction of duty. When the legalization comes down, chances are it's going to be right back here, and you're going to be behind the 8 ball because you don't have an ordinance to control it, because they will defer to the cities and the counties, because you people have the power in this jurisdiction, just like the city council in Angels Camp and the city council in Sonora. They have the power to control land use in their jurisdiction. If you give it up, we're all going to be in big trouble, both sides. It's going to be a real rodeo like it isn't now. Thank you.
Janet Kuslich. I really would like to be known in Calaveras County for being a wine country instead of being a county that promotes marijuana. And I think that with our economy up here, I always get so afraid of speaking in public, but I really think we're going to hurt our county by allowing marijuana growers to come in and having no restrictions. So I really think that we should limit, if you want to have, like your 6 plants or your 12 plants, that's fine. But to have these big growers to come in, I think that we're just opening up our doors. So there.
I'm Brad Wolpin. Once again, I'd like to say how proud I am to live in this county. As far as registration goes, I think that we should pay some sort of fee, just like Cliff said. I've owned bars and restaurants in other areas before in the past, before I did this, and there was always some sort of inspector and licensing fee we'd have to have. So I'm not opposed to that, and I also think it would be a great way for the county to generate additional revenue through us as the cannabis growers. Thank you.
Hi guys, Kazlan Tomaszewski. So if I understand the question correctly, we're talking about deferring things because we don't know what the state's going to do. But yet in the interim, there are still some real problems. There's public land destruction, there's water diverting, etc. And what is a way that can be dealt with in the interim that doesn't constitute wasted effort that would just be bulldozed when the state ordinance drops? I'm kind of ignorant as to the political processes of the county and what is okay and not okay to do, but I'd like to propose an alternative. I said earlier that these people here would surprise you. If you call on us to donate money and time on a task force to go after the real bad guys, and that is a clearly defined thing, I for one, would donate my time and money to that, to a pool that was set up to go after things like cartels, to large 1,000-plant grows on public lands, things like that.
Justin Catalano, West Point. So with the law enforcement having an issue of being able to distinguish who's a legal grower and who's not, if they're using their helicopter or plane to fly over and they see gardens, when they do see that and they can note what property it's on, they should be able to go to that property and ask the residents to show their medical verification from a doctor. And if they can't, then they're basically operating illegally, and the sheriff should be able to do his job as they want. Registration, Mendocino County did that a couple of years ago. They charged $25 per plant, and they gave you a tag. That worked really well. I believe that the Mendocino County Sheriff's Department got in trouble due to the fact that it is still federally illegal, and they were not allowed to continue that program. But having a program similar to that could be beneficial, definitely, for the county, and would eliminate the guesswork that the sheriff would need to do to distinguish a legal and illegal grow.
This is Abigail. Cliff, I actually really like what you had to say. I, as a parent, have a lot of the same concerns. I think this is a really complicated issue, though. You have a lot of, it's so complicated. You have HIPAA. You have People's Medical Privacy Acts. You have the Sheriff Department, and how are you going to monitor that? You also have fear. You have fear because it's federally not recognized. It's not state, there's no state laws, and it's such murky waters. So it's in a really bad, complicated position, I think. But I also think that this county has been very smart. You're very fortunate to have the group of the collaborative CPR behind you, doing it the right way and doing it smart, and hoping that everyone works together to move in the right direction. Because I just think it's so important. But I don't know, I don't envy any of you guys as far as the registration or how do you do it or how do you control it, because that does need to be controlled. But I can tell you what, you have a good start right now in not Tom Liberty, that was a bad mistake, Collaborative Patient Resources. It's a group of growers. It is not a person. So you do have a lot of people that are really wanting to work with the county and with the patients and give back and donate and volunteer and all of that.
And when I pulled out of the gates of Forest Meadows this morning, I told myself I'm not going to end up at the podium. Well, that didn't happen. I would like to answer the question first that was posed, and yes, I think that voluntary registration with no retaliation is a very good idea. Helps you and law enforcement determine who's medical growers out there and who are not medical growers. I would like to also real quick May 10th is the deadline for signature gathering for 2016. And we all know in politics that who has the money generally wins. So the language that the group that has the most money right now is the Drug Policy Alliance. They have just a tad bit over $12 million in their coffers at this moment. Promised $10 more million from Bill Maher. So I would assume that their language is probably going to be the language that we're looking at. So that's what you guys want to look at is the Drug Policy Alliance. Watch their language because that's what we'll probably be voting on. Once again, they do have the money. And 77% is not an accurate number for Colorado. So I just wanted to say that 77% is actually an accurate number for Oregon, but it was moratoriums, and what they allowed in Oregon was a moratorium to get regulation in the city and counties for recreational and medical to come. There was no banning of it. That's where the 77, it didn't come from Colorado. And once again, I find myself saying this quite often, our now governor, when he was top cop, came up with regulations to decide if you were an actual legitimate collective or not. And I think that that should be incorporated within medical marijuana collective. The last thing I want to say is 2016 is going to be recreational. What we're all talking about here is medical. And in the recreational, I can almost guarantee, like it says in every other state, it will exclude medical marijuana. So you are going to need to get on this. It's something you're going to need to look at. Thank you very much.
Sorry for taking up so much time, but I think that the problem with creating a regulatory system at this moment is, like the other gentleman mentioned, Mendocino tried this, and the federal government became very upset because of them. Basically, they were insinuating that the sheriff's department and the county itself was helping facilitate an illegal activity. And, of course, the county doesn't want to have a federal lawsuit against it, so they dropped it and disbanded the program. I think that having an open dialogue and starting a conversation about creating something like that is a wonderful place to start. But I think trying to implement it before the state makes some decisions, we might be getting ourselves in a sticky situation. I'm sure county council would be much better informed on that than myself, but it seems to me that talking about it right now, yes, definitely. I think people are willing to be part of this. We want to contribute back to the county more than we already are. We already pay property taxes. We're already paying our taxes, which does filter into the county's coffers. But creating a regulatory system right now might get ourselves in hot water because of the federally perceived, issue that it is still illegal. Anyway, that's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
I just wanted to briefly clarify on the idea of a voluntary registration with a guarantee of non-retaliation. There is one serious caveat, and that is up in Mendocino, the feds did come in and demand the list of all the growers that the county had. So if you did do something like that, I think people here would want to know the county is going to defend that. In other words, take a stand and say, we're not going to turn over the names of our growers to the feds. So that's just another little piece of the puzzle. It's complicated. I threw that out there just as an idea. But I know a lot of people would like to come out of the shadows and and do this right and do it legitimately.
Sorry. The Department of Justice's 10 qualifications to make sure that they don't come in and interfere in your county of your state for medical marijuana that was put forward by the Obama administration's attitude towards medical marijuana has been interpreted by the Department of Justice not to protect patients, but to protect you and sheriff offices from those lists. So there'll be no retaliation from you, and there'll be no, if they send you a subpoena and you don't give that, you need to look into that, because that's how the Department of Justice has interpreted it. It's interpretation for protection for you and the sheriff's department for registrations, not for us. Which in most parts, most of us feel like, what? But in this particular situation, I feel is something that you need to look at. Thank you.
Thanks.
Just briefly on the registration thing, Cliff, the illegal grows and growers that are threatening the forest and the hikers will not register or do anything. Legal grows are on people's own property where people aren't hiking anyways. Just wanted to throw that out there so it didn't get missed. Thank you.
All righty then. So I guess this, any more comments from the board?
You know what? I don't want to come all the way up to the thing, but
Why?
as regards registration, I have a farm, and people coming out checking. They send a farm bureau person out to my farm once a year to check everything. So they do keep an eye on what they're doing. You know?
Okay.
I'm Troy Thompson. Nobody except I've been living up here 8 years. And over that 8 years, I've seen a lot of change. And the majority of it hasn't been so good, but there has been a lot of good things I've observed. But when we talk about registration and fees and things, it's as if it were a business when not only can you get in trouble for sales, but you can get in trouble for intent of sales or someone thinking you're intending to sell. So it's either a business for profit or it's not. And so if growing a plant in your yard is a business, that's going to overwhelm everybody to try and take it to that level. But the other side of the coin is people coming up here and renting 10 or 12 places with corporate mafia money and whatever, and we don't know who's who, and you got 99 here, 99 here, 99 there, 99 there. You know, we got to have some kind of a control and handle on it. So, and it doesn't make sense to allow a person to invest in 99 plants if they're only allowed to have 1 pound from it. So, when the rules get written up, they have to make sense. And one point that I think everybody's on the same page if you live up here is that if there's a 7,000 plant grow that's a cartel thing where they're polluting and the money's not staying here and all of that, I think everyone agrees that that's the problem and the focus that we would all want to, any legitimate grower, property owner up here, I think, would be willing to volunteer to help the sheriff's department keep that kind of a thing eradicated in our county. So, you know, we got to, in the massive pile of details, you got to be able to distinguish what's really going to be functional and what's practical and what the spirit of the rules are, and then make sure that the actual typed up ordinances reflect that.
So I think we should probably skip the registration. That's my goal.
Yeah. I think the issue is we haven't identified what we're registering. I mean, would we be registering somebody who grows 2 plants at home for their own personal use? And that's what this is all about, trying to get to the basis of those things. I understand legitimizing the businesses, and I don't have any issues with that. And in fact, had thought a lot about that when I read this was on our agenda. And I'm pretty clear on that. I understand the business aspects of buying a business license, registering somebody, whether, I mean, my pharmacy or buying a liquor license, I knew all about those things. But I don't know what we're registering. And I don't think we can say, okay, we're going to register collectives. Well, okay, I didn't know what a collective was till about 1.5 years ago when I started researching this and learning from a lot of you, frankly. And this would, if we did this whole exercise, this would define all of that for us. But to come in and just do a piece of it, I don't think it's possible. I don't think we're going to be helping anybody. And I do agree that we could say we're not going to ever give any list to anybody, but, you know, if the federal law came in on us, I'd be very concerned about the people who were on that list. So I wish we had a perfect solution for this, but I would say at this time, let's stay with the status quo.
All right. Any other board comments?
Then I would ask for a poll of the board as to whether we just maintain status quo or what the direction is. I just want to make sure that it's very clear to our department what the direction is of the board so we know how to proceed.
That's the question.
That was the question.
That is the question.
All right.
Would the board like to maintain the status quo with no further drafting of an ordinance at this point?
Debbie?
Well, you know, probably the last 20 minutes has brought up some more food for thought. This morning we had some difficulty with eliminating some commissions and boards and committees, and we have a Park and Recreation Commission
And we got a new one.
that
In that discussion, we got a new one.
we don't have anybody to serve on it. And everybody wants parks and recs throughout Calaveras County, and we can't find 7 members to serve on this commission. And, you know, we take a look at the Library Commission, and we were here in full support of keeping our libraries open. So I'm just wondering if perhaps we task our Fish and Game, or excuse me, our Parks and Recreation Commission with this ad hoc responsibility of taking a look at some of this. Maybe we could get 2 things done at the same time. You know, I don't know what the answer is. I mean, you know, staff can spend an awful lot of time on this issue and get nowhere, which I think we've spent, you know, probably, you know, a good year and a half on this. And I certainly like the idea of some, you know, the cooperation, the task force working together, keeping the dialogue open. I think all of those are important. So when something does come forward, we have a little bit of a better knowledge of where we are and where we want to go. You know, it's hard for me to answer that question, Megan, because it's just not a yes or no answer. I mean, I say status quo, and it's like I could take a poll in here, and we would have 15 different answers about what is status quo right now.
Well, the status quo at this point is we do not have an ordinance regulating cultivation.
So no registration right now. Nobody goes to the health department and files a card for anything, and
Correct.
anything along those lines.
Correct.
Well, then for me, it's status quo, because we would spend an awful lot of time coming up with something that will probably be changing.
Mike?
I would share that same position at this time. Just a poll.
Sorry.
I would share that same position, and for those reasons, plus a couple other, I think if we took some action on this, even how limited regarding registration, that might put us in a position where we would really be in trouble later on down the road. So I think the status quo position is the one we should take right now.
I say stay with the status quo.
I'll stay with status quo. So you're at?
That's clear enough for me.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, before we leave, is there anybody else who would like to get something off their chest? You cannot say we didn't give the opportunity, right?
Just on the status quo thing, the people that don't care, they're not here today. They're out doing their crime. Okay, everybody that came here today obviously wants to be in compliance. We want to be in compliance, and if we have the bad guys at our house at 2 o'clock in the morning, we want to be able to call for help and not be, So I think that what a lot of people are groping for is a more definitive idea of what the rules are. And so I think when you have a sense of urgency to come up with something, that's the reason, is so that folks like to be able to see and clearly understand in print whether they're in compliance rather than going on an opinion. And so that's where the urgency comes from, to have something like that. But to just make one up quickly that is non-functional is not going to work either. So you guys got your hands full, but everybody in this room is here to help you.
I know you've already made your decision, but you said you could get something off your chest, so Vicki Rankin, Angels Camp. I guess, again, I came up and asked that question, and then the two things came up that really weren't quite all the way to what I was trying to get at, and that is our county supervisors, and you don't have to answer this, I'm just going to bring this up, food for thought, bring it back some other day, but do you want medical marijuana growers growing in Calaveras County? I mean, that's just a legitimate question. That's the question I have and don't know what that answer is, because you'd either say, yes, we want that business here, and yes, we do. Then I say, you need regulations to regulate it. But if you say, no, we don't think that's a good thing for our county to bring in medical marijuana growing, because that's all it's about is the medical marijuana, and truthfully, I don't know all the laws right now. So that was kind of what I was getting at, because we're not leaving here with that answer, that whether or not we even want that part of our economy here. And, I'm a free market person, so I see her and thinking, it brings a lot of money to our county. But at the other side of that coin is, it's marijuana. Okay, and I grew up in the 60s, I know all about it, but I don't, that's a big decision we have to make as a county, and I think the people that live here probably have something to say about it, so that's why today, was a good thing, but not a lot of people came on, the other side, I guess I'd say, to say whether or not they think that's a good piece for our economy here. So, that's it.
Thank you.
Carol Smith. I wasn't really going to speak today. I just came to get an idea of what was going on, assuming that we'd have an opportunity to speak further at the public meetings we're supposed to be having. I think a lot of people, number one, didn't know this was going to be discussed today. The only reason I did was because I have been following the agendas very faithfully to see if this was going to come up. And I understand that it was in the paper today, but number one, some people don't get the Calaveras Enterprise, a lot of people. I don't, as a matter of fact. And number two, it was pretty short notice in case you had other plans for the day and you figured you'd have your chance later to talk. I have no problem with people having a legitimate medicine to treat a medical condition. I've been struggling with medical conditions for 25 years now, cancer among them. There are alternatives to opiates. I take one that works quite well. But at any rate, even going beyond that, has anyone even thought about the fact that we are in a drought? How can we just sit around and have no opinion as to the fact that we are, in essence, encouraging a non-food crop when a lot of us are just fighting to keep our wells going? I understand Mr. Wright said, well, the aquifer will be okay. People might have to drill their wells deeper. However, who's going to pay for that? Are we going to have to pay out of our pockets because people want to grow marijuana next to us and they've depleted the aquifer with 6 gallons of water per plant for a mature plant per day? Well, we're taking short showers, turning the faucet off, doing all kinds of things, cutting back our vegetable gardens, trying to be responsible with the lack of water right now. How can we do that? I mean, people need water to bathe, to cook, to maintain their lifestyle. You know, that's not to mention the fact that a lot of us have to put up with that horrible smell that you get whenever it's in bud. I'm probably going to just try to grow some super aromatic flowers or something. Either that or I'll sell out, because I can't work my vegetable garden without holding my nose these days at certain times of the year. But, you know, are we being responsible about the water situation and the people who are not here and are not represented? You know, you're just going to flush this whole thing down and not give anybody from the other side a chance to talk because they really didn't know this was happening. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
I'm Bonnie Newman from Double Springs, and as I recall, you were speaking about cultivation and the number of plants. As I recall, I cared for a man who had his medical marijuana card, and it not only, when he's visited the doctor, he not only got authorization from a doctor to use medical marijuana, but it also gave him a license to grow, and it listed, I believe it said 6 plants. So there already, and when you do register with the Public Health Department, you become part of a list, I believe, and I think there's almost 300 people on the list with the Public Health Department. Not counting the people that don't register with the Public Health Department and just have their permission slip from their doctors. So I think it's already limited with the authorization to use medical marijuana, the number of plants that you're allowed to grow. Thank you.
A concept that I think is very important to this discussion that's happening right now is that no matter what, cannabis cultivation is going to happen in this county. The climate is too good, the land price is too cheap, and the budget for enforcement too small. What this decision would make is not whether it was cultivated, but who was doing the cultivating. Whether it's people who are specialized in being below board and stealing and diverting water and power, growing on public lands, or whether it's us, these people here who want to be responsible. Now, all of your concerns that you ladies raised were absolutely on point. I understand them. But this group wants to work with you on it. The next group, if we get run out of the county, does not care. And if you weren't worried about water, if you're worried about resources, you should see what they're doing when they're bulldozing piles of dirt over creeks and eliminating entire aquifers, killing off forests. I want you to know that I personally, I'm hearing you, and it makes sense to me. But if we were to decide that cultivation shouldn't happen in this county, it would happen anyway. It would be totally illegal, and there would be no budget to play watchdog on it. So I'm one of the people here, and almost all of us here are. I see a lot of faces of people I know who are good people who want to listen to you and work on this. If we go, it's going to get worse on every concern that you've mentioned. Thank you.
On a medical level, too, when people talk about you can just grow 2 or 3 plants for your own kid, we're really tired. We're in a small county with no resources. We don't have nursing care. We are nursing care. We can't make her medicine. If we grew, I could grow 50 plants. It doesn't matter. I don't have the processing methods to make her medicine. And from a medical viewpoint, the people that are really sick and really need the medicine, that are in hospice or chronically ill, they're not thinking about growing plants. We are depending on the small local farmer with an education and expertise that can direct us and give us the medicine. And this co-op gives it free. And I cannot say enough about that they have a give back program. So nobody wants our watersheds or our safety or any of that jeopardized. I think everybody wants to work on that. Unfortunately, we're in that gray area that we can't get good laws passed because we're not there yet. And we need to work together.
All right, I'm going to take 2 more comments, and then we'll be finished.
I'll make this brief. I can't say that I'm not disappointed with the problems that are running rampant in our county now because of this problem. There is a solution, you've been told. Voting to do nothing, to kick the can down the road, to me is the equivalent of either ignorance or cowardice. And I don't know what it is. These are probably comments I should make to each of you personally out of this room. But this has been a very public discussion. The information has been forthcoming. You have chosen not to do this. You have chosen to put the most vulnerable in our society at greater risk. Doing nothing is not the answer. And I'm sorry you decided to go that way. I think more of our kids than you do. I'm willing to go out on a limb and work my rear end off for their benefit. And I'm sorry to see it in this way, but I think you've made a huge mistake. I hope the state saves you, which it very rarely, if ever, does. And, I just hope the problem doesn't get any worse. Thank you.
Okay, any more comments? All right, thank you very much for attending today, and this will end our study session. Thank you. We have to report out. We're going to actually cast. That's right. That's right. That's right. We have to report out. All right. We have a little report out. You're in the wrong business. Except for I used to sell beer, and then I worried about kids taking my beer and dying.
Lights are on, Julie.
Killing the family, things like that.
Lights are on.
Well, I think you're welcome.
Believe it or not, when we were in shock for...
Okay, so we're going to continue our meeting with item number. Excuse me. Excuse me. All right. Excuse me. All right, you unruly people. We're going to continue our meeting. I can see that I'm being real effective here. No kidding.
Need that bell.
Yeah, ding.
I have it.
Study session.
It's just, they're both respected.
I did bang it hard. Okay. Board member announcements, number 28. Wow, look at this room. Thank you, Dana. Thank you, Dana.
Where's Peter Race?
All right, board member announcements. Let's start with Debbie, please.
Okay. I attended the IHSS meeting here about a week and a half ago. It was a very good meeting. This particular committee is almost full. I think we have one opening. They were tasked with several agenda items, some of which be coming back to the board over the next several months. But it was a good first meeting, and the committee themselves, members, are tasked with doing a few looking into a few items, you might say, and coming back to our next meeting, which will be on the fourth Monday of this month, to look at putting together a proposal to come before the Board of Supervisors. So it was a good, productive meeting. Attended the EMS meeting. Within the EMS, basically we will be looking at June, July, or at least by July 1, our new contract going into place for Calaveras County in the ambulance business. So we awarded, or I don't know, I don't think we've officially awarded, but they're working on the details of our contract, which is currently with American Legion, and we stay with them in the Highway 4 corridor with Ebbets Pass. We do have an issue that the EMS has taken up. The EMS local region agency is also governed by a state agency within the EMS world, and there's an issue in Amador County which the state EMS has denied kind of the inter-facility transfers and opening that up for more business, you might say. And so we're taking a stance on that and pursuing that. So we disagree with the state agency's denial of this and are pursuing our options, whether there'll be a legal challenge or not. So I'll report back to the board as we pursue that, but we are not happy with the state's recommendation. So with that, I've asked Richard to get a hold of you, Shirley, and see if we can agendaize the whole contractual item, because that does have to come back before this board, and perhaps give a brief presentation on these two items to the board. So he's looking at sometime in June.
Okay.
Had a COG meeting. We will be having our joint meeting on the 28th between the city and the county here, and taking a look at transit services. The Highway 4 Water Committee met here about a week and a half ago. Each agency has been tasked with working on a few projects, bringing back to this committee. You heard today from Joe Metzger on the Use Water Wisely, which has kind of come out of that committee with the various water agencies working together. I was going to be polling the board to perhaps pursue another letter to go out to our Congressman McClintock in regards to the water leaving Maloney's and Lake Tulloch, but it seems that that issue has come to a compromise in the amount of water that will be released for fish flows. So I think our resolution stands strong. The Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors opted for a letter versus a resolution, and basically we're all in support of looking at our regulations for dry and drought years in regards to fish flows. So, and then earlier today, the gentleman from McClintock's office spoke about the bill that is pending in Congress at this point. That's all I have.
I was able to get several meetings in since our last board meeting. I did attend in Arnold the lot clearers contractors meeting with CAL FIRE. That's become an issue in my district, in District 3. Our source of pine needles, where we were able to drop off at Gene Miller's, suddenly was abruptly terminated due to the fact that he had no place to place his grindings. So we were out didn't have capabilities for a couple of days. We were able to locate a different place, Gene Miller did. In doing so, we actually investigated what our current procedures were for Rock Hill Waste Disposal Site and Red Hill, Rock Creek Waste Disposal Site. We are getting some conflicting direction on what the actual procedure is, whether or not they're being charged commercial landscapers or our private lot clearers or our private residents. That's been going back and forth for about a week now, a week, 10 days. I've been working with County Council to find a definition on that, and I think we'll have a meeting scheduled here very shortly between Public Works, County Council, myself, and the folks down at Environmental Health to find out exactly what our policies are and what our charges are. That is somewhat confusing and has caused a lot of discern up in my district, and we're trying to work that out. I did take an opportunity to have a tour and meet with the owners of Insight Manufacturing in Murphy's, one of our manufacturing facilities that have been here for a while. Gained a lot of inside information, no pun intended, about what they hold in the future for businesses. They have actually said that they are going to maintain their facilities here, but they are looking to expand, and they don't know if it's going to be in our county yet. It may be going out of county. We don't know. Inside has been very instrumental in kind of community support in the Murphys area, and they're doing a good job maintaining employment for our folks up there. I met with another gentleman to discuss a possible rehabilitation facility, a living facility located up in District 3. We've been in contact with probation. We've been in contact with some other folks as far as acquiring a site and seeing if that project would be viable. Attending the EPOC meeting. The EPOC meeting is the Evans Pass Property Owners Committee. That's where all the homeowners associations are represented up in that area. Very, very organized committee, I must say. I've been attending those for several years as a deputy and also as a board supervisor. I think they're doing a fantastic job of getting the word out to all our homeowners associations. Very strong in Firewise, which is Blue Lake Springs, and they were able to obtain the grant I spoke about last board meeting. And that grant is about $276,000, and it's going to do huge to prevent our oncoming fire danger season coming up. In fact, I think Supervisor Wright questioned me about that. Now, hopefully we can get together with those folks and give you what that program's all about. A very good job by EPOC, very good job by Blue Lake Springs, especially our VIP coordinator. So we're pretty proud of that. In addition to that, we were able to dovetail with SPI, and they are joining forces to create that fire safety system. We're pretty happy about that. I think that's going to happen sometime early spring of 2016, so it'll dovetail into our fire protection program. Hopefully will be another lucky season this year. I did have a meeting with the Friends of the Library. We mentioned that earlier today with when we talked about the Library Commission, and I did state that I got a wealth of information. I've been meeting with them, and a chance to sit one-on-one with their committee, meet their librarian, using the libraries. I was very sincere when I said that I support the libraries and will continue to do that in the future, where and when I can. I know it's going to be a difficult financial time for them. It's going to be a difficult financial time for our county. But I think that we can find a home for everybody that we have to live with, and maybe we could look to more prosperous years, but it's going to be difficult. I attended the Blue Lake Springs Water Company meeting. There is some issues with the emergency supply water, and I understand they're actively negotiating with CCWD to make that happen like we did in the past. I'm very, very, very fortunate to sit in on those things and get that information and provide that information for our water problems we have in our county. Attended the DSA fundraiser dinner on Saturday night. That was a pretty good success. Attended the GABA meeting, which was in Arnold, GABA, the Greater Arnold Business Association, and they have, once again, a lot of events planned up. They put out their concert schedule. I think they're going to have 8 concert events in Oak Circle Park like they did last year. They are joining forces with the Adventure and the Arts Tour program on June 20th. And that's a grassroots community organization that kind of grabbed the bull by the horns, and I think that's going very well. That's about it. Thank you.
Okay.
I attended the IHSS committee meeting for a bit of it anyway. I'm the alternate supervisor. I assigned to it, but wanted to learn more about it in case I have to show up as a primary. And had to leave there a little early, where I went down and met with a supervisor from San Joaquin County, with Supervisor Edson, and listened as he told about his water program that he's worked on. It seemed like a real productive meeting. the Supervisors Steve Bestelaredas in San Joaquin County. I attended the Area 12 Agency on Aging meeting in Sonora as one of the board members. Once again, my learning curve is very, very big there. It's a very, very important group, and was glad to be a part of it. Also attended my second COG meeting. The learning curve there is also very great. Those agendas are almost more complicated than ours to get used to, perhaps because I'm not an engineer, but maybe in a way that works better. In case out there, I'll do a light pitch that we need an at-large COG member, and we're looking hard for one. It would be great to have one more person from the west end of the county, so I'm hinting at that. But
I have a suggestion for that.
Okay, great. I went to the Whiskerinos dinner at the Friends of the Fair. There were other great events that evening. I just can't be in two places at once. I was glad to be there. I look forward to a real lively frog jump. If the attendance and the excitement at that party was any warning or any foretelling, it was quite an evening, and would be almost impossible not to have had a good time that evening. I also attended a business social with the Valley Springs Area Business Association. It was at Crafters Corners at the Terrace Shopping Center. It was packed, and I was excited to see so many people there. And I can tell you, I realized that a lot of times we're maybe not commenting on some of the social things that we do, but when you go there to a big social event, you are recognized as being a county supervisor that attends, and so it's important to me that I go to as many as I possibly can. On that note, I have a Calaveras Humane Society dinner this coming week, and I also have a ticket in my pocket to go to SARS. SARS. Two very nice and should be really exciting dinners. Thank you.
Okay, so attended the first 5 meeting, and they're working on their strategic plan. They have a really good group of people, a lot of energy, and the new executive director, she does really, she used to teach preschool, and she does really cool homemade, handcrafted charts. So it puts them up all over the wall. I think we should get them for here. I was going to hire her to do instead of PowerPoints. So it makes it's much more like being in preschool, and it's more helpful for people like me. But I also met with the Conrad Levisser, who works for Ironstone as an outreach. He's does a lot of the coordination up there. Really neat guy. Before he took over that job 12 years ago, he did tours around the world. So really fascinating guy. I encourage you to. Do you know Conrad? No. You should introduce yourself to Conrad. You'd like him. I know. Yeah. So he's kind of the outreach guy. He does a lot of work with community events and stuff like that. He's also into promoting kind of the link between community events that Ironstone does and the agro-tourism. So it was a pretty fascinating discussion with him. Let's see, Fish and Game Commission meeting, and so we got one on the same page now with all right, take care of the hot dogs.
Yeah, you might want to talk about that. I was talking about that.
Yeah, so that's good. I appreciate that. My wife my family are vegetarians, and so I don't actually do any type of grilling of meat. I eat a lot of it when I go to events, but so I'm glad an expert will take over the cooking of the hot dogs. And so I appreciate that, Mike. Yeah.
You got a veggie dog?
There are veggie dogs, yeah, but they're not quite the same.
Is that like a carrot?
Yeah. So the hour grows late. There's, let's see, fishing game. I met with John Laird, the Secretary of Natural Resources for California, last week as well, and just discussing natural resource issues and also funding for AB 142, which there right now is no funding for AB 142. So was discussing that with him. He's very open to meeting constituents, especially local elected officials, because he used to be a supervisor from Santa Cruz County at one time. So that was there's a lot more going on, but that's enough for me right now.
All right. So on 4-1, I had a plot ordinance meeting. I guess that's gone now.
Oh, is that the one out there?
Yeah, you were there too. Also, I had a law library meeting. That was real exciting. We discussed the current budget, how much money is in the budget, and then I took a tour. I was given a tour of the law library. It's got some pretty neat old books down there, including the old leather-bound books were, really, if you want to know anything about law in Calaveras County, that'd be the place to go. Highway 4, on 4-2, I stopped in at the Highway 4 corridor meeting and Debbie and Mike was there, and so I realized that I couldn't keep my mouth shut, so I left because I didn't want to violate any Brown Act rules. But I'm very happy to see that group meeting. I'm glad that Mike and Debbie's engaged in that. On 4-3, I went over to Cole Video in Sonora because I'm springing for a video on the watershed program because I think that the presentation is too long, and it'll be a lot more informational or easier to understand if it's a 5-minute video like an infomercial. Calaveras Has Talent was on 4-6. That's moving forward. We should start seeing auditions here pretty soon, toward the end of this month. 4-7, I met with Dennis Mills in regards to the Watershed Management Program, who is director at CCWD. On 4-7, I gave a presentation of the Watershed Program to the U.S. Forest Service up in Hathaway Pines. Supervisor Oliveira was there with me. He hooked that one up, and that was really a good event there. On 4-8, executive board meeting for a chamber. Also on 4-8, that evening I gave the Watershed Management Program presentation to the Republican Committee. It was well received there. On 4-9, I attended Ag Day. That was a blast. There was like 600 kids running around learning things about agriculture in all the different areas, including they had a truck from SPI there, and they had some lady there that had a beehive, and she was showing all the kids about bees and the beehives and all of that, plus everything about food, agriculture, animals. It was just a really wonderful event. I am so happy that we have that here. It was at the fairgrounds. Yeah, it was at the fairgrounds, and it was the.
Local kids? Did they come from?
Yeah, actually.
4th and 5th grades in Calaveras County schools.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure. It slipped my mind who sponsored that. No, I'm trying to.
Farm Bureau.
The Farm Bureau sponsored it, and they paid for the transportation as well. So, great job by the Farm Bureau. That was a fun thing to watch, to be a part of. 4-9 that evening, went to a water workshop through Milkwise in Stockton at their Farm Bureau. And I guess somebody forgot to open the door, so we had our meeting outside. And then on 410, Valley Springs Area Business Association had that also Supervisor Kearney was at. It was at Crafter Corners. That was a really fun event. There was a lot of people there. I think we closed it down, huh, Steve?
Yes.
And then on 411, I attended a fire exercise over here behind Treats, where most of the fire agencies in the county came, and they did a burn house down. Dana was there, and the SART team was there. They were volunteering and doing one of their emergency exercises as well. But that was a really neat thing to watch, because they were sending teams. They were lighting a fire inside that house, and they were sending teams of young people in there or volunteers in there just to kind of get acclimated to the whole fire process and watching how the fire works. And it was a really good exercise. Earlier that morning, I went to CCWD parking lot, and they had a native plant sale, and there was quite a few people that attended that. Bob Dean was a big part of that, so I seen him earlier, and I went over there with him. And then on the 13th, I met with Joel Metzger at CCWD to discuss the Calaveras Conserve, which will be on our 428 agenda. And that's a really monumental thing, or not monumental, but I guess it's a historical thing that's happening with all these water agencies coming together and starting to work together. So, and that's all I have.
I just want to remind the board that the April 28th meeting is an evening meeting. It will start at 3 o'clock. It's the joint meeting of Angels City, Camp City Council and the Board of Supervisors to discuss transit issues. The Public Works Director, Jeff, asked me to distribute flyers on Hop on the Bus. It is for Calaveras Transit Express Fair Shuttle from Valley Springs and Angels Camp. He also thought maybe we could distribute it to all the people that were here for, I guess he thought they might stay after the study session. But if Dana or Bonnie want one, I have them for you. The Fair Shuttle information will also be sent as a press release to all the news outlets, and the flyers will be sent to both Calaveras and Red Hart High School, and you can catch the transit bus Fair Shuttles from Angels Camp and from Valley Springs. And speaking of frog jumps, the Government Center frog jumps will be held at noontime on May 5th here at Government Center. It's a sanctioned event. The winner of the event goes to the finals at the Calaveras County Fair. We usually have a really good turnout, and we'll be doing barbecuing hot dogs and chips and having drinks for anybody who wants to participate.
Sounds good.
The only thing that I would want to add, I will be in the office tomorrow morning, but I will be leaving tomorrow afternoon, and I will be out of the county for the rest of the week at a county council conference. So if the board needs to reach me, I will be checking email periodically, but just know that I will be limited on how frequently I'll be able to respond and having access to anything to research. But my office will certainly be available to the board as needed.
Okay. So, would you like to say anything, Karen?
No.
All right.
Tomorrow's income tax day, don't forget.
Well, I haven't forgotten, but
Please don't remind me.
Thank you, Bonnie.
I did.
I mean, we had a really nice ending.
Oh, it was going so good.
All right.
I need some tissues.
So that'll end our meeting for April 14th, 2015. Thank you.